Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this live stream for the ETPC Euro Cup Championship. As you can probably see, we've gone live a little early. The two-wheel drives are about to start, so we thought we'd go live ready for the two-wheel drives. And we've got a nice wide shot of the pulling arena here in Bernay in France. And welcome once again. I'm Tom Beattie. I'll be taking you through proceedings all afternoon and evening. It's just going to take me a few runs to get the noise levels right. So feedback is welcome from you guys. I know we haven't got the comments live on the chat, but if you go to the Euro Pulling Show on Facebook and drop us a message or a comment on there with any feedback you've got. And lots of people will be messaging on WhatsApp anyway, letting me know. So we can see now the teams just checking the track before the two-wheel drives commence. Two-wheel drives class has always been a big class here in Bernay before we start proceedings with the Euro Cup. That's normally what they do. And we have 13. That's probably nearly every two-wheel drive in Europe with a mix of French and Dutch pullers going to take to the track very shortly.
Alors, je rappelle, compact 600 libre. Premier, Sofiane Chabot. Deuxième, Daniel Galfion. Et troisième, David Lucas. Dans la catégorie compact diesel, on a Dimitri Bourgeois.
And then afterwards in the two-wheel drives, we've got a full evening of Euro Cup pulling. We've got some light modifieds, heavy modifieds, super stocks and limited super stocks that are going to run down the track here in France, in Bernay. Now this is event number 4 in the season. We've been to Fuchtorf in Germany for the opening rounds for some classes. We've headed over to the UK to Skorten. We've been up to Sweden to Leponding. And now we're down in France. In a village, lovely little village called Bernay. And it looks like we're just going to do the presentations for the class we didn't see. We've had a class of farm tractors and some of the gardens and compacts earlier on today. We just thought we'd go live early, get everything set, everything ready, give you guys a chance to get tuned in. Ready for the two-wheel drives. Like I said, the two-wheel drives are not an Euro Cup class, but the guys in Bernay always love the good two-wheel drive show, mainly because there's quite a lot of French two-wheel drives and a lot of Dutch two-wheel drives. So the organisation of Bernay invite quite a few Dutch competitors over to pull with the French guys. So we're going to start the day off with a non-Euro Cup class, and then, as I said, we've got an action-packed evening and afternoon with the light modifieds, the heavy modifieds, the super stocks, and of course it'll be the limited super stocks. The opening round of limited super stocks is the first time they've pulled this season so far, I believe. Yes, it is. The heavy mods have run in Fuchtorf and they've run in Leponding. The light mods have run in Skorten and Fuchtorf. The super stocks have run in Sweden and Germany, so they've all had a round or two between them, but the light supers, this is their opening round. And of course the Euro Cup Series is sponsored by Alliance Tyres, and we do thank them for their constant support for this Euro Cup season. And as I said, we're just watching the presentation for the previous class. and then we'll be ready to go live with the two-wheel drives very shortly. So I'll leave you to watch the presentations, and I'll be back with you just before the two-wheel drives start.
À la deuxième place, Anthony Tilly sur son Fiat 1380 avec 74 mètres 29. On l'applaudit. Bravo. Et en fort, et encore, et maintenant, le premier de cette catégorie, Alexandre Cordon sur son Vadmet 8076 mètres 21, on l'applaudit. Bravo.
Bravo, on les applaudit bien fort, messieurs, dames. Le podium de cette catégorie, moins de 5 tonnes 5. Bravo.
Allez, on va passer, messieurs, merci, on va passer à la deuxième catégorie. Et on vous mettra tous sur le podium en même temps. Restez sur le côté, restez sur le côté.
So once again, folks, hello, good afternoon, or maybe good morning, depends where you are in the world. Where I am, it's just about 1:30 in the afternoon. In France, it's just about 2:30 in the afternoon. But welcome from wherever you are in the world joining us for this free stream here in the ETPC Alliance Euro Cup. As I've just said, if you've just tuned in, you've seen the notification, you've rung the little bell, thank you very much. And you've tuned in. We've just gone live a little earlier. We're watching the end of the presentations for the Gardens and the Compacts that we've just seen. And the Garden Modifieds as well. They've been on. We haven't streamed them. We're just gone live just in time for the two-wheel drives. Again, not a Euro Cup class. But why not go live just a little early? Everything was set and ready, so we decided to get going and get live. Ready for the Euro Cup action that is after the two-wheel drive. So I'll give you a bit of a schedule as to what order we're going to try and do things in. As per normal, I am at home on this one, but I have got the secret WhatsApp group that links me through to trackside, to both Pascal and Desiree and the ETPC secretary and the team and Mario, who will all be trackside when we're Euro Cup pulling, who can give me the inside information. Which is great to have, so we can let you guys know what's going on, which is also very handy. So as I said, we're going to start with the two-wheel drives in around 15 minutes, 10 minutes time. Then we're going to have a short break while we do some presentations, which hopefully will happen in English, I'm told. So if they do, I'll shut up and increase the volume of the local commentators so you can hear them. Then we're going to move on to the super stocks, then a full class of super stocks with 14 in the class. Then a short break while we sort the track out. Then we're into light modifieds, and then after light modifieds, presentation and another short break. Then limited super stocks. So I'm going to start with the big super stocks, then into light modifieds, then limited super stocks, and then we're going to finish the evening at around 10 p.m. French time. We hope to start the heavy mods. So a full day, absolutely full day. I'm going to need my lubrication for my voice, talking all day for you guys. But we've got a full day of action with some of the best in Europe, who are now all congregating in the little town of Bernay in France. It's North France. northwest France, really, probably. It's about an hour from the boat. When you're coming from the UK, it's about an hour, an hour and a half from Carnay. From Carnay, that's what you need to get over the boat, from Calais. So just to let you know, as I said, the two-wheel drives, we've got a mix of light modified... mix, come on Tom. A mix of French and the teams from the Netherlands. It's a full Euro Cup class for the Super Stocks. And we'll see the Euro Cup and the French Championships joined together for the light modifieds. So we've got 10, I believe, light modifieds that have come over from all over Europe to compete. And then there is another 6 or possibly 7 French competition tractors that will tag on the end of the class, shall we say. Same with the limited Super Stocks. It looks like we will have 11 that are in the Euro Cup, and then 2 of the French competitors tagging on the end. And then the same with the heavy mods. So we're going to hopefully see 7 of the Euro Cup heavy mods with 1 invite tractor on the end. So the team at Bernay have done a fabulous job getting loads of tractors to their amazing pulling ground. Now this is a purpose-built arena. It is owned by the organisation of Bernay, and it stays as it is all year round. Just on the outskirts of Bernay, you can see in the background on the shot there, sort of at the outskirts of an industrial estate. And I don't know if you've seen on the social media this morning, they were queuing to get in at 8 a.m. English time, 9 a.m. French time. They were queuing to get in, and it's always a sellout nearly at Bernay, with an awful lot of people already filling up the banking, and it will just keep getting busier and busier as the day goes on. So again, I'm going to shut up for 5 minutes now, just while we watch the, well, not really watching, but we can see the back of that big Krone Big X 780 while they do the presentations for the classes we haven't seen. But we just wanted to go live, so we're ready for action, and the two-wheel drive should be on in around 10 minutes time.
Et enfin, sur la première place de ce compact diesel, de ce podium des compacts diesel, Yurik Cherchoa sur 10 seconds avec 30 mètres 41. On l'applaudit, bravo! Bravo!
Côté-là pour la catégorie compact diesel et bip.
Allez, les deux en même temps pour les catégories compact diesel et bip. Merci pour eux. Alors attendez, parce que là vous allez vous tasser les gars maintenant. Ceux qui veulent faire un tour de podium, non, vous pouvez rester dessus. Allez. Allez messieurs, ceux qui veulent faire, c'est gratuit. Profitez-en. Charlie, on les raccompagne en musique, on est d'accord?
Ah, ça fait un petit peu de monde. Hein.
Ça fait un peu de monde, ça fait un peu de poids, mais t'inquiète pas que cette ensileuse de la société Ucrombez, cette ensileuse elle craint rien. Ça va aller, ça va tenir? C'est bon, voilà. Allez, accompagne gentiment en musique et sous vos applaudissements.
Allez, bravo. Allez, on les applaudit, on compte sur vous, messieurs, la frontière passe devant vous. Allez, on va donc passer maintenant dans quelques instants. On va monter en puissance. On vous a dit qu'on allait monter en puissance tout au long de cette grande journée de Tractorpulling ici même à Bernay. Et bien là, on va passer un step supérieur. On a mis en place la remorque française de Tractorpulling en bout de piste. Et on va passer à la catégorie Two-Wheel Drive. Alors la catégorie Two-Wheel Drive, elle a une particularité en plus des autres catégories.
So we can hear in the background, hopefully the sound levels are working quite nicely for us. Again, when we see these two-wheel drives go down, do give me some feedback how we can get the sound levels. Hopefully the noise from the tractors will be louder than the commentators. You'll also hear a lot of wind noise. You can hear it crackling. If you're watching through your telly as well, you'll hear it. And there's nothing we can do about the wind, as you can see from the amazing Alliance flags. How convenient into the segue there for the sponsorship. It's blowing quite hard in Bernay. It often does blow quite hard. The wind blows in Bernay. And that's just the wind noise from the trackside microphones we can hear crackling. Nothing we can do about it. It's not a technical problem. So don't worry, but hopefully we'll be able to hear the roar of the engines as they come down the track. And the first one is coming to the line. First one for the live stream. As I said, we've seen previously, the audience there have seen the Gardens and the Compacts. But this is the first one for the live stream.
Donc attention, protégez vos oreilles et protégez les oreilles de vos enfants, c'est extrêmement important.
Et donc on commence cette catégorie.
And the two-wheel drives, again, those that are new to the sport, hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome. The two-wheel drives very much look like a funny car from the world of drag racing. And that's basically where the similarity ends, though. They've got a V8, most of them, in fact all of them, have got a V8, most of them are Hemi, some of them have got Chevys, and they're made to look like cars. Some of them have got original tin work on, some of them have got fiberglass tin work on. They have a specific hitch height that's very different than the rest of the classes to try and get their nose in the air and get some wheelies going on.
Le seul moyen de tester ces engins, c'est la compétition. Donc, comme on est sur la première compétition en France aujourd'hui, c'est le tout premier essai de French and Furious ici sur.
And the first one, as you can hear, hopefully our French compadre, the French and Furious. Looks like an old Citroen. And you're thinking, where's the engine? Where's the engine, Tom? Well, there it is, look, behind the cab. And the first pull of the day here for the Alliance Euro Cup in the two-wheel drive class. Here we go.
très très bien, c'est pas la première fois que vous le voyez. Cet engin très atypique, pourquoi? Parce que c'est un des seuls à avoir le moteur à l'arrière du pilote.
So good enough to put him in first place at the moment. We can just see the graphics weren't quite right there. But, a PT is the Dutch word for test pull. We still haven't got that sorted, but we're on with it. The software we use is kindly run by the guys from ABC Stream, which is a Dutch company. They have been in charge of streaming a lot of the Dutch events for the last few years. So naturally, when the ETPC decided that they wanted to stream the whole Euro Cup, they approached myself, the guys from the Floating Finish, and of course the guys from ABC. So the graphics are built based on the Dutch system. That's why it says PT, not TP for test puller. But they're only changing it. I've been reliably informed. But a disappointing distance of 74 metres for the French and Furious. But as we know, he is the test puller. And we'll watch the replay here now. Here we go. He hits the loud pedal. But never locked into the track. Didn't pick his nose up until a little later on, look. And as we go into slow-mo, the noise goes slightly strange, but you get the gist. And shuts him down. So we are the European Tractorpulling Committee, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Thank you for joining us on this Alliance Euro Cup, a fourth round in Bernay in France. And if you want to check us out, go and look on the socials and on the website. We are tractorpulling.com, very easy to remember. And if you just search for ETPC or European Tractorpulling Committee in the Facebook and the Instagram, you will find us on there. Do give us a follow, give us a like, keep up to date with everything that's going on in the Euro Cup. As I said, we're in round number 4 here in France. We've already been to Germany, the UK and Sweden. And very shortly later on, we're going to be pulling 2 streams at once. We'll have Bernay streaming and Berghausen in Germany, which will have the Super Sports. So if you've got the setup so you can watch 2 streams at once, you know, one on your phone, one on your telly, one on your laptop, one on your phone, you can watch a little bit of both. Now that's a fix and a half. And we're yet to go to Netherlands. We're going to Marder in the Netherlands in a few weeks' time. Then back up to Sweden, then back down to the Netherlands. Then we're in the Denmark in Brander, over to Switzerland in Knotville, and then Great Eccleston in the UK, and then back to Germany to finish off the Euro Cup. So many more countries, many more rounds still to go, but they all want to do well here in Bernay as we move on to our next two-wheel drive competitor. The Iron Power from France was the next one. Again, folks, still playing with the sound levels. Feedback is welcome. Now, I know we don't have the chat on this Facebook, but if you want to drop a comment on the Euro Pulling Show, so if you just go to Facebook and search for Euro Pulling Show, drop us a comment or send us a message. I'll get them straight away and let me know what you're thinking. And 65.74. 65.74.
accélérer sur le petit switch lors du contrôle. Et dès que le contrôle est fait.
Merci Quentin pour cette précision.
So we're looking like we're bringing the next one on.
Au volant d'Iron Power 60.
Which should be the first of our Dutch competitors. We've seen French and Furious, that was Iron Power, and the next one should be the Bad Habit from the Netherlands.
Un très très gros concurrent qui arrive derrière.
Allez, on applaudit. Bravo Eric.
On vous expliquer un petit peu le fonctionnement. Vous voyez le bleu qui est en dessous de l'argent.
So once again folks, the wind noise from the trackside mics. I have to have the trackside mics loud enough so you can hear the tractors, but then when I'm not speaking you can hear the wind noise. So apologies on that one. Hopefully it's not bothering you too much. And also the hope for the level between me and the tractors is good enough for you. Let me know if it's not and we'll tweak around. So as I said, we are just starting with the two-wheel drives.
Allez, attention, le champion des Pays-Bas 2025, qui est aussi le
So as I said, the Bad Habit makes his way to the track. Now folks, if you want to follow the social media for this particular event, go to the Facebook and it's called Bernay Pulling Day, because we're in Bernay and we're pulling today. The ANTP, the Association Normandy Tractorpulling, I think that stands for. That is the only one, and this is the only live stream. Of course, as soon as we put live stream on social media, you get the bots and the spam telling you to click random links. If you see any of those links, don't click on them, and also report them or just comment underneath spam or fake, because this is the only live stream for Bernay here today, especially in English. And we'd love for you to give us a like and a follow and a share. Now we move on to the Hemi Power. I think the previous two Frenchmen have been Chevy Power. Now it's time for the Hemis in France. Here we go. And a nice run from the Dutchman. Sledge does look to be set quite heavy. And a distance of 85.03, 85 and 3 centimetres for the Bad Habit. Good enough to put him in first place at the moment.
Aux alentours des 76 mètres. On va voir si les réglages vont être validés ou non par l'équipe de course.
uniquement le football français qui va gérer l'armement. Question sur une numéro 4, catégorie
So folks, to let you know, we are officially now live on both events. We're live here in Bernay in France, just watching the two-wheel drives before the Euro Cup classes start in around 45 minutes time. All my colleagues in Germany have just gone live. Berghausen. And they will be streaming the 4.5 ton Supersport and the 3.6 ton Supersport. So we've got 4 classes here in France and at the same time 2 classes over in Germany. So the Euro Cup promoters can pick or ask, shall we say, how many classes they want and which ones they want, and then it's down to the ETPC/BAS his job to scratch his head and work out who's having what. Some events want the full championship, for instance Marder and Brande, they have every single class, and some events just can't host all of them due to numerous reasons, and they've got their home national competitors to fit in as well. So it's just happened this year that Bernay was on the 6th of June and Berghausen also requested, so the ETPC said why not, we can have 2 Euro Cups happening at the same time. And they didn't just think about the live streaming team when they decided to do that, so we've split ourselves in 2, and the floating finish team are looking after the German event, and here the ABC guys and myself are with you in Bernay. So as I said, if you want to watch both streams at once, you can get one on your phone, one on your laptop, one on your telly. If you're that posh to have 2 tellies, you could have one in each room. We often talk about sledges here on the stream, and this is the first time for the Euro Cup we've seen the French sledge in action. We've seen the German sledge, of course. We've seen the British sledge. We have seen the Belgium sledge yet, have we? The Belgium sledge was in Squartum but didn't pull any of the Euro Cups. Well, there are different levels of licenses for the sledge. Bronze, silver, silver plus and gold. And the French sledge here that's pulling the 2-wheel drives, and I know the guys from Belgium are also there as a backup, so we have 2 sledges at a lot of Euro Cups in case we have a sledge failure. And both the sledges here at Bernay are rated as gold, so we've got the best sledges we can to help put on the best show we can for the crowd, the huge crowd there in Bernay. As I said a little earlier, it's only 3 p.m. over there, 2 p.m. over here, just before. The crowds keep flooding in this evening in Bernay. That banking will get busier and busier as the night draws in. Next one of our Dutch competitors knows he needs to be 85-3 from the bad habit. Is the Intertechno Predator. You can see the lovely looking buzzard catcher, the air intake there on the top of the supercharger. Quite a unique setup to have it horizontal rather than vertical. Tractor in America, Uncle Sam used to have them like that, didn't he? And I think this could be the only one in Europe that has a V8 setup with a vertical buzzard catcher. Just struggling to get a gear there. You can see them actually got the fingers in the buzzard catcher, just trying to slow the RPMs of the engine down, push the buzzard catcher closed to get it to have a little less air, and then that just slows the engine down ever so slightly and enables the driver to get a gear. But we've got a gear, and it's time for the Predator here in Bernay.
attend la distance parce que on voit pas le coin. Il passe en coup d'essai.
Well, we watched the replay. And a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower as we watch the replay. A lovely run for the Predator. I did say earlier that I thought the sledge was set a bit heavy, but bad habit, only getting to 85. Not sure if the sledge has been changed. So full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. We've got one past that mythical full pull line. So a slight technical problem there, folks, but we're back in action as we move on to the Dominator from France. Well, as I said, this is a French machine. We've seen two French machines already, two Dutch ones, and only one making it past that full pull mark. I think this one has a Chevy on board. The previous two men had Hemis, V8 Hemis. I think this one's a V8 Chevy. Again, another one that's just struggling to get a gear. We're going to rock the tractor look just to help the gearbox. That's the top tip they do. And the flagman's now just pushing the buzzard catcher in as well, just to slow that engine down. All the tricks of the trade there to help them get the gear. And we're in gear now, and we're ready for action. big let go, big bang. And as our French compatriot says, attention, attention, look out, here we go. Let's watch the replay and we'll see if we can work out what's gone wrong. Oh, I think the burst panel's gone. Yeah, just having a look now. Is it the burst plate? So some of the V8 machines have a burst panel on the front of the engine, and that, if the pressure builds to a certain amount, you can set the panel, you can set the plate to a certain amount, and if the pressure builds up too high, the burst panel will pop open, and that's obviously stops the engine but saves the supercharger and saves the block. But them pouring water on it maybe indicates that it's not that. Normally with a burst panel there's not flames or anything. Whether we'll get a close-up camera angle to have a look and see. Everyone's having a little look and a root round look. But that'll be the distance for Dominator, 52.26. That'll be his measured distance for today.
Donc pour Dominator, on peut l'applaudir quand même. Et on l'applaudit. Bravo.
Comme il dit, j'étais bien parti, comme il, mais bon. Là, c'est très piqué. Alors c'est pareil, c'est une équipe du point parce qu'ils sont pour Roger, Conchanou, Bernay, Parole. Tout ça, c'est Saint-Eustache-sur-Forêt, donc c'est un régional de la Dominique-Fils, très investi aussi au niveau de la fédération du Tractorpulling français. On applaudit Dominique qui repasse devant.
Well, we can see the Valtras on track duty there in Bernay. And as we said every time we've streamed, I do feel like I'm repeating myself, but if you're new to the sport, hello, good evening, good afternoon even, and welcome. Now we've got 2 graders, 2 rollers and 1 self-propelled roller by the looks of it. One being towed behind that lovely pink Valtra, and 1 self-propelled, and 2 graders, yes. So after each and every event, the graders and the rollers go up and down the track, grading and rolling, would you believe, the track surface. Oh no, we've got 3 rollers, look. The self-propelled, the little blue one behind the pink Valtra, and that one with the red canvas top, that's the Belgium guys' roller, I'm sure of it. I've seen that one before. That belongs to the Belgium sledge team. So yeah, to try and keep it a fair competition between each and every tractor, we grade to fill in the holes or the mess that the previous competitors made, and then we roll it down to make it an even pulling surface, to try and keep it a fair competition for each and every competitor. And we'll bring on the next one. And this is the No Illusion team. Again. Now it says from France. Now sometimes the Illusion team pull under French flag, sometimes they pull under the Dutch flag. The No Illusion team have a very close relationship with the guys from France. As they get themselves back to the sledge, we can see there the hook goes on and the kill switch. A little wire is the kill switch that's attached to the back of the tractor or the car, as you whatever you want to call it. And we get 2 green flags, and let's see what the new Illusion can do. Ah, what a lovely run for the No Illusion. Full pull confirmed, flies out the far end. That's 2 of them now in the pull off. That's our French compadre takes a look at the next 2-wheel drive that's due to the track. Well, that one's called the Back in Black from the Netherlands. And we can see he's pointing at the starter motor there. That's the starter motor that's attached to the front pulley of the supercharger. And oh, we're getting a demo. And then, as you can see, he's exactly right. He's pointing to that. There's the blower belt just behind the starter motor. Good description. Well done, our French compadre. Don't know his name, but well done. Good job. As the guys to the No Illusion celebrate. Forced himself in the pull-off with the Predator. So the 2-wheel drive No Illusion guys getting the applause from the crowd as they head their way back down to the pits. Well, we saw exactly there. Look how that starter motor worked. He pressed the switch. The starter motor, middle of the motor, pushes out and spins at the same time, and it latches onto that little tiny bit at the front of the top pulley and spins the whole thing round, and then you give it some fuel and the engine will start. And spark, obviously. You need fuel and spark. Now, this one should be the Raptor. Never seen this one before. Whether it's a new machine to France or I've not been paying attention, one or the other. But the French 2-wheel drive series class has been growing in popularity over the last few years. And there's quite a few new ones out there. And we only seem to come across them here in Bernay or at the local French events. And we see him back up to the track. and get himself ready for action. Again, I'm going to guess a V8 Chevy by the looks of it. But let's see what the Frenchman can do. Needs a full pull if he wants to get in the pull-off with the Dutch guys. Oh, that was disappointing. I think we may have a clutch problem there. What's happened here? There we go. We're back to that. Yeah, we saw a little bit of the black smoke. 12 meters and 62. A little bit of the black smoke was coming out sort of from the rear of the engine, and that does sort of indicate clutch problems. But we shall see. Well, helmet is off, so that's as far as he's going to go today. So once again, if you've just joined us, hello, good evening, good afternoon, welcome, good morning if you're in America. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, and we are coming live from France in a lovely town called Bernay in the Normandy area, northwest France. Northwest-ish, northwest. And one of the biggest pulls in France here hosts 4 of the Euro Cup classes that we're going to see a little later on. We've started the stream a bit early to get the two-wheel drives so we could see the two-wheel drives in action. It also helps us iron out any little problems we may have here. It gives us time before the Euro Cup starts. And you can see the crowd in Bernay, and that's not full yet. They will keep coming in till the wee small hours in Bernay. Once again, we are now going to show you the Alliance Euro Cup. We must thank Alliance for our headline partner in this Euro Cup series. The Alliance brand of tyres, covering all aspects of agriculture and many more. Areas of tyres they do. And don't forget, we're on the socials if you want to give us a follow or give us a like. Just search for the ETPC or the European Tractorpulling Committee. We're on Facebook and Instagram. And if you're watching this on the YouTube, well, you must be watching on YouTube because that's the only thing we're streaming it on. Do please give the YouTube page a follow. And, of course, ring the little bell. And then every time we go live, you'll get a notification. Your phone will bing bong as soon as we go live. And for the first time, we are multicasting now. We are casting not only from here in France, but also from Berghausen in Germany, where it looks like the 3.6 Supers are well underway. So, but you should be able to find both of those live streams only on the ETPC's YouTube page. If you see any other links for live streams, they will be spam. And the next competitor, again a French team. We're going to say this is called Diablo. Quite a funky spray job on the side. Now all of these two-wheel drives are limited in cubic capacity to try and keep it a nice fair competition between them all. And we get 2 green flags. Let's see what he can do. And doesn't just look or sound right, does it? That'll be his disappointing distance. Now he hasn't passed the 30-meter mark. And normally it's white flags, but today it's blue. What's going on? What's going on in France? So if a competitor on their first attempt does not pass the 30-meter mark, which is normally distinguished with a pair of white flags, but today it looks like it's distinguished with a blue flag there on the left of your screen, the competitor is allowed a second attempt to leave the line, a second pull. But it looks like Tractor's still attached. Are we deciding to back up? Now the rules do state that no track work can be taken place. The growlers and the graders are not allowed on the track if he's going to make his second attempt. So those 2 rollers and that grader on there is indicating to me that he's not going to have a second bite at the cherry. That'll be his measured distance at 21:32. Oh yeah, we can see him being towed back, giving the international sign of "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened." Don't have to speak French, don't have to speak English to know what that means, do we? So as we tow back the Diablo, it should be the back in black next. Now we saw our French commentator in the pits just looking at the starting mechanisms. That was the tractor he was looking at, was the back in black, as they were set ready for their go, ready for their hook. But we shall bring them on momentarily. Well, here we go. Looks like it's running to me. And it looks the part. Does the back in black. Now that's fiberglass buzzy is a Chevy pickup truck. An American Chevy pickup truck, I think, is the fiberglass based on. This machine used to be part of the Bobcat team many years ago. It was one of their first machines. I think the two-wheel drive was the first machine that got them into the sport of pulling. And then it got sold and we didn't see it for many years. I think then the Back in Black team have brought it back out. they run two machines. The Bad Habit and the Back in Black are both run by the same team, same camp, I believe. So we saw the Bad Habit not just make the run he wanted, really. I thought the sledge was set heavy, but then we saw Predator go out the far end, and we've seen No Illusion go out the far end. So the Back in Black boys will be keen as mustard to get out that far end if ever they can and get themselves in the pull-off with their Dutch compadres. And here we go. You can hear the noise. Here we go. That's much better. Full pull confirmed. Don't need to wait for the measuring tower. We can see him fly past the checkered flag. I am sneaky thinking, did they change the sledge after the Bad Habit? Again, I've not got my... A little bit of smoke on the back tyres there, but I had enough power to power out the far end in fine style. As we take it into slow-mo, the engine sounds like it's growling. Now, I'm just thinking, did they change the sledge after Bad Habit, or was Bad Habit's run just not on par? We shall wait and see. As I said, when we get into Eurocup mode, I have access to trackside WhatsApp groups. So we shall see. But that's 3 so far in the pull-off, with, by the looks of it, 4 left to run. If none of them were test pullers, we might see the French and Furious back. We're not sure yet. In theory, the 4 we've got 2 Dutch and 2 French left to run in the first round of pulling. And we give the Back in Black boys a round of applause. The French crowd really appreciating the Back in Black making a storming run. And we get them towed back down the side of the track. You can see there. And we'll bring on the next one, which should be the Lucky Luke. Now, we've got a Lucky Luke later on as well. We've 2 Lucky Lukes. We have a 2-wheel drive called Lucky Luke, and then we also have a Superstock called Lucky Luke. I did not know we had a 2-wheel drive in France called Lucky Luke.
Qu'on avait vu tout à l'heure, le plus gros moteur du championnat français aujourd'hui.
Oui, clairement là, cette année, le French and Furious, ils ont fait très fort. Comme je vous disais, vous avez la possibilité d'aller sur le Facebook du French and Furious et de suivre toute la saison, toutes les modifications. N'hésitez pas à aller le voir, et c'est clairement le plus gros moteur du championnat de France. Maintenant, c'est pas le tout d'avoir le plus gros moteur, il va falloir réussir à le régler. Parce que comme je vous disais, c'est un gros Lego. Donc les pièces qu'ils ont.
Now, by the way, we're looking at the French and Furious, and by the way, the team are sat there waiting. That indicates to me that the French and Furious team are coming back. They were our test puller. They had a really bad run, didn't just get hold of it at all. And as I've explained previously, but we'll tell you again in case you're new, the first tractor, and possibly the second, and possibly the third, but until we have set the sledge, you are classed as the test puller. And the downside to that is that you may make the run of your life, or you may get to 100 meters and have an engine problem or something like that, and then this track team and the sledge team decide, no, we're going to change the sledge. Now, if they make it more difficult to pull, then your distance doesn't count and you can't come back because you've broken. Sorry, that's it. So you may end up having to run twice if your engine hasn't broken, and they make it easier to pull or more difficult to pull, whichever they choose to do, depending on where you are. You then have to run again, and then if you're getting the pull off, you have to run again. So if you're a test puller, you could have to run 3 times. So that's the downside. 2 downsides to that, really. The plus side, which is a brilliant plus side, is if you are the test puller, you can choose to accept or decline your pull. Nobody else can do that. As I said, we've got that 30-meter rule in place, but as soon as you go past that 30 meters, that's it. Your distance will be measured, and that's how far you go, and that's where you end in the placings. But if you're test puller and you just miss, you get to 99.99 meters and you think, oh, if only I'd have hit the loud pedal a little sooner, if only I'd have just balanced my tractor a little different, you can choose to decline your pull and come back later on in the class. And that's exactly what the French and Furious team have done. Either the sledge has been changed and they've been forced to come back, or possibly that they weren't happy with their run, and we saw their first run. It wasn't a great run at all, was it, ladies and gents? And they've chosen to come back. So we haven't got that information whether it's a force or a choose, but nevertheless, we get to see the French and Furious roaring down the track, hopefully better than the first time. Let's see what the local man can do. Here we go. Much better than his previous run. Much better. So definitely worth him coming back, whether he was forced to or chose to. But a really good strong run. Not good enough to get him in the pull-off. Looks like he shut down around the 90-ish meter mark. 92.61 there. Good guess. But good enough to put him in 4th place at the moment. So stands him in good stead in the French competition. That's a dead cert. When we watch the replay, again, didn't just power the nose into the air, perhaps as he'd like to, until the box got there. It's a slow-mo mode, it's a little funny. But then just had the balance that just got a little slight bounce on, and at the end just pulls a little wheelie to finish the pull-off. And the slow-mo of the commentator as well. So as the French commentators ask the crowd in Bernay to show their appreciation for the local French and Furious, we will wait. And my guess is we'll see Iron Power, and we may see the Bad Habit back as well. But we'll wait and see what happens. Whether the first 3 were classed as test pullers.
Alors, on n'est pas encore au football, on n'est pas encore à la finale, mais ça s'approche très sérieusement.
Ah, ça fleure bon la finale quand même, c'est juste une question de temps, une question de timing, de réglage. Et là, ils sont vraiment très proches de venir concurrencer le haut du panier européen.
And there we see. That is the Iron Power by the looks of it, waiting to take his pull. So my guess was correct. That we will see the Iron Power come back. And right next door to him there, we can see just at the top right of your screen, there is the Bad Habit. So it looks like my guesses were correct. I think they reset the sledge after we saw Bad Habit run and made it a little lighter to pull. So the first 3 men, which were the French and Furious, the Iron Power and Bad Habit, all get to come back, whether they want to or not, if that makes sense. And again, the noise, folks, is the wind, so we can't really help the wind. Got to have the trackside microphones loud enough so you can hear the tractors, but then when the wind blows it makes it crackle in your ears. Well, it does in mine. Hopefully it's not too disturbing when you're watching it down the telly. And also don't forget, as I've said, we are streaming in 2 places. So you can go back to the YouTube page of the ETPC on a different device. You can also pick Berghausen. They are currently in the midst of the 3.6 Supersport class in Berghausen, with a little bit of English commentary. I can't commentate on both of them, but our friend Sasha, who's in charge over there, is just giving you a little bit of information in English as to what's going on. I believe it's 3.6 first, then there's the local modified, German modified class. Then the 4.5 ton Supersports. So we'll concentrate now here in France. I've just got the Berghausen stream open on my phone, but the blow belt's gone on the Iron Power. Didn't really leave the line, and the blow belt snapped. Just got 42 centimeters. Just nicely tried to leave the line, and then pop, the blow belt goes. So there's numerous reasons the blow belt can pop off or snap. So all of these V8 engines, the blower belts are deliberately left a little slack. So if you see them in the pit area, especially when the engine's cold, and you'll get hold of the blower belt, although I wouldn't suggest you do this without asking the owner of said tractor or owner of said engine. If you got hold of the blower belt and wiggled it, it's quite slack. It doesn't come off the pulley, but it's still quite slack. And that's done on purpose, because when the V8 machines are up and running and you've got them revving at 7,000 or 7,000 RPM or even more, the engine itself gets that warm, it grows. So the supercharger that's sat on top, that's got the top pulley, moves further away from the bottom pulley. It grows upwards. So to keep the blower belt from snapping, they have the blower belt a little slacker when it's cold, and then when it gets hot, the expanded engine, in theory, shouldn't snap the blower belt. But it's a fine line. You don't want it too slack, and you don't want it too tight. So it's a bit of a best guess. There is no machinery or a computer to tell you exactly what you do. You just sort of years of experience. You get the slider pulley, and you slide the pulley along to make it slacker or tighter, and you give it a wiggle and go, yeah, that's about right. And sometimes the view of, yeah, that's about right, isn't good enough, and they snap. Or because the belt is constantly under an awful lot of pain with 3,000 plus horsepower running through it, eventually they just give up the ghost and snap. Some teams will change their blower belts on a regular basis, at the end of the season, halfway through the season. Some teams don't and wait for them to snap before they change them. It's personal preference. But as I said, we're going to bring back the Bad Habit. As I suggested or thought, the sledge was changed after the Bad Habit run. So what can the man from the Netherlands do, who's seen his back in black, get out the far end? Can he do the same? And yes, he can, in absolute fine style. So that puts 4 in the pull-off. 2 Dutch and the No Illusion team that run under the French flag in Bernay. And we watch it in slow-mo. I could just turn the engine mode down a bit when we're in slow-mo. And that's a good idea. A good strong run for him. Yes, lovely run for the Bad Hammock boys. And they go back to the pits. So we've now back in order. So we've seen the 3 test pullers come back. So we now jump back down the running order. And the last one we saw before that was the back in black, teammate for the Bad Habit. So now we should see the Lucky Luke, I believe, next. Then the Sledgehammer, then Rattle & Hum, and then Excalibur. And here comes the French guys. The Lucky Luke. And again, another one that I'm guessing is going to be a Chevy rather than a Hemi. I think all of the French two-wheel drives are Chevys. I can't be 100% correct. French and Furious might be a Hemi, but I'm not entirely sure, not 100%. An old Renault look by outward appearance, an old Renault car. Now we've got lots of Dutch and 1 French already in the pull-off. So can the Lucky Luke make it a second Frenchman to get out the 100-meter line, 100-meter mark, should I say? So get 2 green flags, chain is tight, we're ready for action. Here we go. Oh, and not the run he wanted at all. Never really opened the throttle wide open. If we watch the buzzard catchers as he goes down the run, down the track, they never opened at full chat. And then got a bounce on and shut out of it around the 17-meter mark. Again, the white flag rule will apply if he wants to go back to the start line and have another bite of the cherry. He can. But I would suggest you stop the engine, boys, if that's what you're going to do. Towback tractors come for him now. Oh yeah, team are signalling they want the towback tractor, so that'll be his measured distance, 17:42 for the Lucky Luke. Real disappointing. We've had 3 French tractors, 4 perhaps, not really. Let's watch the replay. Here we go. We watch the buzzard catchers. There you go. You can watch them. It doesn't never really open them wide open. As soon as he did start to open them, he got that horrible bounce on and shut off.
Les pistes de Tractorpulling françaises, c'est une très très bonne nouvelle. C'est toujours plaisir de revoir un tracteur parmi nous.
Alors là, attention au prochain qui va arriver parce que c'est pas n'importe qui non plus. Très gros concurrent. Yoti Sledgehammer, alors là, attention, la tornade verte aussi qui passe.
So as the Lucky Luke gets towed back down the tow back lane, we're going to bring on 3 more left to pull. Two from the Netherlands and our final Dutch competitor. Sorry. 2 from the Netherlands and our final Dutch. That's the same country. 2 from the Netherlands and our final French competitor. And so far we've got 4 in the pull-off. 5 now with the bad habit. And what happens again, folks, if you've not seen the sport before, we've seen all these guys try to compete, try to get down that far end of the track. And once you get past that 100-meter mark, it's called a full pull. And then we'll make the sledge more difficult to pull, make it harder, put some more weight in it, whatever you need to do. And then we'll pick out the top guys and they'll run again. So it's time for the Kijoti Sledgehammer. Now a little name change look for those keen-eyed. Normally this tractor is just called the Sledgehammer, but when it pulls in France, they have a little name change because they're one of the French sponsors. They have a French company that sponsor them that's called the Kijoti. So the team honour that just by changing the name of their tractor in the running order every time they pull in France. And the Sledgehammer boys have been pulling in France for many years, for as long as I can remember, championing the 2-wheel drive class all over. And I'd like to probably say that quite the reason that we've got so many French 2-wheel drives is partly because of the Sledgehammer team, who have been all over France pulling, inspiring people to build 2-wheel drives. So let's see what Jan and the boys can do. Here we go. Oh, we'll wait for the measuring tower. Wasn't the cleanest of runs from the Sledgehammer. We'll wait to see if he's passed that 100-meter mark and got himself in the pull-off. Oh no, not quite. Look, 99.81. 99.81 for the Sledgehammer. Or should I say the Kijoti Sledgehammer. So not the result the boys were looking for today. Just missing out on that full pull line by 19 centimetres. So we can see him here a bit better. I'll just turn levels down when we do the replay. Just missed out, look. Not far enough to get out the far end today for the Sledgehammer team.
100 mètres, hein. Ça sent fort le frein quand même. Il a pas mal freiné pour éviter de sortir du côté droit. Malheureusement, ça a fait perdre ces fameux petits centimètres qui manquaient pour aller jusqu'au football. On peut la première canne d'information, Sébastien Klein au volant de Curtis Legender.
So is that Sebastian driving? Could be.
Celui-là maintenant, pour ceux qui ont l'habitude de venir en Bernay, vous savez que je ne m'aventurerai pas à donner un nom de pilote. Parce que pour la simple et bonne raison que les pilotes changent tous les ans. Les pilotes de ce tracteur, ils changent tout le temps. Alors ça change d'une course à l'autre, ça change d'une année sur l'autre. Ce ne sont jamais les mêmes. C'est pour une raison simple en fait. Pourquoi? Parce que ce tracteur, il n'appartient pas à une équipe, il n'appartient pas.
So we bring on the last two now. We've got the Rattle and Hum team and then the Excalibur guys from France. Now, a little bit of a unique story behind the Rattle and Hum machine. This is, I believe, his machine is owned by a college or a university. I don't know the correct title for it in Dutch. And it is run primarily by the students of the engineering or motorsport class course that's being run for those particular years. And many guys that are now involved in different teams throughout the Netherlands once started their life as keen beans in the Rattle and Hum team. I can pick a few off. I won't name names and embarrass everybody. So every few years the driver changes and every few years the team changes. I think they try and, you know, if the course runs for 3 or 4 years or 2 years, they get the new guys involved before the old guys leave college. Used to just have a Chevy on board. I believe it's now a Hemi. It was upgraded when it had a fancy new paint job put on. It was upgraded and has a Hemi now, I think. But it's a great project for the college course, university course, whatever it may be. For the guys, if you join that particular course, you get the chance to be on the Rattle and Hum team and go all over the Netherlands and Europe, look, and France, here we go, pulling and experiencing how that motorsport and how it works. Again, another team member, look, just having to push on the buzzer catchers there, just to help his teammate get it in gear. And if you've just joined us, hello, good afternoon and welcome. We have yet to start the Euro Cup classes. We've started a little earlier and bringing you the two-wheel drive action before we kick off the Euro Cup, which is scheduled to start around 4:30 French time, which is around 3:30 English time, in about 45 minutes-ish. We're going to see the end of this two-wheel drive class, then we'll see the pull-offs. Then we've got some presentations before we start. The Super Stocks will be the first Euro Cup, Alliance Euro Cup class of the day. But in the meantime, we've 2 to run in this first round of pulling in the two-wheel drives. And what can the college-based team, the Rattle and Hum, do? Here we go. And another one, we'll just have to wait for the measuring tower. Didn't just lock in as well as we'd like, didn't pick the nose up as high as we'd like. A bit opposite to Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer had his nose too high in the sky. Oh, but a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. So well done to the Rattle and Hum boys. as we watched the replay, and he just dragged it out. It sounded like the tone of the engine changed at the end. It sounds like the RPMs were dying just at the end. And from the angle we were looking at, I thought he was going to miss, but just managed to get that full pull. Well done to the Rattle and Hum boys. So big smiles from the Rattle and Hum team. And we've one left to run, I believe. I think we've seen all the test pullers. We've seen everybody do what they need to do. We've got one left to run, and that will be the Excalibur from France.
Qualifié dans cette catégorie. Alors malheureusement, on ne verra pas Bernay comme nous l'a indiqué Quentin tout à l'heure dans les pré-parcs. Mais pour le moment, est qualifié Predator, No Illusion, Back in Black et 29. Il nous reste encore notre dernier Frenchie, notre dernier petit Frenchie à se présenter devant la remorque. Il s'agit d'Excalibur.
Alors oui, c'est bien Excalibur, c'est pas Stormbreaker. C'est pareil. Alors là, comme vous allez dire, le sticker il est bien gentil, mais il répète toujours la même chose. Mais c'est une année exceptionnelle. Cette année, je sais pas ce qu'ils ont eu. Ils sont tous.
So yes, it's the Excalibur X, the final tractor in this first round of pulling for the two-wheel drives. So here they come. 6 in the pull-off, I believe, so far. Can the Excalibur make it the second French team in the pull-off? We've got all the Dutch, apart from the Sledgehammer guys, and one French so far. So we get 2 green flags. Let's see what they can do. Got to get past that 100-meter checker flag if they want to get in the pull-off. And it's not quite far enough. Shuts it down. Around the 95-meter mark. Could have pipped the post to the French and Furious. The team looked very, very happy. We'll wait for the measuring tower and the scoreboard to come up just to see exactly where they sit in the standings in the French competition. So 92.93, good enough for 7th place. So where does that put him? Oh yes, that puts him top of the French, just beating the French and Furious by 30-ish centimetres. So in the mini French competition that's happening within the full competition, looks like the Excalibur is going to take the win, I think, in the French competition. No Illusion, as I said, sometimes pulls under the French flag, but officially is a Dutch tractor. So that concludes the class by the looks of it. We're going to see the pull-off very shortly. We'll make the sledge a little bit more difficult to pull as we watch replay, and I have to grab for the volume knob. As we go into slow-mo, and we can see the Excalibur's run, kicking up the dirt, look in front of the sledge. And a good solid run from the Excalibur team. And as I said, good enough for first place in the French Championship by the looks of it.
Effectivement. Alors petite précision de notre directeur de course qui est aussi le président de la Fédération française de Tractorpulling. Je pense qu'on peut l'applaudir aussi, président, messieurs dames. Bernay qui est avec nous, Cassard.
So if you've just tuned in, thank you for joining us.
Le président de la Fédération Tractorpulling française. Effectivement, point.
We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, and we've gone live on this, the fourth round of the Euro Cup Championship. We've already been to Germany, we've already been to the UK, Sweden, and now we're here in France, in Bernay, with many countries left to go, including Germany again, the Netherlands, Sweden again, Denmark, Switzerland, Belgium, the UK, and then back to Germany. So lots of rounds still to compete in for this, the Alliance Euro Cup. We've just seen the first round of pulling for the two-wheel drives. We will make the sledge a little bit more difficult to pull, and then we'll see the pull-off for the 6-7 machines that have got past that mythical 100-meter mark. And here comes the first one. We've now returned in the order that they made the get into the pull-off. And the first one that got into the pull-off was the Intertechno Predator. So they'll be the first ones to set the distance that the others will have to catch. So we get 2 green flags. Let's see what he can do. He's going to set the distance. The rest will have to catch. Here we go. And shuts it down just before the 100-meter mark. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. And don't forget, folks, we are streaming on 2 platforms. So we're on YouTube twice. So currently you're watching the two-wheel drives here before we start the Euro Cup in Bernay. But at the same time in Burghausen in Germany, we have the Super Sports, the 3.6 and the 5-ton super sports taking place. The 3.6s are happening as we speak. I think we're just getting towards the end of that class. Then I believe they're going to run the local modified, the German modified class. Then we'll see the 4.5-ton super sports. So if you've got the capability of watching 2 streams at once, please do get logged in on your phone and on your tablet or your laptop, as well as on your telly, and you can have Berghausen open at the same time as watching France. So a distance of 95 and 27, 95.27 for the Intertechno Predator. And as I said, he's hit the distance that the rest will have to catch. As we watch the replay. Nice run for him, really, to be fair. Got the nose in the air, doing the business. Only just bounced down a couple of times and then had the horsepower to just keep that front end in the air. And a lovely run. It will take some catching from the Predator, guys. But we've got some strong tractors, some strong two-wheel drives left to run in this class.
Les établissements Sauterte, qui sont partenaires donc de ce Bernay Day.
Alors j'en profite de cet intermède pour remercier tous nos partenaires parce que comme je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, nous ne pourrions pas organiser une telle manifestation sans nos partenaires. Et notamment, on remercie Galva Normandie à Clos dans le Calvados, c'est une usine de galvanisation. On remercie AFA Service 18, AFA situé à Yvetot. On remercie Julien Cabard, construction et rénovation de maisons normandes au Saturne, à Courbépine. L'escale chez Alex, bar, hôtel, restaurant à Carsix. Latitude GPS, solution technologique pour l'agriculture à Benon. La ferme de Julien, boucherie, charcuterie, maison.
So we get the aerial shot there of Sledge parked on the start line, just underneath the gantry. We can see the yellow No Illusion and the black one of Back in Black lined up ready by the looks of it, and just behind them the French and Furious from the drone shot. We're making us dizzy here, boys. We're going dizzy. We bring on the No Illusion. First run was really good, so they'll be out for catching that 95 meters if they can. We're just getting backed up, and then this is a great camera angle for us to see the chain. Kill switch goes on first there, that little clip, and then the chain gets clicked in. Make sure the kill switch isn't going to get cotted up, isn't going to get messed up with the hook. We take the slack out the chain, wait for it, bang, there you go, you can see. Tractor sits down, it's ready for action. 2 green flags. What can the No Illusion boys do here in Bernay? Oh, it looks close. Doesn't look like it's quite far enough, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. See on that shot there, sledge looks like it stopped a little bit before the checkered flag. We'll wait and find out in a moment. Yeah, second place at the moment, 93 and 9 centimeters, 93.09 for the No Illusion. Good enough for second place at the moment, but still some good two-wheel drives left to run in this invitational two-wheel drive class, one of the biggest two-wheel drive class we have all year round. If you watch the replay, didn't just have the ground speed to power him out past that checkered flag when the box stopped. Dug 2 big holes, and that was far enough as he went. Well done, the No Illusion. And as our French compadre interviews the Excalibur team, looks a little bit like they're getting ready to come back again. Whether they are going to make a run at the end of the class. They're doing lots of work to the engine there. Now they didn't get a full pull, but they were the top top French tractor, I believe. So maybe we'll see them run again at the end. And in that shot there you can see the super stocks lined up ready for action, because that will be our first class on after the two-wheel drive, the first class of the Alliance Euro Cup Championship. And that will be, I believe, their second round, will it? Come on, Tom, think about it. Yes, we saw the super stocks run in Fuchtorf in Germany, and we saw them run at Leponding in Sweden. So this will be their third round for the super stocks in around 40-ish, 30 minutes time. Once it's in the two-wheel drive pull-off, then we'll have a short presentation. I believe it's going to happen in English. But we bring on the next one in this two-wheel drive pull-off, which is the Back in Black. Again, another one of our Dutch competitors that have joined us here this weekend. And as I said, one of the biggest two-wheel drive classes probably that happens in Europe, always happens in Bernay. So we get 2 green flags. Can he catch that mythical 95.27? Here we go. Yes, he can, and then some. Oh my goodness me. Made it look easy. Absolutely storming run. Looks like he could have put 20 meters on the other guys. Let's wait for the measuring tower, but goodness me, well done, the Back in Black boys. 108 meters and 66 centimeters. Absolutely brilliant run. Let's watch the replay. Hit the loud pedal nice and early, got those bigger tractors wide open. There you go, and he just got the ground speed, didn't he? It's all about the ground speed, it's all about momentum. And he had momentum and ground speeds in bucket loads. And drags him to 108.66. 108.66. Well done, the back in black. So nicely done from the back in back, boys. We bring our only French competitor in the pull-off, which is the French and Furious. And very unique setup. Look, all the other two-wheel drives you see in the engine is at the front. You keep thinking, where's the engine, Tom? Where is it? We can't see it. Well, it's there, look. Sneaky, sneaky. Behind the cab. A very rare setup. I don't know of any other two-wheel drive out there currently. There's probably been some machines previous years where the engine was there. But this is a unique setup at the moment for the French and Furious guys. Now, a lot of people, everybody else, there's not a lot of people, everybody other two-wheel drive have the engines as far forward as you can have them, to get the most weight you can forward. The engine is probably one of the heaviest parts of the machine, apart from the rear axle probably. So you want to hang that engine on the front of your tractor as much as you can. The more weight you can put forward, sometimes then the easier to balance your machine it is. When these high horsepower machines and lots of grip and the high hitch height, all these two-wheel drives want to do is go up, up, up and do a wheelie and get up in the sky. And if you have your engine at the front, you've got more counterbalance weight to stop that happening as much. So you've got a little bit more control. You can use your movable weight then to move it back or forward to help with the balance. But the French and Furious boys have found a unique way of mounting their engine, and it works for them. So let's see what they can do. Got 108 plus to beat. Here we go. So nice run. Not far enough to trouble the leader though. Didn't just pick the nose up as well as he could have done. So even after me saying he wants to get the nose in the air and might struggle with balance, still perhaps could have done with some more weight back. 89 meters and 94 centimeters for the French and Furious.
Ils sont là, les préparateurs justement du moteur qui derrière sur l'engin. On peut les applaudir bien fort, merci à toute l'équipe de French & Feu, bravo.
Bravo Aurélien, bravo à l'équipe, bravo, super, gros boulot cet hiver. Et là, ça paye maintenant c'est maintenant qu'il va falloir sortir une petite tournevis de précision pour justement...
And the French and Furious boys look quite happy with that result. French crowd showing their appreciation for the home tractor.
Ça marche bien, ça tient. Donc ça c'est très prometteur. Maintenant,
As we watch the replay. Here we go. Like I said, didn't just... There you go, now she's locked in now, it's doing, look. But just towards the end, and shuts him down at the 89 metre mark.
Oui, encore une fois, c'est très prometteur pour l'avenir. On y croit largement sur la scène internationale.
allez Edgar, le pilote.
Il faut savoir d'ailleurs qu'ils seront présents au championnat d'Europe qui aura lieu au mois de juillet cette année en Allemagne.
And again, folks, once again, apologies for the crackling noise you may be hearing. That's the wind in Bernay. You can see on the Alliance flags there, the wind's blowing a gusts. And I need to keep the microphones up so you can hear the tractors going down the track, but the problem with that is you hear the wind noise. There's nothing wrong, it's not your telly crackling, it's the wind on the track microphones. And we bring back now our college/university team, who did really well to get past that 100 metre mark in the first round of pulling. And have got themselves in the pull-off. So we get them backed up to the sledge. Just a few left to run. We'll see the rattle and hum. We'll then possibly see the bad habit back. Should we not be seeing the bad habit now if we're running in order? Maybe the bad habit team have got a problem. We'll wait and see. Here we go with the rattling home. Let's see what they can do. It didn't look the bestest of runs, but they've got a decent distance, look. Just past the 90 metres by the looks of it. Didn't really open the throttle wide open till mid-track, but a distance of 92 and 96, 92, 96. Like I say, it looked like he paid with the throttle. He hadn't hit the loud pedal hard enough, wide enough, quick enough. He may have been doing that on purpose. But good enough for fourth place at the moment, 92.96. With no one coming near the distance from back in black at 108.66. Here comes the replay. Let's have a look, see if we can see this throttle position. There you go, it's still not open. Look at the buzzer catch at the front of the tractor, still not open. There, he opens them wide there, look. He's only just opening them wider. What's that? 50 metres, 40 metres when he opened them wide. He babied it out the start line. That's a dead cert. Maybe he was doing that on purpose, just to ease it away from the start line. But as we saw with the back in black, guys, you need that speed, you need that momentum from the start line to get the ground speed, to get the momentum, so when that box tops, you can power through to that 100 metre mark and beyond.
Allez, dernier engin de cette catégorie two-wheel drive. Excalibur, notre repêché du championnat de France.
So as I suspected, we are going to see the best French tractor. Currently stands in first place in the French distance. Didn't manage to get a full pull, but we'll see him come back to see what he can do against the rest of them. So we get 2 green flags. Let's see what he can do. Here we go. And another really good run from the Excalibur team. Absolutely storming run from the guys there.
Il se place en première place du championnat de France pour cette première manche au Bernay.
So the Excalibur beating the French and Furious again. In the previous round of pulling we saw him just beat him, and they beat him again. It looks like they've mixed the pull-off up, so we've seen the pull-off with the top 4/5 of the main competition, and then we've seen a couple of the French tractors come back in the pull-off also, because both French and Furious and Excalibur didn't get a full pull, did they, in their first round of pulling. So apologies, I can't give you that as a fact information until we get into the Euro Cup competition, and once we get into Euro Cup mode with the Super Stocks very shortly, I get my link to trackside from with the ETPC. I should be able to give you all the information. So I'm thinking that will be the last two-wheel drive down the track. Not 100%, we'll wait and see.
effectivement, comme me disait Benoît, c'est quand même un moteur Chevrolet. C'est un des plus gros moteurs Chevrolet qui existent. Parce que tout le moteur reste en Chevrolet et tout le haut est pensé par Quentin. Quentin, c'est vraiment l'ingénieur du team, on va dire. Et ils font un travail extraordinaire sur ce moteur.
So we see the Excalibur team being towed back. That's their end of pulling for today. They can go on to the bank now and watch the rest of proceedings as we're about to start with the Eurocups Championship very soon. And as I said, we're going to start with the Superstocks, then we're into the light modified, then the limited Superstocks, and then we're going to finish the evening off later on tonight with the heavy modifieds. So loads of pulling left to come here in Bernay in France.
S'il te plaît, Hugues, nous venons de retrouver une carte d'invalidité. Une carte d'invalidité au nom de...
And it looks like we've finished now. I can't see any two-wheel drives lined up to come, so that could have concluded the two-wheel drive class. We'll do the presentation for that class very shortly.
Garantir que ça fait partie des boulots qui sont nécessaires, ils sont obligés, on se doit, mais c'est jamais évident.
And don't forget, just
à une personne.
Don't forget that concludes the two-wheel drives, but if you still want some action just while you're waiting, we are streaming on the other channel. We are streaming on, you can do 2 live streams together now on YouTube. So if you click on the ETPC page, you'll see we have 2 live streams currently taking place. We are just going to pause proceedings for a moment while we get the track ready before we start the Superstocks in around 5-10 minutes time. And currently in Berghausen, they have finished the 3.6 Super Sport class. We are on to the modified class for the German competition. So right now in Germany, some modifieds are flying down the track. And then as soon as those modifieds are finished, they'll move on to the 4.5 ton ETPC Alliance Euro Cup Super Sports, 4.5 ton Super Sports. So as I've suggested, you can have both streams open at the same time. And you can mute me now if you don't want to listen to me waffling on while you watch the modifieds. And then we'll see the Superstocks on track very soon here in Bernay in France. Just take this opportunity to once again thank you all for joining us on this free stream here. For the ETPC Alliance Euro Cup. We are, of course, on the socials. You can find us on, of course, the YouTube. You are watching us on YouTube. And don't forget to hit subscribe and ring the little bell so you get notifications next time we go live, which will be at Marder, I believe. Yeah, we're live all night tonight here in Bernay, and then on the 20th and the 21st of June, we'll be live in the Netherlands. If you hit the little bell once you've subscribed, when we go live on the 20th, your phone will bing bong, send you a little notification to remind you. So it looks like the guys are about ready. So I've been told now we're going to have a little presentation on the track. I've been told that we're going to do a little bit in English and a little bit in French. So we'll try and listen hard, and when they move over to the English, we'll turn them up.
Donc, allez.
And we also now
Le voici.
bring the
C'était le
German
c'était le tracteur
green
d'Enrico
Monster Green
Vollertum.
fighter team onto track.
L'équipe, elle continue. Et ce qui est demandé, je vais vous demander de tous vous lever, s'il vous plaît. Et je vais laisser la parole à Vincent, qui a une déclaration à faire. On a tous les pilotes qui sont là-bas. Et puis, ce que je vais vous demander, c'est de faire une minute de bruit. Mais c'est pas une minute, en fait. C'est que le tracteur, on va l'emmener. Il va faire son full pull. Voilà. On va le ramener. Et puis après, on va lui faire un tour de piste. Ce que je vais vous demander, c'est qu'on va passer des images avec la musique d'Enrico. Et je vais demander de faire énormément de bruit pour que Enrico là-haut, il nous entende, il nous voit, parce que il aimait Bernay, il aimait le chaudron, il aimait son ambiance. L'ambiance de Bernay est connue et reconnue tout en Europe pour justement cette chaleur, et c'est ce qu'il aimait ici. Et donc je compte sur vous, vraiment sincèrement, je compte sur vous pour que vous me fassiez après la déclaration de Vincent, et pendant que le tracteur va passer, et sur la musique d'Enrico, je vais vous demander de lever les bras, de taper des mains, de faire du bruit pour Enrico, qui aimait ça et qui nous a quittés il y a quelques semaines.
So to fill you in those that aren't in English,
de l'association normande de
we
Tractorpulling,
are
je te laisse
just
la
having a
parole.
moment to remember one of our fellow
Merci, Hugues.
pullers.
Cher public, j'avais prévu un discours, mais c'était pas celui-ci. Merci à vous de votre fidélité. Cher ami, avec vous, nous voulons commémorer la mémoire de plusieurs pullers partis au printemps 2026. Nous pensons à nos amis anglais, Brian Armistead et son Desperate Dan, multiples champions d'Europe en 3 tonnes 5. Également Martin Nicholson sur Route Justice en catégorie Pro Stock. Mais ce jour, c'est un moment où je n'étais pas préparé à cela. Le départ de Enrico, dit Rico, le très grand puller de l'équipe Green Monster. Nous avons échangé un instant il y a quelques semaines à Fletchock. La course qui avait lieu chez toi, dans ton jardin, doté d'un courage hors du commun. Venir voir une dernière course de Heavy Modified. Avec nous sur la piste, avec Franck et ton épique. Mais la méchante maladie est venue te faucher. Dans nos échanges, tu me disais, Bernay, c'est super. Le public est très extraordinaire. Nous sommes tous affectés par ton départ. Alors maintenant, je vais vous demander de vous lever, de faire une minute de silence. On fera après un applaudissement. Pendant que ton équipe et tracteur regagnera le parc, nous allons diffuser le fameux titre de Queen, We Will Rock You, de ton team. Rip, Denk, Rico. Maintenant, Guy,
We've heard in French, and now we will hear from our president in English.
Hello. Thank you for the fantastic Bernay audience. With you, we wanted to commemorate the memory of several pullers who passed away in the spring of 2026. We are thinking of our English friends, Brian Armstead and his Desperate Dan, multiple European champion in the 3.5 class, and also Martin Nicholson on Rough Justice in the Pro Stock category. But today, it's a moment I wasn't prepared for, the passing away from Enrico, known as Rico, the great puller of the Green Monster team. We shared the moments a few weeks in Vughtorf, the race that was taking place at your home and in your garden. With extraordinary courage, you came to watch us one last time the heavy modified race with us on the track with Frank, but a cruel illness took you away from us. In our conversation, you told me Bernay is a great crowd. It's amazing. We are all saddened by you passing away. So now I'm going to ask you all to stand up and give a thunderous round of applause for 1 minute. We are going to make some noise. While your team and tractor return to the park, we are going to play the famous Queen song, We Will Rock You, your team's anthem. Rest in peace. Thank you, Ricky.
So, as you've heard there in French and then English, we just commemorate the passing of two English pullers, our own Mr. Armistead and Mr. Nicholson, and it was a great shock to the pulling community that we lost Enrico from the Green Monster team only a few weeks ago. So here in the sport of pulling, we don't do minute silences, we do minutes of applause, because all we do is make noise. And we just take some pictures to commemorate the time. And it's sad time for the Green Monster team. And they'll be hoping to do their colleague proud later on tonight. Like I said, around 10 p.m.-ish French time, we'll see the Monsters roar. Well, they've got to compete in the light modified as well.
Le tracteur de série, s'il te plaît, si tu peux venir chercher le Green Monster d'Enrico Vollertum.
We'll just keep the level from the arena loud. Well, I think they're going to play the anthem. Now, we can't have that too loud, ladies and gents, or YouTube will shut us down, unfortunately. I know it's a sad thing to say, but we certainly can't have Queen blasting away, or we'll get a strike and we'll get taken off. So I'm really sorry, but I'll have to turn that down when the music kicks in. But you'll get the gist of what's going on. So as our French colleague is explaining there just again to the crowd, we've done a huge round of applause because we don't do a minute silences in Tractorpulling. We do applauses because that's all we do, is we make noise. On the poster there in Germany, thank you, Rico. His full name was Enrico, but everybody just called him Rico. Now, that man couldn't speak very much English. I remember going and asking him to talk to me, and numerous times throughout my commentating career, and he would always just look at me and shrug and point to somebody else.
Enrico Valortum.
And now we see just a picture display of some of the pullers we've lost here.
Voilà, ça, les images que vous
So
voyez là,
what we're
c'est
watching on the stream
Rough
now is what the
Justice.
crowd is watching on the big screen.
piloté par Martin
We're
Nicholson.
watching Martin Nicholson. And there is the big man.
Et son Desperate Dan. Le fameux ça passe ou ça casse. C'était son leitmotiv. Gagner à Bernay pour lui c'était exceptionnel. Justement pour le bruit, pour
That is in
l'ambiance.
Bernay. That film is from Bernay. And
Et je veux
here we
voir
now
toutes les mains en
have
l'air.
pictures
Je veux
of
vous
Enrico.
entendre hurler.
Enrico as they call him.
Faites du bruit.
On compte sur toi, Bernay.
Enrico.
So we can hear the crowd now get revved up. We will just have to keep that lower. I'm really sorry. We don't want any YouTube strikes. But the famous song for the German team is The Queen and We Will Rock You. And we see these lovely pictures and some old films. Look, again, this one's in Bernay. You can see the French sledge. That's one of the old fighters with 3 V8 Allisons. And there he is, talking to our French commentator, taking the applause as he makes first place on the podium many years ago. So we just take this moment to remember our friends who have unfortunately passed in the spring, and Rico only a few weeks ago, unfortunately. So we'll just watch the video on a loop by the looks of it, ladies and gents. As we watch this video just on a loop. We can hear still in the background the amazing We Will Rock You as the Green Monster team are making their way round the crowd. I can see on the other shot. And as I said, we just take this moment to remember our fellow compadres. So here we go. We'll just watch this little highlight video, if you want to call it that. Of the Martin Nicholson we lost. He used to pull in the UK and all over Europe with his machine called Rough Justice. And Mr. Brian Armistead, Desperate Dan, used to run his modified in the 3.5 and the 4.5 as it was called then, the heavy modified. And only a few weeks ago from the Green Monster team, unfortunately, Enrico, or Rico as we call him, lost his battle with cancer and sadly passed away. And as we said here in the Tractorpulling world, we don't do minute silences, we do minutes of applause. So our French compadre is still just talking French. He's telling you exactly what I've told you. We're about to start the super stocks, ladies and gents. Hopefully we're not so far off about ready. Yep, we're going to start with the super stocks, that is correct.
Allez, on reprend le fil normal effectivement de la compétition. Suite à cet hommage pour Enrico Vollertum, on continue la compétition. Alors là, on peut voir justement, regardez, on vous parlait de tous ces mécaniciens qui vont venir tester la piste, qui vont venir appuyer avec leur petite tournevis devant pour voir comment la piste a évolué au fur et à mesure de la journée, parce que la piste, c'est pas la même que celle qu'on avait ce matin. Alors physiquement, c'est la même, on est bien d'accord, mais elle a énormément bougé, elle a énormément travaillé depuis ce matin. On a pu voir tout à l'heure dans la catégorie two-wheel drive qu'il y avait une reprise d'adhérence au niveau des 70 mètres. Ça, c'est quelque chose aussi qu'il faut appréhender sur cette piste de Bernay. C'est ce que l'équipe du Full Pool Team, l'équipe de la remorque française, va essayer au mieux de faire, de régler cette remorque vis-à-vis de cette piste, vis-à-vis de ces engins, puisqu'il y a quand même 14 engins d'inscrits dans cette catégorie. Et il faut savoir que dans cette catégorie super stock, alors oui, on a des catégories,
so as I said,
des blocs moteurs différents.
We are not far off sight of the super stocks. That will be our first
énormément dans un mouchoir de poche en général dans
Euro
cette
Cup
catégorie super stock. On a poussé, je crois, quasiment au maximum les moteurs.
class. You can see the flag people have changed. Look,
très
we've
fin,
had the French flagmen for the
préparation de ces engins.
rounds we didn't see streamed, which was the Gardens and the Compacts. And looks like when we get, sometimes we get that shot on that end camera, it goes a bit, I think it's, but it's okay. And we changed flagman now, and we've now got Tom, who will be on the finish line. You can see Tom there. Oh, he's waving at us. Hello, Tom. You can't hear us, don't worry.
De rotation, de vitesse de rotation, c'est quasiment un burn sur 100 mètres. C'est extrêmement impressionnant. Et c'est pour ça que pour eux, c'est une donnée qui est primordiale. C'est la piste pour savoir comment elle réagit à ces vitesses de rotation. Et s'ils arrivent à atteindre...
And we are ready for action.
Parce que si vous regardez les pneus arrière,
Try and get the noise levels back. I had to obviously mess about with them then so we could hear the presentations. Hopefully we can still hear the French guys in the background, but me and the noise of the super stocks is what we want to hear. And we're going to start proceedings off in this first pull of the day for the Euro Cup classes anyway. And that'll be the truck pointer Blue Thunder. He builds the boost. Are we ready for action? Here we go. And shuts out the throttle. Or did he back off? We'll wait for the replay and see. Here we go. Test puller, as we can see, PT should be turned around. It should say TP for test puller. Distance of 95 and 78. 95.78 for the truck pointer Blue Thunder. Hopefully we'll get a replay and we can see. Did he back out the throttle?
sur une seule compétition. Le gagnant de la compétition des champions d'Europe. Et on a l'Euro Cup, qui est un championnat européen, qui lui se dispute sur plusieurs manches. Et donc là, c'est régi par le CPC, l'Organ Tractorpulling Committee.
And here is the replay. Oh, we didn't just see. We didn't catch it. He was test puller anyway, so we'll choose to decline that pull if there's no problems. Now, he had awful bad luck in Sweden, didn't he? We saw him running in Sweden. Did the Blue Thunder. And there was lots of bits on the floor after they'd run. So team have been in rebuild mode. I think they've been a Dutch competition as well since then. So this one will also be the test puller. We haven't seen a good run, shall we say, from the Superstock guys. The Blue Thunder either backed out of it or had a problem. We just haven't managed to work that bit out yet. So the sledge will remain in test puller mode. So the next guy's on. He was the Extreme Deer from the Netherlands. Will still be classed as test puller. So, like I said, our second competitor to try to see how if the sledge is set. Guys from the Netherlands, the Extreme Deer. Here we go. Well, that's the way you do it. That's a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. Well, we don't need to wait for the measuring tower. We know it's a full pull. Now, I think they might make the sledge a little more difficult to pull, but we will see.
Excuse-moi une petite seconde, Hugues. Nous avons retrouvé des clés de voiture. On a retrouvé des clés de voiture. On a l'immatriculation.
So as you can see, full pull is confirmed. Again, the PT means test puller.
Les clés sont à récupérer à la billetterie. Merci.
Donc là, je vous disais, on est sur 4500 chevaux. Il faut savoir connaître que ces champions d'Europe 2024. Donc ce tracteur qui a été construit en 2009. Donc il a beaucoup d'expérience derrière lui. Et puis il a oublié de comment dire. Il a fait exactement ce qu'il fallait pour avoir toute cette puissance et arriver donc à 4500 chevaux. C'est 3 turbos.
Well, let's watch the replay. In slow-mo. Powered the nose into the air. Perfect run. I think the sledge is probably a little light. We'll wait for confirmation from the guys at side of track. We've got a lot of tractors to run here in France. And my feeling is we only want sort of the top 5 or 6 in the pull-off. And my gut feeling is that was set a little bit easy, but we'll wait and see. So what happens now is the sledge team, along with the ETPC track officials, then have a conversation. So we now bring the one from Denmark. This is the Rabbit Gone Wild. They both. This is the Rabbit Gone Wild. Massey Ferguson by outward appearance. Come from the Denmark to pull with us today. Got an 8.3 litre board out to 10.4 litre engine block. 3 turbos in 2 stages. So I have been confirmed the sledge has now been changed since we saw Extreme Deer run. It's been made more difficult to pull. So let's see what the Rabbit Gone Wild can do. Oh, and something backfired just when the box topped from the Massey.
Donc, on a ce qu'on appelle un full pool flottant maintenant qui existe. C'est-à-dire que là, pour ne pas changer trop les réglages de la remorque, on a décalé de 5 mètres la pause du patin et le déclenchement du push-down. Donc, on met un full pool à 100 cm et non à 100 mètres.
On a distance of 97.43, 97.43 for the Rabbit Gone Wild.
Donc tous les engins qui sont entre 100 mètres et 110 mètres seront repêchés pour la finale. Et c'est clair ou pas? Je suis pas sûr.
That's young Mr. Svenderson at the wheel. Father Henrik drives the blue machine, the Rabbit Gone Mad, and son drives the Massey Ferguson. That's Nikolai at the wheel of the Rabbit Gone Mad, well, Rabbit Gone Wild, should I say. So sledge is now set, I'm told. Sledge is now set. So Blue Thunder and possibly Extreme Deer will come back. And as we can see in the pits there, the Blue Thunder guys are getting ready to come back. So using the leaf blower to cool down the engine block. And oh, no, that looks like it's pointed at the turbochargers to cool down, doesn't it? Or was pointed. So watch the replay for the Rabbit Gone Wild. Locked into the track, doing the business, really good strong run. And then just about, there you go, his throttle was wide open and something under the bonnet just popped, and that was as far as it went. But he was test puller, so the beauty is he does get to come back a little later on. And we get a great look under the bonnet there of the Blue Thunder. And we can see that leaf blower, look. The young lady there holding that leaf blower, just blowing some cool air into the components of the tractor, trying to cool it down because they were running hard. And they'll be on very, very shortly. So they've got to cool everything down. But we bring on the next one. We've seen Blue Thunder, we've seen Extreme Deer and Rabbit Gone Wild all be test pullers, I believe. So this now will be our first official pull. So our only competitor in the Euro Cup from Germany is the Yellow Dream 2.0. This is a brand new machine at the start of the season. Has had a few teething problems, but let's see what they can do here in Bernay. So we're going to measure them where they stand, just to confuse things, ladies and gents. The top 5 will go into the pull-off, but the full pull line is set at 110 meters. So if you get in past that 110 meter mark, then you are guaranteed in the pull-off. If you finish before the 110, but there's only, let's say there's 3 full pulls and you're sat at 109 meters, you would then be in the pull-off. So Yellow Dream getting out the far end in fine style, passing that 110 meter mark. Like I said, we've just moved it. The sledge was a little bit light. We didn't want to have another test puller, so instead of setting the sledge heavier, we moved the full pull line. We're allowed to do that. The ETPC track guys decided that was the best option. So in order to get yourself in the pull-off, you now have to pass 110 meters. As we see the Yellow Dream 2.0 getting towed back to the pits. So the next one to the line will be the, we struggle saying this one, the Tractorpulling, which means the earth mover or the ground digger or the mole. They always take the mick out of me when I say this to the Dutch guys. So let's see what he can do. Can he get past that 110 metre mark and get himself in the pull-off? And we'll wait for the measuring tower. It's going to be close.
A-t-il passé les 100 mètres de terrain brûleur?
Allez, le saut 1000 que Denham Bruter, cet international 1166.
Eh oui!
And a full pull confirmed past that 110 metre mark. So the idea of moving the full pull line was to hopefully not just quite get as many into the pull-off as was when the sledge was set heavy, but that doesn't look like that's going to pan out. There we can see the extreme deer guys. Looks like they're changing a nozzle there. That was a fuel pipe system by the looks of it. So perhaps just change. Let's watch the replay from the Tractorpulling. Just had to tap the brake ever so slightly, but kept it in the straight and narrow and powered past that 110 metre mark. So that's 2 so far in the pull-off. Well done to the Tractorpulling.
On arrive quand même dans les noms d'engins compliqués.
C'est le saut 1000 que Denham Bruter qui commence à...
So as the crowd starts to fill up here in Bernay, I told you it would get busier as the day went on. The green patches of grass are getting thinner and thinner as the day goes on. Superstock's a very popular class in the Euro Cup.
C'est pas une blague, hein. C'est pas du tout un tracteur qu'ils ont trouvé au fond d'un hangar et puis ils se sont dit tiens on va faire du pulling avec. C'est plus un rat rod comme on appelle ça pour les voitures. Ça veut dire ils l'ont vieilli volontairement cette interaction 2.0 pilotée par Naomi Cook. Bon il a son petit palmarès, il a fait 5e de l'Eurocup l'année dernière et puis il a fait 5e du championnat hollandais, sachant que le championnat hollandais, pour vous le rappeler, c'est quand même le championnat avec le niveau le plus élevé en Europe, c'est le plus compliqué. On estime
So we bring on the next one. Now we've struggled with the pronunciation, haven't we, of the new sponsor for the interaction of the last couple of Superstocks rounds, but Mr. Cools himself texted me and said, good job, but just to tell you it's pronounced GS Ned. So it's GS Ned. And it's not Mr. Bram at the wheel. We can see, we'd know it was him, he'd fit in that roll cage a bit more. It's one of his daughters, I believe this one's Naomi at the wheel of the Interaction 2.0. Lovely paint job, deliberately looks a bit all battered up. So got some good results in the bag so far this season. What can they do here in Bernay? And another one that stops just at the checker flag. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. Didn't just get away from the line perhaps as well as some of the others. We'll wait for the replay. It's going to be close. If we're looking at the drone shot, you can see there the sledge in line with the checker flag. We'll wait for the measuring tower to let us know the exact distance for the GS NED Interaction 2.0.
On va attendre avant de s'enflammer, comme dirait l'autre.
Exactement.
Definitely was Naomi driving. We can see her now as she makes her way back down to the pits, but we're still waiting for the distance. The excitement, the tension, they're keeping us suspense, keeping in suspense. As we watch the replay, we still haven't got the distance, but we'll watch the replay. There you go. Look, didn't just quite pick his nose up. He tried to, just bobbed about a bit. Perhaps could have done with a weight back or a little change of tyre pressure. Kept it fairly straight though. You can see it going straight as a die down the track. Naomi didn't have to press the brake, only just a little touch there, just to keep it in the straight and narrow. And drags him down, but we're still waiting for the distance in a moment's time. And a full pull confirmed finally from the measuring tower. So that's 3 so far in the pull-off. So remember the previous guys were still all test pullers. So let's have a look. Who did we have that was test pullers? Come on. Come on, Thomas. Sort it out. So Track Pointer Blue Thunder was a test puller. Extreme Deer was a test puller. And Rabbit Gone Wild was a test puller. So we could see 3 back. We can see Rabbit Gone Wild on the distance board there at 97.43. But he had a bit of a problem. The throttle was wide open, but the tractor stopped. But since then, we've made the sledge change the settings on the sledge, so he's entitled for a second attempt. So maybe we'll see him back in a little later on, along with the Blue Thunder and the Extreme Deer. We've seen pictures and videos of them both working feverishly in the pits. One of them looked like they were cooling the engine / turbos down, and the other one from the Extreme Deer, we saw the brothers there working on what looked like the fuel system. But we move on now to the Incredible Deer 2.0. Now we saw in Sweden a few weeks ago it was driven by Mr. Edwin Dirksen. That is Edwin with his hand, I think it is, back into the sledge. Possibly not. No, maybe it's not. I can't see. So I'm not entirely sure who's on driving duties today. We need to get it backed up to the sledge straight and in the middle. So we get him put in the middle. Chain is tight. You can see the tractor rock when the chain goes tight. Well, let's see what the Superstock from the Netherlands can do. Needs to get past that 110. Oh, and it's still not running just right. It wasn't running right in Sweden a few weeks ago. And it's still not running 100% here in France.
mètres, Touron, 92 mètres.
So a disappointing 92 metres for the Incredible Deer 2.0. Like I say, it wasn't just running as it should. Let's watch the replay. It could have been Edwin driving, look. Didn't just get the RPMs, didn't get the tractor singing, as we say. And then as the box top, the RPMs died and he got a bit of a bounce on, and that's where he ended up, around the 92 metre mark. Not the result the 2.0 was looking for. And as you can see, crowd in Bernay loving the pulling action going on, and it's a great aerial shot so we can see the graders and the rollers doing their business. 2 graders, 2 rollers behind each tractor, and then the big yellow, famous that is, that's been rolling the Bernay track, that machine, for a long time. I think it's owned by the organisation. I think they just keep it in the shed and it only gets brought out for this event, I think. Yeah, it was Edwin driving, look. Come on, Tom, be better. Didn't look like him with his helmet on. Couldn't tell him. Yeah, Edwin's and the team have had some disappointing results. Only sit in 9th place at the moment with a 21 points in Fuchtorf and a 19 points at Sweden. So really needed a good run today to try and claw his way back up the championship points. So that will be disappointing. So we bring back our test puller now. This is the track pointer Blue Thunder. Sledge has been changed since they last pulled it. I believe it's been made more easier to pull, I think. No, more difficult to pull. The pan is dropping 5 metres sooner now. Let's just check what Desiree told me. 6 metres earlier. Yeah, pan, since Blue Thunder pulled this last, the pan dropped 6 metres earlier now. So here we go. Let's see what they can do. We get 2 green flags. We need to see there. That's the angle we want to see. We don't. As we wait for him to build the boost pressure. And we get ready. Here we go. Oh, still got problems for the Blue Thunder. A little bang on the steering wheel from the driver was... Oh, no. Now, they haven't passed the white flags. Now, remember, they had an awful problem, a big bang in Sweden, and we saw tons of bits on the floor. A hole in the engine block, I think, in Sweden. And whatever problems they've been having, it looks like they're still having some teething problems. Well, they've had to obviously rebuild the tractor complete with a whole new engine block. Young Wynyard at the wheel. Wynyard. Thank you, Jeanette. Showing his frustrations on the steering wheel, but better than last time, Wynyard. You had lots of bits on the floor last time. I know it's not the result you want. You and the team will have been working really hard. Father and sister, I believe, are also part of the team. It's a real family affair for the Blue Thunder team, and they'll have been working since Sweden to get it back up and running. And yeah, straight away, bang, he hits the steering wheel. I think he's perhaps hitting the kill switch. Well, he has his own kill button on the tractor when he knows it's not running right, doesn't want the problems from last time. But one bonus point, Team Blue Thunder, is there's no bits on the floor. That's a good point, good thing. Take the positives from today. And like I say, they've been working for the last couple of weeks rebuilding the tractor, so something perhaps is not just 100% correct with the rebuild. But they'll live to fight another day, and we will see them at the next round, which is, come on Tom, where are we going next? We're going to Marder next for the Superstocks on the 20th of June. Our French colleague just has a look there at the Betty Boos. Shh, I'm hunting rabbits, it says, from the old Looney Tunes cartoon. Well, the next one to the line should be the Betty Boos, perhaps, or we may see our test puller. We've seen Blue Thunder. The other test pullers may slot in. We may see the Extreme Deer, and we also may see the Rabbit Gone Wild. They both are eligible to come back, whether they can or have chosen to. We'll find out in a moment's time. Oh yeah, that's one of the team members from the Extreme Deer I can see walking up the track, so that does give us a clue that we're going to see the Extreme Deer tractor next to the line. And the wind picks up in Bernay, and you can hear the microphones crackling. If you've just joined us, thank you for joining us here on this free ETPC stream. The Alliance Euro Cup Championship. We're in round number 4 in Bernay in Sweden. And as I just explained a little earlier, you can see the Alliance flags blowing in the wind. It's quite windy down there in Bernay. People that are there are saying it's actually quite nice because the sun is shining and the wind's just taking the edge off the sunshine. But it's no good for the trackside microphones. It makes them crackle a bit. So if you're hearing some crackling, it's not a technical problem. There's nothing wrong with your telly or your laptop. It's the wind blowing against the track microphones. We can't turn the microphones down, or then you won't hear these amazing Superstocks powering down the track. So you just have to deal with the wind. I'm sorry, it's the way the cookie crumbles. As I suspected, here he comes, our test puller. He was our second test puller. So we saw Blue Thunder get to 90 odd meters in the first round and fluffed it, stopped itself. Extreme Deer went, then they reset the sledge and made the pan drop a little sooner. So let's see what the Extreme Deer can do on this altered sledge setting. The guys from the Netherlands, can he get in the pull-off with the German team and the Dutch teams? Here we go. And it looks an awful long way from that camera angle. Them tractors are towing that sledge all that way. 110. You can see he's probably past the checker flag. We are straight away confirmation. Don't have to wait for the measuring tower this time. Full pull is confirmed. That's another one guaranteed in the pull-off here in Bernay.
C'est notre 4e qualifié pour cette finale. On peut l'applaudir bien fort, mais c'est la Bramco Brooks au volant d'Extredir.
So we watch the replay, and he powers it past that checker flag. So I've just heard news that the Rabbit Gone Wild is not coming back. He is broken. We saw him keep the throttle wide open, but the tractor stopped, didn't we, in his first round of pulling? And whatever the problem was, it's not fixable in this short period of time. So, just turn the wind microphones down. Look, sorry for everybody, it's a nightmare, isn't it? The wind blows. Our French commentator team have got some Dutch donk music on and getting the French crowd going. So just to confirm, Rabbit Gone Wild is not coming back. They can't fix the problem they've got, so we bring on the next one. Now we're back to the proper ringing order, which will be the Betty Boos. Another one of our Danish competitors, and we saw a little earlier the sticker on the side of the tractor, "I'm hunting rabbits," because he's constantly chasing the Rabbit Gone Wild and the Rabbit Gone Mad. So let's see what he can do today. Here in Bernay. Used to be run in the UK, this machine. We said this last time. Kim Anderson at the wheel now of the Betty Boos. Used to be the Red Fever, owned by the Tractorpulling team. Kim and his lovely wife took ownership quite a few seasons ago now, and I've had some really good success with this machine. So he needs to get past the 110 metres if he wants to get himself in the pull-off with the previous guys we've seen. So here we go. Can the man from Denmark get in the pull-off with the Germans and the Dutch? We're about to find out here in Bernay. Looks a bit close. Wasn't the perfect run for him. The camera angle didn't help us just see how he set off from the line. But we'll wait for the measuring tower. We haven't seen that shot to see where the checker flag is yet. No, it's not far enough. 106 and 15. Let's see if we can get a decent angle on the replay and see where he lost those 4 or 5 meters he needed. Kim just not realising he hadn't passed a checker flag there. Ah, he says, oh, that's no good. Here we go. Let's see if we can see the replay. Let's turn the volume down a bit. There you go. This is it. Just doesn't pick up. Look, doesn't get hold of the track. Bit too nose heavy. Is he on the brake a little? Not too much there. We just want a wider shot now just to see what the tractor's doing there. Just got a bit of a rock and a roll on, didn't it? Wasn't perfect enough. And that box topped, and he knew about it. He just wasted a little bit of momentum and a little bit of ground speed with the bobbing and the weaving and the up and the down. So when the box topped, he knew about it, and it stopped him nearly straight away. But you still get a smile from Kim. Just having to be told by wife or partner Randy we haven't just got a full pull. He looked at the 100 metre mark and thought, yes, we've made it. She had to remind him that, no, we're going to 110 at the minute. Oh, he said. Dagnabbit. So bring on the next one. And it's time for the green gangster deer. Now, his sister tractor to this. The newborn deer currently stands in first place. These are both run by the Zeinstra family. Rowan Zeinstra will be at the wheel of this one normally. And father Signors normally drives the other one. So he's had some disappointing runs with the Green Gangster deer, only getting 17 points in Sweden and 22 in Germany. So he'll be out for redemption here in Bernay. Can he get past that 110 mark and get in the pull-off? Here we go. And having to take the scenic route, I don't think it's going to be far enough. We saw from the drone shot there, it was a nice drone shot, how close he come drifting off to the left-hand side of the track as we look down it, having to use the independent brakes to keep it in the straight and narrow. And that robbed him a valuable distance. Yeah, there you go, you can see to the left-hand side of your screen the 100-metre mark. So he's going to be 102, 103, something like that. 103 and 20 centimetres. So not good enough to get him in the pull-off here this afternoon in Bernay. So don't forget, folks, we are still streaming. Oh, and just get ready with the volume. Show the replay. There you go, you can see on that shot how he drifted over. Then he had to stab on the independent brakes to bring him in the straight, keep him away from the white lines. And that robbed him of the valuable distance he needed. As I was just saying, we should still be streaming in Germany. I think the 4.5 ton Super Sports are in action as we speak in Germany. If you want to tune in and have both streams running at the same time, it's on the same YouTube page. And the English competitor looks like he's just about to take the slack out the chain in Germany at Berghausen with the 4.5 ton Super Sports, as we look at the Danish Superstock. Henrik at the wheel of the Rabbit Gone Mad currently stands in joint first place, 56 points with the newborn deer. So he definitely has it all to do. If he wants to keep at the top of that tree, he actually is in second place because of the way the points work out. It was the last one that was the winner, or the last one that was the highest points, but we're not near working that bit out yet. We call them joint first for the minute for Zeinstra Newborn Deer and the Rabbit Gone Mad. So he definitely needs to get past that 110 metre mark if he wants to keep at the top of the table. As we back him to the sledge. So yeah, if you want to watch both streams, folks, you can have two tablets, two phones, one phone, one tablet, one laptop, whatever you want, open at the same time. And the 4.5 ton Super Sports are just on the track as we speak. So 2 green flags for the Rabbit Gone Mad. 10.4 litres on the action. Here we go. Oh no. Commentator's curse look. Did he back out of it? Is everything okay? Something wasn't right. He has the option, as we said a little earlier, if he wants to get towed back to the start line. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. And we see the light modified guys getting themselves ready. And just as I tell you to go to Berghausen stream, it looks like it's just started raining in Berghausen. And I think they were halfway through or part way through the 4.5 ton Super Sports. But the Rabbit Gone Mad just had a problem there. Now I hope it was Henrik shutting off because he didn't just feel something was right. I hope it's nothing too bad, but this will be his second and final attempt to leave the line now. Wherever he lands now, we'll measure it. Can the man from Denmark mix it up at the top? Currently he's joint points first in the Alliance Euro Cup. Here we go. Oh, is it going to go? Doesn't, you know, he's just still trying to get a gear, look. No, not happy. Oh. Now, is he allowed to drop 6 places, Tom? Can't remember. He's had his second. Did he try to move the sledge? Second bite of the cherry? Good question. Now, he took his first attempt and moved the sledge. No, he's not showing many emotions in his face there, but I can assure you he's not best happy. Both Rabbit machines will be low down in the points today, unfortunately. The team from Denmark not just having the results they want. So we'll see. I don't think he could come back. My knowledge of the rulebook is quite good. I've been doing this sport for a while and I'm fairly sure that will be his measured distance, if not very much, for the Rabbit Gone Mad. With just 1, 2, 3, 4 left to run, I believe. Yeah, 4 left to run in this first round of pulling for the Euro Cup. We don't have any extra tractors on the end of this class. We do on some of the others, but this one we don't. And there you go, 10th place, just hook points. HP means hook points. So he'll get acknowledged that he came to the event and got hooked to the sledge, which I think gets him 10 points, I think.
Sur un ou un autre concurrent, alors ça c'est impossible. Il faut savoir que tout se règle par le bas de la remorque. Et en plus de ça, si le pilote de la remorque pendant la compétition agit sur n'importe quoi, il faut savoir que ça arrive, il y a des freins sur la remorque. Si jamais le tracteur va vraiment jusqu'au bout, jusqu'à la butte, on peut freiner le tracteur. Là, dans ces cas-là, vous verrez les gyrophares orange s'allumer sur la remorque. Et donc là, on saurait.
So we get him out of the way and bring on the next one, which should be our tractor from Norway. They're never satisfied. These are definitely the team that do the most miles in the Euro Cup, or one of the teams that do the most miles. And another good strong machine. And we saw him take the win in Sweden, didn't we? On what we would call his nearest to the home event. Up in Sweden. He travelled from Norway to Sweden and managed to get in and take the win. It was a tricky track in Sweden. And they fought it out. And he was 23 points in Germany in Fuchtorf. And in Leponding, he took first place at 30 points. So he stands at 53 points at the minute, with both Newborn Deer and Rabbit Gone Mad on 56 points. But we've just seen Rabbit Gone Mad not perform as he was hoping to. So that's a good thing for Never Satisfied. If he can get in the pull-off, it means he's going to mix it up in the points. But that's all ifs and buts, and we're about to find out how he does. Here comes the man from Norway. What can he do? Oh my goodness, he certainly can. Never mind what can he do, he can do it. That's him in the pull-off. Probably one of the best runs of the first round of pulling from the Never Satisfied. And a really good strong run for them. Well done. As we watch the replay, got locked in straight away. Look at that. Pick the nose up. Doing the business all the way down. What a lovely run. Picture perfect nearly. Absolutely exactly where you want your front wheels of your tractor. When you're going down the track, you want them 2 to 3 feet in the air. 60-ish centimetres. And it was absolutely perfect. And that's where they stayed the whole time. Once the tractor had locked into the track, that's exactly where they stayed. Good balance, good setup. Well done. Team Never Satisfied. So we get the Never Satisfied back down the tow lane, and we're going to bring on the next one. And only a few left to run in this first round of pulling. 2 from Denmark and 1 from the Netherlands, and the one from the Netherlands is the one that sits on the top spot of the points so far.
De se présenter devant la remorque, un Danois encore, tu le disais, hein, ils sont présents dans cette catégorie en tout cas.
Maintenant, il y a une grosse colonie qui nous vient du nord de l'Europe, qui s'est découvert une passion pour les super stocks, et en plus ils arrivent non seulement en place, mais en plus avec des gros engins. On a vraiment du gros tractor pulling très bien équipé, très bien modifié.
génération dans cette catégorie, effectivement. Lars Olsen au
On
volant.
the John Deere now, coming to the line. We've seen all sorts of flavours. We've seen the IH, we've seen the blue ones, we've seen a Massey. And now it's time for another green one. Another one of our Danish competitors. We've seen the Danish guys not have the best of luck so far. Hopefully the Lucky Luke team can turn it around. Here we go. Not far enough to trouble the full pole mark by the looks of it. Oh no, shuts it around the 100-metre mark. We can see from the top angle, whether that's the drone or the camera, I'm not sure. Shuts it down just around the 100-metre mark. Remember, we're on a 110-metre full pull line here in this Superstock Alliance Euro Cup. 102 and 14. 102 and 14 for the man from Denmark. Again, not the result he was hoping for, but we shall keep going with the next few. 2 more left to run, I believe, which will be the Little Bjorn and then the Zeinstra Newborn Deer. Now, the Little Bjorn, this last season was a limited Superstock and has taken the step up, if you want to call it that, to the big Superstocks, the unlimited Superstocks. This is first year campaigning with this machine. Well, he's still on a bit of a learning curve. Didn't go to Sweden. Didn't manage to pull in Sweden, but pulled in Germany. And only got 19 points. Was lower down the class. Let's watch the replay as we just lower the volume so it doesn't blow all your minds. For the Lucky Luke. And like I said, shuts it down just past the 100-metre mark. So quite a big difference between some of these tractors. Some are reading the track well, getting locked in well and doing the business. And some are just struggling to get past the 100-metre mark.
Et encore 2 engins à passer dans cette catégorie. Pour le moment, on en a pile 5 de qualifiés. Il nous reste encore 2 beaux concurrents. 2 concurrents John Deere. Un Benoît, un Hollandais. Tenter de
Lars Gelden was the driver of the Lucky Luke. And now we bring on the Little Bjorn. And as I said, this is his first season as a bigger Superstock. The last few seasons campaigned as a limited Superstock. Took the engine out, basically did an engine replacement. So we get 2 green flags. Let's hope he can get out that far end and we can see. Here we go. It's closer to the checkered flag. It's definitely closer than the other Danish guys. But I don't think it's far enough to trouble the guys in the pull-off so far. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. 106 and 66. 106 and 66. Good enough to put him in 6th place at the moment.
Juste là, on rappelle 100 mètres pour pouvoir se qualifier. Les centimètres sont un petit peu justes. On peut l'applaudir quand même, messieurs dames. Est-ce bien au volant de l'ETPC?
So here we get the replay for the Little Bjorn. Like I said, probably the best of the Danish pulls we'll have seen today. Although Rabbit Gone Wild was doing really well until something happened under the bonnet. Maybe we'll wait for the... Just slightly past the Betty Boo's distance, wasn't he? Betty Boo's just around the 100 metre mark. So one left to run, and here he is, the Zeinstra Newborn Deer. Your current joint points leader with Rabbit Gone Mad. And Rabbit Gone Mad has only just not left the line and got hook points. So this is prime time now for the Newborn Deer to extend his championship lead if he ever can. But let's don't put words into anybody's mouth. He's got to get the tractor to the start line. He's got to get it away from the line. Then he's got to get past that 110 metres. So nothing is set yet. Nothing is done. Anything can happen here in the sport of tractor pulling. And here we see the Newborn Deer still just backing up. He's backed up and stopped, and then Flagman's telling him he's got to go a little further back yet. There's a little bit of confusion going on. He's not sat in the middle, look. You can see there from that aerial shot how he sat to the left-hand side of the sledge. So when he tightens the chain, it'll bump him. And then when he goes to set off, the thing will spin for a second and sit in the middle. And that's just what the first flagman was trying to do. Oh, now we are moving, look. We didn't get the hook in. Lots of misunderstanding there. Am I backed up? Am I not? Are we putting the hook in? Are we not? Which one is it? Now we're getting backed into the middle. I saw a comment on one of the previous videos we've done. Why did the flagmen have red and green arms on their boiler suits, on their suits, on their race suits, whatever you want to call them? Well, the clue's in the title. When they hold up their red flag, they hold it with their right arm. So not only are they getting a red flag, they've also seen a red arm. And then when they hold up the green flag, they're seeing their green arm as well. It's just to help with colour coordination and help the drivers see exactly what colour they're supposed to be on. Here we go, though. Let's see what we can do. Doesn't look like the Newborn Deer is going to be in the pull-off. No, he's not. Shuts down around just past the 100 metre mark. So that is going to set the cat amongst the pigeons in the points championship. The first two guys, the ones on 56 points, are not in the pull-off. And only getting 10th place, 101.82. So that will help keep the points championships tight between him and Rabbit Gone Mad. But it's all for the taking now for Never Satisfied, who's in the pull-off. Let's see what we can do. If we just lower the volume a little bit for the replay so it doesn't sound funny. Just didn't get hold of it, just didn't get the ground speed. that the previous guys has had, and that's where he stopped. 101 and 82. So we've got Never Satisfied and GS Ned Interaction 2.0, D'Art Verta, Yellow Dream and Extreme Deer all in the pull-off. And two of those, the Never Satisfied is on third place at the moment, and the GS Ned Interaction is on fourth place. So all to play for. This is after we've seen these Superstocks. The points championship is going to look very, very different after the next 5 tractors have run.
Très important. On peut l'applaudir, messieurs, dames. Charles Zenstra qui repasse devant vous. Bravo. On ne le reverra pas en finale, malheureusement, Sean.
And the Yellow Dream making an absolutely storming run. In the first one in the pull-off. Oh, we're watching the replays. Come on, Tom, keep up. Keep up, Tom. I wonder what was going on. These are the first round of pullings we're watching, aren't we? Good job somebody else is on the ball. So we're just watching the replay of the qualifying runs. Could do handy little replay word in the corner, then I would have known, wouldn't I? So I think we're watching live again now. Yes, we are. We're watching live now. Everybody calm down. That confused quite a few people. They're like, we're watching tractors, but we're not seeing the right thing. Yeah, we just watched a few replays of the qualifying runs for the guys that are in the pull-off, and now we're about to start the pull-off. That did confuse us. We need a replay word in the corner when that's happening. To the first one in this Alliance Euro Cup Superstock pull-off here in Bernay in France is the man from Germany, the Yellow Dream. He's going to set the distance that they'll have to catch. Here we go. And shuts it down around the 95 metre mark by the looks of it. Sledge has now been made more difficult to pull. It's been made harder to pull, so there's lots of tips and tricks the sledge team can do to make that happen as we watch the replay here. 94.02, 94.02, locked into the trap, look, doing the business. As we say, powering the nose into the air. Got the front end up, the tractor's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Just had to touch some of his independent brakes to keep him in the straight and narrow. We're on a distance of 94 and 2 centimetres. So this change to the sledge, I've had a confirmation that the pan is dropping 10 metres earlier, and the push downs are pushing down 5 metres earlier. in order to stop these tractors, and it looks like they're doing a good job there. We've got 94 metres and 2 centimetres for the Yellow Dream. As we're having a few sound issues, it's not my fault that bit. We're hearing the replay sound but not watching it. Well, that's the Never's team from the Never Satisfied, looking cool as Christmas there, boys. Well done. And we can see that's the intercooler there. Is it the cooling down? So they're not cooling the engine block down, they're cooling the front bit down of the tractor, which to my reckoning will be where the air goes in, where the intercooler happens. Because the cooler the air they can get into the engine, the better the engine can run. So as the Yellow Dream now makes his way back down the pits, down to the pits, down the tow back lane. And as I said, he's set the distance that he'll have to catch if they can.
C'est simple, on va appeler Martin Van Stessel, back in black, on va appeler Alexandre, Kevin Youngman sur No Illusion, et on va appeler Peter Van Nessel sur Predator. Je répète, Martin Van Stessel, Kevin Youngman et enfin Peter Van Nessel.
We see the next one lined up ready for action. Right, it's time for the one that's difficult to pronounce. It's the Tractorpulling. We call it the mole, we call it the earth mover, whatever you want to call it. Whatever it was, it made a storming run in the first round of pulling. And got himself in the pull-off. The distance to catch, if he can, is 94 metres and 2 centimetres. 94 and 2. And let's see what he can do. We just wait for 2 green flags indicating track is clear and safe to proceed. We've got a green light on the sledge, we can see that. And we watch over Mario's shoulder as the Tractorpulling leaves the line. Here we go. I had to fight with the independent brakes, I think, to keep it in the straight and narrow. And was it me, or was there just a little flash of something underneath it just as it set off? Let's wait for the replay and we'll have a look, but not good enough to trouble the Yellow Dreams distance here in Bernay tonight. Here we go, watch the replay. Just look under the left front wheel. There, look, did you see it? Just under the left front wheel, just a little pop of flame of something. Obviously it wasn't too terminal. But whatever it was, it could have been the reason we haven't just got to that 90 odd metre mark and shut down at 89 and 99. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that little flash. Was it something terminal? Obviously not. It's still running.
J'ai rien vu, enfin si, j'ai vu quelque chose qui pendouillait, mais mon éducation m'a interdit de vous dire ce que c'est. que tout le monde a compris qu'il avait...
You can see the eyes of Naomi Cools there in full concentration mode.
Si on peut me repasser le replay de Somilk Denard Brutter, juste au moins le départ pour voir cette flamme surgir sous
As she lines up ready for her attempt. Let's watch the replay. Are you ready for this flash of flame? Look underneath the front of the track to the front left wheel. There. Obviously nothing too terminal because tractor stayed going, performing well. But was there something under there that just robbed it of those few metres he needed to take the lead of the Alliance Euro Cup? Oh, watch it again. You get to see the flame again. Look, here we go. Underneath the front wheel between the... There you go. Boom. Little pop. So we get the de-artverter towed back out the way, and we'll bring on the next one.
Merci Quentin pour cette précision. Allez, c'est au tour de Naomi Cools. Naomi Cools sur son interaction 2.0.
Elle avait fait une plutôt belle qualification, elle n'est pas là pour faire de la figuration d'habitude, elle est
we
capable
saw the concentration in Naomi's eyes a little earlier, and here she is now with the GS NED Interaction 2.0. Naomi Cools at the wheel. Took that new sponsor on board at the beginning of the year and came with the new distressed look paint job. And I do like it, I say every time I see it on the track.
Donc ça peut être dangereux, mais ça peut être payant parce que on voit bien au fur et à mesure de la journée que ce côté gauche de piste est quand même beaucoup plus utilisé, un petit peu moins humide que le côté droit de la piste.
Ils ont tous tendance à vouloir jouer la sécurité en restant au centre, donc ça peut être une stratégie de vouloir longer cette ligne. Alors après, bien évidemment, c'est jouer avec le feu. Il y en a qui le font très bien, il y en a qui sont très forts et qui arrivent à garder la maîtrise.
So she got it all to do. They made a really nice run in a qualifying run. Can she get anywhere near that 90 odd metres mark of Yellow Dream? Here we go. Oh no, not ideal. And flames out the bottom. And just 1 metre and 38 centimetres, like I said. They were in 4th place and stood... Oh, there's bits on the floor as well by the looks of it. Not great from the Interaction 2.0. We move that banner. Oh yeah. Is that just oil or is it bits as well? Can't see for the... Yeah. Oh no, that's the rod. Yeah, that's the rod. Out the side of the engine. That's complete bang, complete rebuild, gone kaput. Disappointing. The GS NED Interaction 2.0 stood a good chance of jumping up the leaderboard there. Still may do. Obviously their distance in the pull-off still counts, so they're going to finish at least 6th place or 5th place depending on how many's in the pull-off. But not the one they wanted here in Bernay with rods on the floor.
Le dessous, des morceaux de bloc en fonte du bloc moteur, c'est impressionnant. Il y a de l'huile partout, ça coule de tous les sens.
Je ne sais pas si, en fait, Interaction 2.0, si c'est un habitué des trous dans le moteur,
So just making a right mess of the start line there with all that water. We need to get Naomi dragged out of the way as soon as possible.
Cette casse. C'est d'ailleurs pour ça qu'en Eurocup, les courses ne peuvent pas se suivre d'un week-end à l'autre.
So we're just making sure she doesn't run over any debris, I think, is the best plan there. We do not want sharp bits of aluminium puncturing the tyres. That would really be a kicker, wouldn't it? Yeah, so there's the main part of the rod in Bram's left hand. He's going to keep that bit, he says. I'm just going to keep hold of that bit. No, he's put it in his pocket, has he? Or did it go in the bucket? So the crowd give Naomi a round of applause. Not just the result they were hoping for. We saw the Blue Thunder with rods out the side of the engine in Sweden, and now unfortunately it's GS Ned's Interaction 2.0's turn. But Bram and the daughter Naomi and her sister are no strangers to building engines, no strangers to setbacks and coming back from them. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Cools family are already working out where they can get another engine block from. Manon and Naomi and Father Bram will be no doubt working hard to get it fixed and ready for action for the next Eurocup.
Là, on est vraiment sur une catégorie libre. Qui dit libre dit motorisation de son choix, châssis de son choix. La seule règle, entre guillemets, hein, parce qu'il y a énormément de règles dans le cahier des charges de fabrication, mais la seule règle, c'est le poids. Maximum 2,5 tonnes pilote.
So we bring Naomi out the way and bring on the next one. We got the man from Germany sat on 94 meters and 2 centimeters. Nobody's been able to catch him so far. Can the Extreme Deer get anywhere near him? As I said earlier with the test pull scenario, this means these guys will have run 3 times. They were test puller, run down the track, then they ran again, and now this will be their 3rd time. So they'll have a particularly hot tractor. They'll have been using those blowers to cool it down. And we're about to find out, can he get anywhere near the man from Germany's distance? Here we go. Oh, we're going to have to wait for the measuring tower. It's hard to see from this angle. The team seem happy. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Oh, it looks like it from the top shot. From the top shot, the checker flag is only a rough guide as to where the front of the sled... Oh, it is! 96 meters and 43. 96.43 for the Extreme Deer. As we watch the replay. Just was a nicer run this time than its previous run. Keeping that front end in the air all the way down. The track just there bobbed a little bit. But what a nice run from the Extreme Deer. And puts him into 1st place. With 1 left to run. In the pull-off.
attention parce qu'il nous reste encore Extreme Deer à passer. Remco Brooks, le pilote qui, regardez, ce qu'il a demandé. Ah non, c'est la remorque qui est en train de faire sa manœuvre.
So, like I said, one left to run.
Là, c'était Extreme Deer qui vient de passer pour moi.
And that's the one that currently sits in third place. And both of the guys that sit on joint first place are not in this pull-off.
C'est Extreme Deer qui vient de passer.
On attend confirmation. Quentin, tu as une information pour nous?
Oui, j'ai une information. Moi, de mon côté, le prépare devient un bon camp infernal. Là, c'est l'heure du
The two-wheel drive. The light modifieds will now be lining up. There you go. We can see. That was a good guess, wasn't it, Tom? There's the Ural Bandit. Getting themselves lined up. Ready for the next class once it's in the Superstocks run.
Super, merci Quentin. Effectivement, c'était Extreme Deer, pardon, Extreme Deer qui vient de passer devant nous. Never Satisfied arrive.
As we now wait for the final one, I believe, in the pull-off.
Oui, parce que je suis pas un grand spécialiste des tracteurs de série, hein, mais Extreme Deer rouge,
Ça marche pas.
non, ça marche pas. Ça marche pas, je
On est d'accord, on est d'accord. Non, mais il y a eu une inversion, ils nous ont piégé.
And we can see the light modifieds, as I said, lining up for action.
Allez, donc c'est donc Extreme Deer qui a pris la tête de cette catégorie.
And this will be the last one in the pull-off.
Allez, dans quelques instants, le podium de
Finished first place in Sweden at the last outing. Can he match that here in Bernay and take the win away from the man from the Netherlands? Here we go. Oh, big fire, big let go. We heard the tone of the engine change as he was going down the track, and then
Toujours impressionnant, ces flammes de méthanol. On va aller regarder ce qui se passe à l'intérieur.
little bounce, and then boom. Now it doesn't look like there's any bits on the floor.
Au maximum, et là vous avez la chance d'apercevoir justement la mécanique à l'intérieur. Il y a vraiment plus que
So the Never Satisfied taking fourth place here today, 83.52. Still, we're doing well in the points championship, and it will all now shake up. And as I say, last time the new ETPC scoring system on the website updates, not instantaneously, but within half an hour, the new points championship should be on the website. As we watch the replay for the Never Satisfied, let's see if we can see. You can hear the weird tone because in slow-mo version. And then watch any second. Now, there you go. And a boom. Doesn't look like there's any bits on the floor, so that's a good sign. But we don't know for sure what is the problem. There's quite a bit of oil on the floor. Team is still just having a look, checking it out.
Pour la catégorie Superstock, j'appelle Remco Brooks, Extreme Deer, j'appelle Paul Sievers sur Yellow Dream, et enfin Marine Paoli sur Sonic Denard Brutter.
So that concludes the Superstock class here in Bernay. We'll just get the Never Satisfied out of the way, and then you can see the final results. The Extreme Deer taking first place, Yellow Dream in second, the Art Verter in third, Never Satisfied, the one we've just seen, in fourth, and in fifth place with a very poorly engine block is the GS Ned Interaction 2.0. So like I say, that will change the points up dramatically. Our top three guys, two of them haven't made the pull-off, and one of them was only fourth place. So we've got some guys that were lower down in the points that have finished high today. So the points will get shuffled up a lot, which is great news for us fans. And we're going to move on next to the light modifieds. They have had 3 rounds so far over 2 events. So they had a double header event in Germany, in Fruchtorf, and then they had a normal event in Skorten. As we watch some of the replays of that Superstock class we've just watched, this will be the Yellow Dreams pull-off run, I think. So we just watched some of the replays of the pull-off runs from the Superstocks, while in the background the track team and sledge team are now making ready for the light Superstock, light modified, sorry. And there's the big bang. And as Graham's just texted me, those flames did look a little green, didn't they? And green flames often indicate head gasket problems. So we're not second guessing, but we'll just don't know for sure. And we can see from the drone shot, look, big grader on the start line. The French have got all the gear. Towards the finish line, the big Krone chopper with the 1, 2, 3 box on the front is getting lined up, and just in the middle of the track there's a big grading machine taking grading duties on, and it also looks like the little blue Valtra, although it's not perhaps that little, is putting water on the track as we present the prizes for the 2-wheel drives. We had the ceremony for our colleagues that we've lost over this winter months straight after the 2-wheel drive, so we haven't done the prize giving ceremony for those yet. And then after the 2-wheel drive presentation, we'll do the Superstock presentation. And don't forget, we are watching the Alliance Euro Cup, brought to you by the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee, on this free stream. And we have got many more rounds left to go, so this is only just the start of the season. Do make sure you give the YouTube page a subscription and ring the little bell so you get notifications every time we go live. We just struggled to get there. The cork off. Just the man. Oh, are we playing the national anthem? We are playing the national anthem, but we still can't get the cork off. So that was the prize giving ceremony for the two-wheel drives. That if you tuned in earlier, we had them as our first class before we started the Euro Cup. And due to us doing a bit of a presentation and a ceremony for lost loved ones in the pulling community, we didn't do the prize giving straight away. So we'll do the two-wheel drives now, and then we'll do the super stocks, I believe. Then we'll crack straight on with the light modifieds.
La catégorie super stock, effectivement, cette catégorie super stock qui vient de se terminer sur ce tractorome. Et en troisième position, on retrouve Marine Pauli sur thème Napoliteur. On peut l'applaudir, monsieur Lama. De cette catégorie super stock, nous retrouvons Ziman Fourmas sur Yellowrim. Bravo! On peut l'applaudir, messieurs, Ziman Fourmas.
So here we have the presentation for the super stock class. Third place, the Diart Verta. Second place with the Yellow Dream.
Et en première position de cette catégorie super stock sur Extreme Beer avec 96,43 m, c'est Charles Courbacan. Bravo!
On your winner of the day, the Extreme Deer. Well done, guys. And like I say, this will have certainly mixed the points up in the standings. Wait to find out. Wait for the champagne to flow here in Bernay after the national anthem.
côté-là pour les superstars, bip, bip. Ce côté-là pour les
And the champagne flows for your Superstock winners here today. And thumbs up from the Extreme Green team.
En musique, on fait remonter les two-wheel drive en même temps dessus. Et je compte sur toi, Charlie, pour les ramener comme il se doit. Les Superstock et les two-wheel drive. Allez, je compte sur vous pour les applaudir comme il se doit, quand ils passeront devant vous. Allez, faites du bruit, Bernay.
So as the French ladies dance down the track and the winners take their applaud from the crowd here in Bernay, we get ourselves lined up and ready for action for the next Euro Cup class. We've seen the highest horsepower hoodie tractors we have in the sport, which is the methanol powered Superstocks. We now see the lightest modified class we run in the Euro Cup. Funnily enough, it's called the Light Modifieds. And as I said a little earlier, if you've just joined us, thank you for joining us. You are watching the Alliance Euro Cup. But this class will have, I think it's 11. I think there's 2 missing, 1 missing. Have we got a hot art and have we got a Daffy? 10. So 10 out of the 12. So we will have no Daffy and no hot art, if Tom says that properly. So there's 10 Euro Cup tractors, and then we will see 2, 4, 6, 7 French tractors for their local national competition, with the last French one being something a little special, ladies and gents, hopefully. So they will all be combined into one class, but we will only count the distances, shall we say, for the Euro Cup tractors for the Euro Cup competition, and then only count the distances for the French tractors for the French competition. So as per the two-wheel drives, we may see a mix in the pull-off, but we will definitely get the right amount of Euro Cup tractors in the pull-off that we need to have. Hope that makes sense. And it looks like we're just doing some work to the track. You can still see that big grader from the drone shot just to the top of your shot now. Grading up the track, which is quite rare to see mid-pull. I've not seen, I don't think I've ever seen, have I ever seen? Not sure. As we just now watch a few replays of the Superstock action we saw a little earlier on. So we just watch it in slow-mo and hear the French commentators in slow-mo. It's making me chuckle. So as I say, we just watched some of the replays from the super stock class we saw a little sooner, just while track work is being done to the track. As we saw from that drone shot, they've got a big grader working up the track. And don't forget, ladies and gents, we are on the social media. We'd love you to follow us. Give us a like and a share. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, the ETPC. We're on Facebook and Instagram. And if you, I know the live chat's not turned on, which I know is some people, but happy for you guys to chat in the Europulling Show page on Facebook. That's my page from when we did the Europulling Show in lockdown. If you want to drop some comments in the chat there. So we just keep watching these replays. That does indicate to me that the track is still having work done to it. And this is now the final run in the pull-off, I think, for the Never Satisfied. And we guess it's a head gasket fault towards the end of the run. Watch the colour of the flames. Green flames always indicate head gaskets. Slightly green tinge, I think, is the correct word. So it looks like we've finished track work now. It's podging time, or poking time, whatever you want to call it. So we stop all movement on the track, and then each team is allowed to put one member on the track if they want to. They don't have to walk up and down the track. Most of them have a podger or a pokey or a stick, whatever you want to call it, made of metal, that they can push into the track. They don't have to use that. They could kick it, they could prod it, they could crawl up it. They do what they want, don't matter. But most of them have a podger, hence why we call it podging or poking time. And they walk up and down the track and they stick the little podger in the track. And that helps them just to gauge where the hard bits or the soft bits are, or where it might be more moist or more wet or drier, or anything that the track might want to throw at you. And from that, hopefully they would then be able to gauge where they want to position the tractor, the sledge, at the start line, and which side of the track, down the middle, to the left, to the right, start at the left-hand side and aim for the right-hand side, whatever they feel they've learnt by doing a little podge. should give them the notice and the gauge that they need. And that looks like that's podging time over. The roller starts to move, and those guys just get off the track, and then we should, fingers crossed, be ready for action for the light modifieds. And the first one should be, as we see on the screen, thank you, the Ural Bandit. They sit at the moment in 4th place with 75 points. And as you can see, as we look down the track, they have chosen to position themselves to the right hand side. They've watched the super stocks and they've watched the two-wheel drives probably run. And they've decided that they want that track to set to the slightly to the right hand side of middle as we look down the track, or the left hand side of middle as you sit on the tractor. Here we go, let's see what he can do. And a nice run. Kept down that right hand side all the way down.
On attend la distance.
So we'll wait for the measuring tower, then we'll wait to see what the track officials think about sledge setting. Full pull confirmed from the measuring tower, but from this angle it's very difficult for us to see. Was he just past the checkered flag? Did he fly out? We need that side on angle really, rather than the end on angle. Now the Bandit, Euro Bandit, like I said, currently sits in 4th place, I think, in the points championship at the moment, and was your winner in the light modifieds over in the Dutch competition last weekend. Now this is the replay. Again, difficult to see from that end on angle. But we shall wait and see.
Si vous regardez du côté affleurant, côté tribord, voyez, vous avez, comme c'est la romance française, vous avez Florent du foot team avec sa casquette blanche. Vous avez les personnes du foot team. Vous avez les membres de l'ETPC qui sont Charlie, PCBC.
So 2 Hemis providing the power for the Bandit. Hearing from the ETPC trackside, they're still discussing, they're still having a think what they're going to do about the sledge setting. So there's driver's delegate. That looks like Wim Dingering is the driver's delegation for the light modifieds, informing Hank Kusterman what the decision perhaps has been. So each Euro Cup class has a driver's delegate. The teams delegate one person that's not in their class. So Wim is obviously, he pulls in the heavy modified later on this evening. He's been asked to be their representative. So then each and everybody isn't allowed to go and talk to the ETPC officials. It has to be done through the driver's delegate.
qu'il n'a pas fait un bon passage apparemment et qu'il aurait largement fait les 105 mètres. Donc décision des commissaires de piste de l'ETPC, c'est eux qui décident.
So I'm just getting confirmation sledge is set, but the full pull line is moved to 105 meters. And Mad Max takes to the line. Here we go. Let's see what he can do.
Ça va être un peu juste pour Mad Max.
Bon alors là c'est normal parce qu'en fait comme il avait tendance à trop venir sur cette ligne blanche et donc au lieu de redresser
So quite impressive that the Mad Max team has made it back to the track. They had suffered a major blow up on their last outing, so well done to the Mad Max team. But getting a distance 95.88, 95.88. So we're going to measure the distance of Bandit. They passed the 100 meter line, about 101, 102. So I believe what we're going to do is measure them, and then the full pull line will be 105. And here we go. Let's watch the replay from the Mad Max. Not just the perfect run for the boys there, but nice that they managed to get to the track after suffering their breakage. So to confirm, I have been told that we are now running to a 105 meter full pull line. The top 5, no matter where they finish, will come back in the pull-off. And if we get 5 plus more past that 105, we will see more in the pull-off. I hope that makes sense. So 105 full pull line. If you go past that 105, you're guaranteed in the pull-off. If you don't go past the 105, and we will then measure the top 5 ones. And the top 5, if none of them have passed 105, they will come back. If we've got 2 past 105, the next 3 ones down, if that makes sense, then come back into the pull-off. So you've got to go as far as you can go, hoping you get past 105, but if you get to 104, and some others don't get past, you stand a good chance of still being in the pull-off. Hope that makes sense. Slightly different than what we did with the super stocks, but that's what we're running today with the light mods. And the DAF powered. We were just getting confused with the distances and what we were doing, but I forgot to tell you that the Mad Max has got a DAF engine on board, running on methanol fuel, taken out of a DAF truck. 2 turbochargers added on, and knocking on the door of around 4,000 horsepower. And we bring on our winner from Scorton. It's time for the Black Power. 3 V8 Chevys on board for this machine. These guys currently lead the points championship, getting a 25 points twice in Fuchsdorf, and then finishing first with 30 points in Scorton. So your current points leader is the Black Power with 80 points. Second, the Green Monster Mitas Edition, 78 points. And third place, the Aftermath Unleashed with 77 points. So it's still very tight at the top, only a few points between first, second and third and fourth. So got it all to play for still in this Euro Cup. So the Black Power needs to get past that 105 to guarantee himself in the pull-off. Now had a major issue with a tyre in Germany last few weekends ago. Let's see what we can do. Here we go. fighting with the full pull line, with the white line all the way down. It looks like they've come short of that 100-meter mark, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. That checkered flag, I think, is where Bandit finished. So they have come really short. If that's the case, we'll wait for the distance exactly, but it could be around the 95, 93-meter mark. Yeah, 94 meters and 43 centimeters. 94-43. Puts him in third place at the moment. We've still got some good tractors left to run. And we watch the replay. Doesn't just get locked in, didn't just have the ground speed that the Bandit boys did. The three Chevys not working out today. Like I said, took the win. Only just by a few centimetres from Bandit. In Scorton, Bandit was second and Black Power was first. Now that's reversed. Now Bandit currently stands in the lead and Black Power's in third. So it's still all to play for.
Je vais quand même me rapprocher pour aller prendre des infos, pour aller prendre la température un petit peu.
So next tractor looks like it's going to be the Truck Power. From Denmark. The Black Power we've just seen was from Denmark, and now his fellow countryman is up next. Now a methanol powered Transmarsh on board for this machine.
Attends, s'il te plaît, j'ai juste, est-ce qu'on peut avoir Quentin qui va avoir des infos pour nous?
Du coup, la discussion a été supportée sur Oral Bandit pour savoir s'il faisait un deuxième passage, parce que lors de son premier passage, ils ont jugé, les commissaires de piste, qu'il n'était pas à fond jusqu'à la fin. Du coup, ils réfléchissaient, soit je fais un deuxième passage, ou je reste comme ça pour passer dans le top 5.
Et alors, la décision a été prise ou non?
La décision a été prise, du coup, il repasse.
D'accord, très bien. Donc on reverra Oral Bandit au prochain passage, mais on ne change pas les réglages de la remorque si je comprends bien.
Oui, les réglages ne changent pas. On reste toujours roule à 105 mètres.
Super, merci Quentin pour ces informations.
Et on vous parlait de diversité, regardez devant vous, c'est Tractorpulling qui nous vient aussi du Danemark. Tractorpulling, il est équipé d'un V12 Transmash. Bon, qu'est-ce que c'est que ce moteur? Un V12 Transmash, en fait, c'est un moteur d'un temps de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Ça veut dire que de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, ça veut dire que c'est un
So here comes the Truck Power. As I said, methanol powered Transmarsh on board. From Denmark. Sometimes has problems with backfiring and has had an awful run of head gasket problems. So let's see what the Transmarsh Power can do here in Bernay.
Ah, c'est pas bon quand ça s'arrête comme ça.
En fait, en plus, comme je vous disais, ces moteurs n'ont strictement rien à voir. Ils n'ont pas été prévus pour subir autant d'efforts en très peu de temps. Et en plus, ils sont gonflés, ils sont dopés
So disappointing there, shuts down just before the 50 meters for the truck power. 49.29. So you watch the replay now for truck power. And there's that backfire I told you about. And he just backfired and shut off the throttle. Disappointing for the Danish power. Danish truck power. So that was tractor number 4 with 11 to go in total of the Euro Cup, and then 7 French on the end. And we welcome Seaside Affair back to Bernay. 30-something years, I think they said, since they've been in Bernay, and chose to join the Euro Cup this year. They joined it last year, but they missed Bernay last year. Now we've seen 2 Hemis on the Bandit looking at each other back to back, and now we're going to see 2 Hemis side by side. On the Seaside Affair from the Netherlands. They're just waiting to be called to the sledge. 2 Hemis on board this one, providing the power. There's his 2 independent brakes. That's what they are. He just holds it on the brake when he hits the start switch, just in case. We don't want any sudden surge forward or anything silly like that. And that's one of them running. There you go. You can see it spinning round. And the second one, is the second one running? Yes, it is. So, like I said, 105 is the full pull line. So, 122 distance of meters of Bandit. Seaside Affair can catch and pass in order to make sure he gets in the pull-off. If nobody gets past that 100 meter, that 105, we will just see the top 5 return in the pull-off. Now the Seaside Affair boys had some nice runs in Germany, but didn't come over to the UK to pull in Scorton, so we're currently only sitting 9th place with 50 points. So that's really dropped them down the championship, but still we'll be hoping for a good result here in Bernay today. Let's see what they can do. Can they mix it up at the top and upset the points championship a little? Make sure we're tight. Visor down, ready for action. Here we go. Seaside Affair. And it looks like he's gone far enough, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. It's very close to that distance of Bandit. And I think that screen is wrong. If we are running to 105, he's only got to 102, 103, roughly the checkered flag where Bandit was. But we'll wait for confirmation. As we watch the replay, got locked in the track. Power the nose up into the edge did a great job. Kept it on the straight and narrow. Look at that, nice balance on the tractor, and shuts it down just where the checkered flag is. And I stand corrected. Full pull is confirmed from the measuring tower. They just got past the checkered flag, which apparently the checkered flag is sat at 105. Oh yeah, it is. Look at that. Yep, checkered flag sat at 105. Sorry, my misunderstanding. I thought the checkered flag was sat at Bandit's distance. I apologise. So the checkered flag, which they just got to the checkered flag, didn't they? And that was what confused me. The checkered flag was in at 105. So they have confirmed a full pull from the Seaside Affair. So they are guaranteed in the pull-off. As we see Frank taking the applause from the French crowd.
Alors lui non plus, il n'est pas là pour faire de la figuration, il a gagné plus d'une manche en Eurocup en High Qualified. Jacques Stinnen au volant de Rocket Science. Alors là on est pareil, on est sur un moteur qui a été modifié, hein. À la base c'est pas du tout un V8.
Next one to the line will be the Rocket Science. Another one that's powered by a DAF engine that's been converted to run on methanol. The Helveg Rocket Science. Jack and the team have had some teething problems this year with finding bits in the oil filters after the first run and then not being able to come back. So hopefully we'll see them get out a good distance here in Bernay. Are we ready for the Rocket Science? DAF power here in France. Let's go. So he passes the 100-meter mark, but doesn't quite get to the checkered flag. I think that's possibly going to sit him in second place. But we'll wait for the measuring tower. Now they've stopped the engine. Here we go. Let's watch the replay. In slow-mo again. 101 and 93. 101.93, like I say. Should be good enough for second place at the moment. Even though the graphic says first, we've seen Seaside get to first past that 105 mark. Yeah, the moving it to 105 is confusing everything a little bit, isn't it? Because the system thinks full pull is still 100 metres, so that's why we see Seaside currently looking in third place. But I can confirm that Seaside is full pulled, which is 105. So Seaside officially sits in first place, Rocket Science officially in second, Bandit in third. Sorry for the confusion. And there we can see Carl Carter, mechanic for the Aftermath Unleashed, just positioning the sledge as the next one to the line will be the Aftermath Unleashed. Your Eurocup champion last year took the win with the points championship and currently stands in third place with 77 points. And we've seen your leader, who is Black Power, not just get as far down the track as they'd hoped to. So can Mr. Whittingham and the Aftermath Unleashed team take advantage of that? And again, we get the starry eyes of Mr. Whittingham looking ready for action, as we see Jack and the team taking the applause from the French crowd again. And that's one of the Chevys sprung into life. That's the second one. And that's the third one. And ignore the distance to beat. The distance to beat is a full pull, so he needs to get past the 105 if he wants to guarantee himself in the pull-off. But definitely needs to pass 101, 102, and he stands a good chance of being in the pull-off. But we see him backing up to the sledge now. 3 V8 Chevys this time providing the power, supercharged, methanol injected, and knocking on the door 2,000-ish horsepower each, around 6,000, a little bit more horsepower. Live in action here in Bernay. So we're ready to rock and roll. We get 2 green flags. Here we go with the Aftermath Unleashed. And that's a good run for him. Lots of excess methanol coming out the top of the engine, but shuts down just before the 105 metre flag. Should be good enough to get him in the pull-off. And we watch the replay, watch for the fuel out the top right engine as we're looking at it first. Any second, there you go. You can see the excess fuel coming out that top engine on the right hand side. But lovely balance, look at the tractor, and then at the left hand side engine the same starts happening. But Mr. Whittingham keeps the throttle in the kitchen and shuts it down just as he begins to lose momentum. He could probably have gone another half a metre longer there, but he knew he was far enough and shut back at the 103.98. Now again, the scoreboard is struggling with the 105 system. So Seaside Affair is currently first, Aftermath Unleashed second, Rocket Science third, Eurobandit fourth, and the top 5 we'll see in the pull-off. Hope that makes sense. So hopefully team have seen what I've seen, and the raw fuel coming out the top of the engine. Hopefully it's just a loose pipe and they can fix it. So as Mr. Whittingham takes his applause from the French crowd, hopefully, like I say, team have seen what we've seen on the stream. It's very easy to see it on the screen, but when it's happening live in action and the tractors are travelling at 30, 40 miles an hour down the track, it's not the easiest thing to spot little things happening. So we're going to bring the Bandit back. It's a did they change the sled setting after the Bandit had been? I don't think they did. So why is Bandit coming back? They must have chose to decline their pull. So as I said, Bandit went first. We didn't change the sled sledding. We let the sledge set how it was, I believe. We did, and I'm hearing that Bandit declined their test pull. So as I said, everybody has the option to accept or decline. So let's see what they can do on their second attempt. Here we go. And a slightly better run than their test pull. I have a feeling they probably didn't need to make that run. They were sat at 100 meters and something centimeters. They were sort of fourth. Maybe there's some good tractors to run, actually, to be fair. We've got Green Fighter, the Gators, Dingo. There's a lot of good tractors left to run, and they were on the cusp of not being in the pull-off. So actually, in hindsight, probably a good idea for the team to come back and make a second attempt. 103.44. So again, it's going to mess up the system. He won't be in second place, he'll be in third place. We'll wait for the scoreboard, because remember, Seaside watch the replay. So after me being a bit confused, there you go. So 103.44, just slapped behind the distance from Aftermath Unleashed. So currently first is Seaside, second is Aftermath, third is Bandit, fourth is Rocket Science, and fifth is Mad Max, yes. Top 5 will come back. So the Seaside Affair full pull mark is really confusing the system. Unfortunately, they've changed it to 105 full pull mark, which I don't think the system can cope with, unfortunately. But Seaside Affair, the full pull means he's got past 105. Everybody else is just coming up a little bit short of 105, but the system thinks full pull is 100. Yes, I know. I'm getting lots of messages about it as also. You just have to bear with us. So it was a good decision. I was a little bit confused as to why Bandit had chosen to come back at first. And then you realise they were on the cusp of not being in the top 5, because we welcome the top 5 back to the pull-off. And we've still got some good, strong tractors left to run. And one of those strong tractors is about to come to the line. You can hear the engine running for the V12 Meteors. Another one of our Danish competitors. This is Patrick at the wheel of the Gators. 2 V12 Meteors on board now, providing the power. And there's some big SSI, I believe, superchargers on top. And on its day, this one is one to catch. Can either run really, really well with this machine and fly out the far end, or sometimes has lots of rocky rides and bounces and up and down and left and right. It seems to always be one or the other. It's either a lovely run or a dramatic run. But we're about to find out what we're going to get here in Bernay, in France, as we take the slack out the chain, and we're ready for action for the Gators from Denmark. And it looks like he's got near that checkered flag. It also looks like something's come off the tractor. Oh, it's just a fuel cap. Difficult to see from the drone angle. And a full pull confirmed, so they have passed that 105. Now it looks like we might have sorted the scoreboard out with it saying first place for Gators, but we shall see in a minute when the scoreboard comes on. Oh, we have. Well done, team. So you can see now, as I've been trying to explain, the full pull is actually 105. So as we watch Gators, difficult angle from the drone shot to see actually what's going on. There we go, that's what we want to see. Good balance, not just perfect. And shuts him down just around the checker flag and gets to that 105.
Du coup, ouais, j'ai une annonce au niveau de Rocket Silencer. Il a trouvé des morceaux de métal dans le filtre et de taille d'ingénierie dedans. C'est bon pour moi.
Bon, alors le bout de métal, je peux comprendre, le grand il faudra m'expliquer. Mais oui, en effet, comment c'est une des nombreuses.
So a good run from the Gators from Denmark. That puts 2 officially past the 105. And it's the top 5 going the pull-off with 2 left to run. And those 2 are, again, some really strong tractors. We've got the Green Monsters Mitas Edition and Dingo, who are both left to run here in Bernay in the first round of pulling for the light modifieds. As again we see Patrick giving the strong arm emoji wave there. Very happy with his run. And we wait now, we can see the next 2 tractors. There are the last 2 to pull. I've seen the Green Monster Mitas Edition. And we just took a moment, didn't we, before we started the Euro Cup, to just take a minute to remember a team member Enrico that sadly passed a few weeks ago from the Monster team. And the Bernay organisation presented a very nice tribute to him and other pullers we've lost over the winter months. So we just take a moment to remember Enrico. Not only when the Green Monster comes on, but we have Fighter a little bit later on as well. So Green Monster's no stranger to standing on the top of the podium. 2 V12 Allisons now on board providing the power. American aircraft engine from the World War. Again around 3,000 horsepower an engine. So again around 6,000 horsepower now. About to be live in action here in Bernay. Can they get up near that checkered flag and get themselves in the pull-off? We've got 2 green flags. Here we go. Oh, a little cough and a little backfire around the 50-metre mark, and that robbed them of all the distance and all the speed. I don't know exactly what it was. teams sometimes have issues with sensors. They've got an awful lot of sensors. It's an EFI system controlling the fuel for the Green Monster team. Yeah, distance of 96.55. 6th place, so they're not going to see them in the pull-off. Hopefully we'll get to see the replay. But yeah, just around the 50 metre miles, it just seemed to have a cough, didn't it? And everything stopped, no RPMs, and then zoom, it come back. So yeah, good enough for 6th place, so we won't see him in the pull-off. Even doesn't matter what Dingo does. So far in the pull-off, we've got Seaside Affair, Gators, Aftermath Unleashed, Bandit, and Rocket Science, top 5. Let's hopefully we'll see a replay very shortly and we can work out just what that cough was. Here we go, that's what. Here I think of the engines. There, did you see? Yes. Just slowed it down the right time there. Well done. Just got a little cough from that right hand engine as we look, or the left hand engine from the driver's side, and it lost all his momentum and all his ground speed. And when you're dealing with the best in Europe, you can't afford little coughs and little splutters like that. And he just misses out on being in the top 5. Unlucky for the Green Monster, because they were, well, they still are until the end of the class, but standing 2nd place. So the 1st place at Black Power and the 2nd place man will not be in the pull-off. So again, we're going to see another class where the points championships is mixed up. So we just watched the Green Monster team go back to the pits. And we've one left to run in the Euro Cup, first round of pulling. Then, like I said, there's Barry. Give Barry a wave. Then we've got 7 French tractors on the end in their own championship, but they'll run together with the Euro Cup, so that will make the distance leaderboard even more complicated, won't it? And we bring on the Dingo. Again, another team from Denmark.
Pour vous donner un ordre d'idée, ça faisait 2 ans que le Tractorpulling existait en France, et on était vraiment aux prémices du Tractorpulling. C'est un délice.
And we call these the old men of the sport. 4 brothers compete with this Dingo machine from Denmark, travel all over Europe, competing in the Euro Cup, and not one of these brothers is under the age of 70 years old. They can't get a gear, look. They've had troubles getting in gear. There's trouble in Germany. Somebody go and give them a hand to rock it. Now, let's go a little bit further forward. See if we can get it in now. There you go. He's in gear now. So yeah, as I was saying, none of these team members, not one of them is under the age of 70 years old. So hats off to the granddads of the sport, we call them. But still pushing and competing at top level here at Eurocup with the Dingo machine. Used to run on diesel fuel. It's a Mercedes-Benz engine, a Merc engine is this, a V10. Oh, he's still struggling to get a gear, look. Oh, come on, please, please, please. They have the same problem in Germany, I think they couldn't get a gear. And we just rocked, we saw it in the Superstocks and the two-wheel drives, and just rocked the whole tractor a little bit, just because everything's so tight, everything's wound so tight, the gears are meshed so tightly together. We don't want them jumping out of gear. And just give it a little rock, sometimes that helps just to pop it in gear. There you go, they've done it. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, yes. Hopefully they've got the right gear. Most pullers now just have one forward and one reverse. Oh my goodness, what we're doing underneath. Come on, boys. 3-minute rules. Clock's ticking. So we get 2 green flags. Let's see what the dingo from Denmark can do. Here we go. Oh, and a big backfire. And he shuts down. No, it's gone kaput, he says. I've got nothing. I'm trying to rev it up and there's note. So that'll be their measured distance. 83 meters 98. 83.98. So we now know who's going to be in the pull-off. Hopefully we'll see the screen in a moment. We know we've got the 2 that are full pull, which is Seaside Affair and Gators. And then we'll see 3 more from the top 3 distances, which is from memory. Here we go, from Aftermath Unleashed, the Euro Bandit, and Helvig Rocket Science will be the 5 that we see back in the pull-off. As we watch the replay for Bandit, for Dingo. Throttle in the kitchen eventually, having troubles with the gears. Just using his independent brakes to stay in the straight and narrow. And then there, throttle was wide open and it just popped. Give a little bit of a backfire. And that's as far as he's going to get, I'm afraid. And the traditional hat wave for the driver of Dingo. He has done that hat wave since 1970 something, whenever he comes down the track. So that concludes the Euro Cup pulling. We now have 7 French tractors on the end of the class. But don't worry, those top 5 that I've already told you, no matter what happens with the French tractors, those top 5 that we've just discussed will come back, or be eligible to come back if they can, into the pull-off. And if we get any French tractors in the pull-off as well, they will tag on the end of the pull-off, if that makes sense. So if we get a French tractor that goes past the Rocket Science distance, or past the distance of Aftermath, or whoever else is in the top 5, it won't bump them out of the pull-off, if that makes sense. Because they're not pulling in the Euro Cup competition. But it's time for some Griffin power, look. First Griffin we've seen. Might be the only one we see today, I think. V12 Griffins now on board. Well, one of them. For the flash power. French tractor, lovely Griffin machine. Now we see a single Griffin in, a couple of single Griffins in the Netherlands and in Germany, and they are running on methanol fuel, so they've converted to methanol to get some more horsepower. This one, the single one, still runs on avgas, or aviation fuel, which is the same fuel it would use when it was in the Shackleton aeroplane made by Rolls-Royce in the UK. This is a British-made engine. So we'll be slightly down on horsepower compared to other Griffins that are on methanol. But it always seems to be a plucky little tractor, does flash power. Always seems to perform really well. Now I'm going to set it, haven't I? We've seen him compete against some of the best in Europe before and stands his own and does a great job. So let's see what the Griffin power can do here in Bernay. Nice run for him. As we watch the replay,
On l'applaudit bien fort, messieurs, c'est Alexis Cayette au volant de Flash Power. C'est lui qui a pris la relève de Thierry pendant très longtemps. Thierry était le pilote de Flash Power.
Oui, et alors là, je viens d'en prendre une bonne.
so a distance of 77 meters for the Flash Power. 77.73. So we're now not mixing them up in the leaderboard, so that does help us not get confused, which is nice.
Thierry Cayette, donc le papa d'Alexis, ancien pilote du Flash Power, qui a aussi été président de la fédération de Tractorpulling français. On peut l'applaudir à grand monsieur du Tractorpulling français aussi.
Une affaire de famille, le Tractorpulling en France, effectivement, la famille Cayette est bien présente dans toute la fédération. On peut les applaudir, messieurs, bravo!
Bravo Alexis, le champion de France en titre 2025. Alors là pareil, hein, pourquoi il arrive à courir avec ce moteur-là dans cette catégorie-là, c'est tout simplement parce que lui aussi a couru, enfin a gratté partout pour retirer les moindres grammes superflus, et notamment, regardez, lui aussi est équipé de ses ailes en Kevlar.
On voit aussi sur les châssis, les châssis tubulaires, il y a beaucoup de trous sur les châssis, c'est tout simplement pour gagner un maximum de poids sur l'ensemble. Allez, ça va être un tour d'encore, messieurs de l'étape. Alors, on a du monde à Bernay.
Another V12 machine now from the French teams. Le Contrion. This is a V12 Allison look, single one. We've seen a twin one from the Green Monster team. Now it's time for a single Allison machine. So 77.73 to beat in the French Championship to get past his fellow V12 machine. We've got the Griffin versus the Allison here in France. Let's see what he can do. And a nice run for him. Let's wait for the measuring tower. Looks like it's just past the 80 meter mark. On a distance of 82.92, 82.92 for the Allison powered machine.
européen, hein, on va se détendre, mais ça n'empêche que pour le championnat de France, ça s'annonce plutôt bien. Ça fleur bon, le champion de France, moi je vous le dis, ça fleur bon le championnat de France. Bravo mon petit copain, c'est bien.
So the man from France takes the round of applause. Currently sits in first place in the French Championship with 80 odd metres, 83 metres. But we've got 2, 4, 5 left to run in this French Championship that's bolting on the end of the Euro Cup.
Sauf qu'à un moment donné, il y a une vie aussi à côté du tractorpulling et puis il y a une vie professionnelle. Et donc, ça devient compliqué de faire du pulling, de faire la mécanique à côté, de partir tout un week-end. Il faut savoir que Julien, il est quand même agriculteur. Donc ça représente qu'il a des périodes où il n'a pas beaucoup de temps à consacrer au pulling. Donc c'est pas obligatoirement ça. Bon, voilà, le tractorpulling, c'était il avait laissé tomber. Bon, sans était resté là. Et puis un jour, il y a Quentin qui est allé voir, qui a dit non mais attends, on a quand même 3 moteurs Allison qui dorment dans la cave. C'est ça quand même dommage de rien faire avec. Julien,
And another
écoute, pourquoi pas. 2 jours après, il reçoit un texto, il y a un châssis à vendre.
V12 machine.
Dès qu'il a su ça, il est allé voir son père aussi.
Another Rolls-Royce Griffin by the looks of it. This is the Neo. Is it a Griffin or is it a Meteor?
Et puis après, voilà, on a un châssis en mode de moteur, et puis le naturel reprend dessus, on reprend ses habitudes de mécanicien, et puis c'est reparti.
I think it's a Meteor.
Allez, on y va. On repart sur les tractos.
I'm not a super expert on V12s.
Que ce soit en France ou en Belgique, et puis voilà, et puis en plus maintenant il y a plein de projets dans les tiroirs, il y a des petites choses qui devraient ressortir normalement si tout va bien.
So far the French class has been a full V12 class, which is lovely to see. So let's see what the Neo can do. We've seen the Griffin and we've seen the Allison. Let's see what the Neo can do.
Et là, ça va être au tour de Stéphane Monod. Stéphane Monod, c'est peut-être un nom qui vous parle parce que on l'a déjà entendu tout à l'heure. Si vous suivez tout ce qu'on vous raconte.
Engine dropped out the RPM range there. As soon as you lose momentum, as soon as you lose RPM range with the V12 machines, it's very easy for the engine to lose all its momentum and the tractor to lose all its power, or the other way around. Let's watch the replay. Distance of 67.56. 67.56. For the Neo, good enough for third place in French Championship at the moment.
Et avec toutes les notices qui ont été faites dessus, on est grosso modo à 3000 chevaux. Ce moteur, il a débuté Tractorpulling en 1984. Donc voilà, c'est moteur Rolls-Royce. Donc
On peut l'applaudir, messieurs, Stéphane Monod, au volant de Léo. 67 mètres 56. Vous avez dit que le niveau était assez énorme au Cup, hein, forcément, hein, on n'est pas sur le même niveau. Allez, on va retrouver Quentin qui est dans le prépa pour nous parler de notre prochain concurrent.
Du coup, on se retrouve dans le Tractorpulling et du coup, on est sur DX-Motion. DX-Motion a eu des...
So we see the Neo machine. I'm not sure if it's a Griffin or a Meteor or a Merlin. Definitely a Rolls Royce engine.
Un peu plus gros, toujours de la même marque et qui vient des États-Unis. Ils sont juste un peu plus gros. C'est la seule modification qu'il a fait cette année.
Alors, c'est la seule modification. Sur papier, je suis d'accord avec toi que c'est la seule modification. Maintenant,
So that was the Neo. The next one will be the DX Motion. And there he is. We can see him lined up, ready to go.
une fois que ça fonctionne, que vous dites, après tout, ça fonctionne avec un turbo, je vais essayer d'en mettre un plus haut. Derrière, ça peut engendrer d'autres problèmes. Donc, c'est pas juste mettre un plus gros turbo. Il a mis un plus gros turbo dessus. Et attention, on va voir ce que ça va donner.
Ça change même tout, ça change tout effectivement, ce n'est pas qui peut le plus
On this one now we change the engine configuration. Turbos on board this one.
changer cet espace très stratégique.
À la base, il faut savoir que le moteur de DX Motion, c'est un moteur, c'est un V8 Ineco. Vous voyez, c'est un moteur de camion, en fait, c'est un moteur de poids lourd. C'est 500 chevaux.
Here he comes to the line.
Dessus, il a mis deux énormes turbos, c'est les deux yeux qui sont à l'avant. Et puis, vous avez un intercooleur pour air qui est rajouté. Ce moteur Ineco, il a été diesel de 2011 à 2016. Et puis, depuis 2017, il a été modifié pour fonctionner 100% méthanol. Et là, durant l'hiver, comme tu le disais, Quentin, à l'instant, ils ont remplacé les deux turbos pour en mettre deux plus gros. On espère bien évidemment que le résultat va être à la hauteur de l'investissement qu'ils ont fait. Parce qu'en plus, juste pour vous donner un ordre d'idée, on vous dit que ça vient de loin, ça vient du Danemark, ça vient de Norvège, mais en France aussi ça vient de loin, parce que lui, il vient de Crusay. Ça vous dit rien, Crusay? Non, c'est normal, c'est un tout petit village. C'est un tout petit village, Crusay.
Are we getting backed up to the line?
Il vient de Haute-Savoie, il vient de l'autre bout de la France.
And see what the
Faire ce championnat
DX Motion team can do.
Allez, donc c'est parti.
82.92 to beat.
Xavier Bertou.
He wants to take the win in the French Championship here this evening in Bernay.
Allez, le drapeau vert. Et là, on est un peu comme dans la catégorie Super 5. Il faut monter légèrement. Il faut monter tout doucement en tour pour que le moteur
And another one that just got a little cough and a splutter and had to shut off.
Mais les deux turbos qui sont sur ce moteur ont été changés. C'est tout doucement en tour.
As we watch the replay, he didn't shut off. Look, if you keep your eyes on his right hand on the hand throttle, can't see it now from this shot, but it's wide open, still wide open. There you go. He's not let his foot up there. Now he lets his hand off the throttle. So that wasn't driver backing off. That was the tractor itself having a little backfire of some description. So disappointing 62.09 for DX Motion. 62.09.
Pas déjà un moteur qui est fait pour ça. Déjà, c'est pas un moteur qui est fait pour tourner au méthanol déjà de base. Et ensuite, c'est pas un moteur qui est fait pour accueillir autant de turbo. Bah forcément, il y a un petit peu de réglage à faire, mais on n'en doute pas de cette équipe qui vient de la Savoie. On n'en doute pas une seule seconde. On peut les appeler la main fort, messieurs dames. Xavier Bertou. Bravo. En volant de DX Motion.
Et une fois de plus, là aussi, c'est ce que je vous disais, on a des concurrents du championnat de France, mais là, tu vois, à peine le tracteur est arrivé, bon bah il est pris en main par un tracteur de série, donc quelque part, lui, il n'a plus besoin de piloter. Le premier réflexe, vous avez une mini-tablette, en fait.
Well, the next one to the line should be the Gladiator 6. And now we're seeing, oh no, this is the Al Capone we're seeing. This is a new tractor, I've not seen this one before. He's just getting lined up by the looks of it.
l'expérience et puis trouver le meilleur réglage. On peut l'applaudir, Xavier Bertou, pardon.
Whether we don't have Gladiator 6, we'll have to wait and see.
Effectivement, on va regarder tout, que ce soit les températures de cylindre, comment c'est monté en régime. Tout, il faut que tout soit aligné dans les moindres détails pour que ça fonctionne à merveille. Allez, c'est au tour d'Al Capone de se présenter devant la remorque. Al Capone équipé de 2 V8 également.
Ouais, 2 V8 Chevrolet 540. Donc 540C, c'est la, si vous voulez, c'est la cylindrée américaine. On est grosso modo sur du 7 litres, 7 litres 7, 7 litres 8, 7 litres 9 de cylindrée. Al Capone, il est piloté par Frédéric Baudet. Il fait 2600 chevaux et c'est un tracteur qui a été construit en 2012. Donc il est toujours là, il est toujours présent avec ses 2 V8 Chevrolet. Et voilà.
Well, here comes the Al Capone, so yeah, we must be missing the Gladiator 6. So just 2 to run then if we've got the Al Capone coming next. What is happening here? Maybe not. Maybe not. Now we're backed up. What are we doing? Anybody know? I think the Al Capone team thought it was them. Being called to the sledge. There's the Gladiator team. Behind them, look. There's obviously been some form of mix-up as to who was being called and why. Oh my goodness. So the Gladiator now can't probably get out past the Al Capone. So this is just going to take a moment to sort out, ladies and gents. Like I say, it should have been Gladiator 6 according to my running order. There is Gladiator 6. We couldn't see him in the shot, and we just saw Al Capone start his engines and set off, so we presumed we didn't have a Gladiator 6. Well, we obviously do have a Gladiator 6. He's sat there waiting to go. That's the mechanic from Al Capone sort of apologising. Whether the Al Capone team just saw the flagman say, come on, and didn't realise it wasn't their turn. They've driven forward to go to the sledge, got told, no, it's not your turn, it's not you in the running order. So under their own steam, they've backed up into the pits, and now they're in the way. So I think we're going to pick the Al Capone up, we're going to move him out of the way, and then we can officially call the Gladiator to the sledge. Nothing like a little bit of excitement, hey? So there you go. We can see on the drone shot now. We're going to move the Al Capone, or are we going to put Al Capone in front of the sledge? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. So we're going to drag him down the track. Okay. Now we're going to turn him round. Okay, so we're going to do that and then take him back the tow-back lane. This all seems very serious. He hasn't even run down the track yet. There's the Gladiator still sat, not running, waiting. You couldn't write it, could you? So hopefully now we can call Gladiator 6 to the sledge. All this is taking far too long, everybody. Come on, be doing. Neat's coming. See the DX motion still sat as they were towed back down the track. And now we're going to bring Gladiator to the line by the looks of it. As the French commentators keep the crowd entertained. The crowd probably have no idea that what happened. We can see what's happening with the cameras. So here does come now finally Gladiator 6 being towed to the line by a towback tractor, whether that's because of the mix-up or whether that's a special request anyway.
Alors, prouvez-moi que vous savez faire du bruit ici. Voilà, ça c'est pas de la triche, tu vois.
C'est pas de ma faute si les gens ont du goût. Moi j'y suis.
Alors moi,
j'aurais pas demandé de se mettre là.
Moi je vais demander de faire rehausser les buts l'année prochaine de ce côté-là. Vincent, si tu m'entends, j'ai une requête. J'ai une requête de faire rehausser un petit peu les buts ici pour pouvoir mettre encore plus de personnes. Vous êtes d'accord, Simon?
Et en plus, attends. En plus, il faut savoir que nous, on a le vent de face. Ça veut dire, nous, on sape la fumée, nous, on sape la poussière, nous, on sape tout ça. Hein. Donc, mais ça n'empêche que nous, on est toujours présents.
So here we go. We can see them. Look. What on earth are we connecting there? Flipping heck. This is a whole new world. I've never seen this before. If we want to see, go back to see what's happening. There's the starter motor on the side, but why have we got all them other things plugged in? This has got me, ladies and gents. I do not know the answer to these questions that I'm asking myself. Unless it's a compressor? Are they pumping air in? Because there's the starter motor in that gentleman's left hand. Yeah, he's got hold of it and fingers in his ears. Does he not heard of ear defenders? Come on, boys. It's turning over. You can see his hand twitching as if the starter motor is moving round and round. Is that? I'm going to have to learn about this for next time, aren't I? So I can tell you. This is why they don't start it in the pits. It's the right job, look.
On était tous d'accord du côté tribun, on était d'accord. On veut rehausser la butte l'année prochaine pour mettre plus de monde ici. On est d'accord?
So we watch this drone shot and we can see the massive crowd in Bernay. There's nothing like being there. The atmosphere in France as the French commentators get everybody revved up. Looks like we're still waiting for Gladiator 6 to fire into life. Whatever, there we can hear noise now, and saw a little puff of smoke. Whatever they were doing, it's worked. Now we can't get the quad out of the way. I'm baffled, mate. Baffled I am. There's ETPC head track marshal Mario just casting his eye over what the heck's going on.
Allez, un petit peu de sérieux quand même, on va reprendre le cours. Le gladiateur qui vient de redémarrer avec son V12 Continental 2800 chevaux, c'était lui aussi, c'était un moteur de
Just still wait. Here we go. Are we ready now? Can we see this tractor run? Yes. 2 green flags. Here we go. Oh, nothing's happening again. Oh, now what is going on? Now it looks like we can't get a gear. Finally, 2 green flags. Are we going to see it make some noise? Here we go. No, it's jumped out of gear. Lots of RPMs, and it didn't go anywhere. So it's either jumped out of gear or something wrong with driveline.
c'est vrai que c'est pas, je te l'accorde. C'est vrai que c'est pas évident.
Non, c'est pas évident.
C'est pas facile, c'est pas évident. Écoute, on a cette année la ETPC fait les choses bien, elle nous a donné une oreillette. Comme ça, on entend super bien. Mais ça n'empêche que nous, on fait attention à nos oreilles, donc on met un casque anti-bruit.
So we need to get this Gladiator 6 out of the way.
On n'entend rien. Je suis obligé de me rapprocher si je veux.
C'était sûr, il peut pas être sympa comme ça. C'est dingue. Vous avez vu le mépris qu'il a pour nous.
And then hopefully we'll see the Al Capone. And then we've got one more to run after the Al Capone. Then we'll be into the Euro Cup pull-off.
Juste, c'est quand même tribord. Alors là, je suis complètement sérieux. T'es mort de rire.
He does the traditional shrug of I don't know what's going on. Well, we don't know what's going on either. Mr. Gladiator 6. If you don't know, how the heck are we supposed to know? And again, the towback tractor's used to back the tractor up. Just trying to help speed the job along a little bit, I think. As I was trying to say ages ago, this is the Al Capone machine. Not seen it before. And that's a pair of V8s on board. With some 871 superchargers on the top. So hopefully we can see some action on track after having a dead spell for a while. Another one struggling to get it in gear, look, as we rock the tractor. We can hear the V8s hunting. Yeah, we're just trying to see if we can slow them down a little, them V8s, and see if we can get a gear. No, he's not happy. He's throwing his hands up. Now there, it's in reverse. Just looks like it won't go into forward. Head track marshal Mario's having a look now, going, what is going on? He's running the stopwatch. And we see the first flag when looking at the stopwatch. There you go. Time's up. 3 minutes. So each and every tractor officially gets 3 minutes from the second they're called to the sledge or when they are back to the sledge to attempt to make their pull. And we can see the first flagman there just take something right from around his neck and look at it. Look at it. That will be his stopwatch that he was looking at.
On discutait ce matin avec des tracteurs de série qui n'avaient pas de temps pour faire le football. Ça c'est vrai. Il y a un temps pour revenir s'atteler à la remorque et démarrer. Allez Quentin, on t'écoute.
Du coup, en fait, le flagman a vu que la vitesse restait enclenchée. Quand il était au courant, du coup, il a fait stopper le tracteur.
D'accord, très bien. La sécurité avant tout, c'est très important, effectivement.
Alors, il faut savoir que on dit la sécurité avant tout, c'est une belle phrase, mais je peux vous garantir que quand vous regardez le cahier des charges pour fabriquer un tractorpulling, la grosse majorité, on va dire,
And here comes the last one. in the French competition. And you may be thinking, I recognise this tractor, Tom. It was in Sweden competing in the heavy modified 2-3 weeks ago. Well, you be correct. This is the Le Redoutable 3.0. Normally runs with 4 turbines on in the heavy modified class. But the team have been given a few little hints and tips and sneak peeks and teasing us to let us know that they think they were going to take 2 engines off and run in the light modifieds. They have done this once or twice before, quite a few years ago, and couldn't just get the balance right, couldn't get enough front end weight. It used to come up far too high. So maybe they've had a rethink, maybe move the engines forward, had a plan, had a different idea. And they obviously haven't joined the Euro Cup, but they're just giving it a try, I think, just seeing how it performs with 2 turbines in the light modifieds. So we get green flag. Let's see what the Redoutable can do.
Ça n'empêche que là aussi, il y a eu beaucoup de travail cet hiver. Et ce qui est impressionnant, c'est que là, regardez bien. Regardez-le comme il est actuellement dans sa configuration.
On a distance of 88.85. 88.85 for the Le Redoutable 3.0. First attempt at a light modified pulling for them. Good enough to put them in the lead for the French Championship, but I think they really wanted to be hoping to be it further down the track. Long-term plan maybe to try and be a light modified for the Euro Cup. And they need to find some more horsepower or some better balance or whatever they need. They may have just had it wound back or drawbar height different just for their first attempt. But team now are going to go back to the pits and put 2 more turbines on, and we'll see them later on in the heavy modifieds, would you believe?
Première turbine en France et premier à avoir 4 turbines en Europe. Monsieur Philippe Chauvin, un grand monsieur du Tractorpulling. Ça fait plaisir de le voir là, mon public. Et on peut l'applaudir, on applaudit Guillaume. Bravo Guillaume. Et ça marche bien. Ça pédale. Je peux vous garantir que là, attention, parce que pour le championnat de France, ça va batailler devant. Ça va batailler devant, moi je vous le dis.
Oui, c'est sûr. Et puis attention à ne pas faire de figuration ce soir dans la catégorie reine, dans la Modified non plus. On va le revoir tout à l'heure, effectivement, avec ces 4 turbines. Vous allez voir la dextérité qu'il y a justement à pouvoir passer de 2 à 4 turbines.
Et puis attention, Guillaume Chauvin qui est devant vous là, vous le voyez sur le redoutable. Et vous allez le voir aussi sur Rising Star.
So that concludes the French pulling on the end of the Euro Cup class. So we now move back to the Euro Cup pull-off. And there we see Mario's famous clipboard. Don't look over his shoulder. Oh, that's not Mario. It's Willem. Willem Wemp, one of our tech and safety team. So, as I said a little earlier, we've got the top 2, who's in first place and second place, not in this pull-off. So we've got Black Power and Green Monster, Mitas Edition, not in the pull-off. But we have got 3rd, 4th, 5th in the pull-off. So it's going to mix the points up. Now, I have been informed that unfortunately, again, we're not going to see the rocket science in the pull-off. What the rocket science boys tend to do, they make a really good run. They then go away and check the oil filter and it's full of bits, and they say, we're really sorry, we can't risk pulling again until we've had a chance to go and strip the engine down. So we won't see rocket science in the pull-off. We'll only see 4 in the pull-off. And the first one to come to the line is the Seaside Affair twin Hemi machine. They're going to set the distance that the others will have to catch. So we get 2 green flags. Pan's going to drop 4 meters earlier. Let's see what happens. Here we go. And a good strong run for the Seaside Affair. The RPMs died down towards the end, but it kept the front end in the air, kept the power going. And that will certainly take some catching from the Seaside boys. .106 and 10. 106 and 10. That's the one, the distance the others will have to catch. Now sled has been made more difficult to pull since the first time the Seaside team hooked to it, and they still managed to drag it the same distance, if not further. The pan is dropping 4 or 5 meters earlier. So a really good strong run for the Seaside Affair team. Twin Hemis. And we've got some Chevys. We've got some more Hemis. We've got all sorts left to come.
Oh, il y a du level, il y a du level. Alors attention, il reste du très très beau monde derrière, mais effectivement, il y a du level.
As we watch the replay, really nice balance. Look, pick the nose up, got the throttle in the kitchen. You probably can't tell in the slow-mo, but the RPM's just sort of died a little bit now. Sounded like they did. Oh, drags him down where the checkered flag sits.
Alors j'ai pas eu les noms par contre de ceux qui ont été repêchés.
Est-ce qu'on garderait pas un petit peu de suspense?
Est-ce que c'est une manière polie de dire que c'est pas non plus?
And now it's time for the man from the UK. We've seen the Dutchman with 2 Hemis. Now it's time for the Englishman with 3 Chevys.
Eh oui, ça va être au tour d'Internet. Premier repêché de cette catégorie. Il avait fait 103,98 m au premier.
Can he get anywhere near that 106 meters and 10 centimeters? It'll take some doing. Hopefully the team have seen the problems that we saw on the first run with the fuel leaking out the top of what looked like both of the engines. Well, Euro Cup champion last year, 2025, so want to retain their title if they can. Currently sitting in 3rd place with 77 points, but The two that are ahead of them are not in this pull-off. So Dan and the Aftermath team stand a good chance of getting some good points here today in Bernay. Let's go! Oh, we'll wait for the measuring tower. Doesn't quite look far enough to take the win away from Seaside. But some good strong points there for Mr. Whittingham on the Aftermath Unleashed. As we watch the replay, that just slightly hit there. He hits the brake ever so slightly to bring it back in the straight and narrow. Nice balance. We don't see the best run there with that drone footage. We can't just see what the balance is doing towards the end. But still lift up there, still nose in the sky. And drags him down right towards the end. Probably a metre or two behind the Seaside distance. Second place with 103 and 90. 103 and 90 for the Aftermath Unleashed. Good result. We'll take home some good points hopefully, but still two strong tractors left to run. Remember, we're not going to see a rocket science, so there's only 4 in this class, in this pull-off, sorry.
Daniel qui va repasser devant vous. Allez, je compte sur vous, regardez-moi cette belle mécanique juste ici. 3 V8 accouplés à la perfection. Bravo, on l'applaudit bien fort, monsieur le Whittingham au volant d'Aftermath.
So thumbs up from Mr. Whittingham as he makes his way back down the towback lane.
Comme vous pouvez constater, c'est du châssis tubulaire. Le métal qui est utilisé pour réaliser ces châssis, c'est ce qu'on appelle du métal à mémoire de forme. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, il y a tellement de puissance à l'avant que tout simplement,
With two of the top tractors in Europe left to run yet though, with the Gators machine and the Ural Bandit. Hi guys. Mark and Bram and Hank in the driving seat.
Tous utilisent du métal à mémoire de force, ce qui fait que le châssis va se déformer légèrement et une fois que la course est finie, hop, il va reprendre sa position et sa forme initiale.
Il y a eu énormément de travail en recherche et développement justement sur ces châssis ces dernières années. On le verra d'autant plus.
And we've seen the twin Hemis take the lead in the Seaside affair, side by side. Now we've got a pair of Hemis back to back. So a distance of 106.10 to beat. If they want to take the lead away from Seaside, and 103 something if they want to take second place away from Mr. Whittingham. So 2 V8 Hemis now from the Netherlands. Let's see what he can do. Here we go. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be a close one. Looks like they've probably passed the distance of Mr. Whittingham, but have they managed to get around Seaside? Let's have a look at the replay. the white smoke at the end of the run. Let's have a look at that in a moment. Just there, look as he shuts off. There's the white smoke right at the very end, but 104.93. 104.93, good enough to put him in second place at the moment. Currently we've got Seaside Affair on first, Euro Bandit second, and the Aftermath Unleashed on third place with one left to run. As we said, the Rocket Science is not coming back.
C'était à Bernay, s'il fallait péter un moteur, parce qu'il en avait quand même de mémoire, il me semble qu'il en avait 4 sur Desperata. S'il fallait casser un moteur pour finir premier, lui ça ne dérangeait pas parce qu'il allait péter son moteur, il allait casser son moteur, mais il allait finir premier. Donc s'il fallait faire un moteur, et là j'ai l'impression qu'on est un petit peu dans la même configuration.
Un peu avant l'applaudit bien fort, messieurs, dames, on a vu un petit peu d'huile qui a coulé sur les moteurs, effectivement. Mais écoutez, le sourire, on va l'avoir aussi. Uncle Koopman sur Oral Bandit.
So Hank waves to the crowd as he makes his way back down the towback lane with one left to run in this light modified class to see who's going to stand on the top step here in Bernay.
Est-ce que tu peux nous annoncer les deux derniers engins à passer dans cette catégorie, s'il te plaît?
Donc là, c'est la procédure de démarrage de 14. Donc là, c'est relativement simple parce qu'on est toujours sur 2 moteurs.
Alors, sur la remise des prix, petite précision, on la fait en même temps que les limited Superstock. La remise des prix.
And here comes the man from Denmark that's going to try his damnedest to get past that 106.10. As we saw earlier, 2 V12 Meteors on board. Big 1471, I think they are, superchargers. Everything on this machine is homemade. There is no custom parts you can buy for a V12 highly modified machine like this. And Patrick are proud that they make and produce an awful lot of these parts for this tractor themselves. So let's see what the man from Denmark can do. Can he get near this 106 and take the win here in Bernay, the last one in the light modifieds? Here we go. Yes, he can. Looks like the Gators is going to take the win here. We'll wait for the measuring tower, but he's gone just past that checkered flag. (106.12). 106.12. That's good enough for them to take the win. And we see the Bandit team and the Seaside Affair team giving the congratulations to the Gators team. Well done, boys. Just a few centimetres by the looks of it. 2 centimetres. Oh my gosh, I hadn't realised how close it was. 106.12 to 106.10 for Seaside Affair, with the Bandit coming in third place with 104 and the Aftermath Unleashed just off the podium with 103 and 90. A really tight fought class in the end there. And again, as I just explained, that's going to mix the points up an awful lot. The Gators was quite down on the points before we started. They were in 5th place. The Bandit were in 4th and Aftermath Unleashed was in 3rd. And Seaside missed going to Scorton, so they were down in 9th. And it's going to mix the championship up. As we give the Gators team a big round of applause as they make their way back. And then I think we'll see the presentation straight away as we watch the replay. Patrick knew, he raised his hand up off the steering wheel. It's a little bit naughty officially. As he passed the checkered flag. And he gets towed back to the pit area. Well, that concludes the light modifieds. First place will be that machine you see there, which is the Gators. Second place, Seaside Affair. And third place will be the Bandit.
Mais je pense que cette victoire va être fêtée. Le skiateur avait l'air vraiment ravi de cette performance, effectivement. Et si Théophile Cédron a été en demi-teinte, comme nous disait Quentin à l'instant, effectivement, je pense que ça peut être.
If you've just joined us, thank you. You've just missed the light modifier class, so maybe you've just tuned in to watch the whole thing. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, the ETPC. Please do give the YouTube page a subscribe and ring the little bell so you get notifications every time we go live, because we go live for free for every single Eurocup event that happens this year. And don't forget to find us on the socials. Give us a like or a share or a follow. We are on Facebook and Instagram.
L'Attitude GPS, solution technologique pour l'agriculture, partons à Venon. La ferme de Julien, boucherie, charcuterie maison, Carrefour de la Bretagne à Voici-Lamberville. La boulangerie de Medbad.
As we just take a minute to now, I'm not sure if we're going to do a presentation now or we're going to move straight on to the next class.
La communauté de communes de Bernay. Linan Projection, on remercie, ravalement de façade et isolation plane. Maison Coudrel, constructeur de maisons individuelles, Menval à Évreux. À Évreux. Midi Auto 27, concessionnaire Peugeot à Bernay. MNTP Location Transport à Auville. MTCA Moyens techniques et de communication audiovisuelle. C'est eux qui nous font ces superbes images actuellement et l'écran géant. Omnicène pour tout le triage, traitement et conditionnement de semences à Massandre. Pereira Terrassement, assainissement, aménagement extérieur à Ménil-en-Mouche. Et enfin, pour l'étalagère, chaudronnerie.
So the next class we're going to see here in Bernay will be the limited super stocks. with officially 11, but I know of 2 that are not there. So I think we'll see 9 limited super stocks with 2 French competitors on the end.
Alors, dans quelques instants, donc on va passer à cette catégorie des light modified, donc des light super stock, pardon, excusez-moi, light super stock, tout simplement parce que pour vous expliquer en fait le principe, c'est que là vous allez retrouver, alors vous allez nous dire, mais il passe exactement les mêmes critères que c'est les super stock, non, ce sont des light super stock, c'est-à-dire que autant sur la catégorie super stock on avait 3 turbos. Là, on est toujours sur le même principe, c'est-à-dire qu'on va garder le bloc moteur, la carrosserie extérieure, mais par contre, on a le droit, on est limité en nombre de turbos. Après, il y a d'autres réglages qui sont extrêmement précis pour limiter la puissance des tracteurs.
So the limited super stocks closing the title. They are a little bit based on the big super stock, but they have some limitations. Limitations on turbo inlet size and on cubic capacity, and the amount of turbos. The big superstarts can run 4 turbos in 3 stages, and the limited superstarts can only run 1 turbocharger. And for the first season this year, they have also now had a limitation on the air intake size for said turbocharger. So I'm just trying to find out if we're going to move straight onto the limited super stocks, or we're going to do a presentation. No, we're going to straight in. So no presentation for the light mods. They'll do the light mods and the limited super stocks together after the limited super stock. So we're just waiting now. So this is a new class for the Euro Cup, the limited super stocks. Class has been around for a while. And as the likes of Marder have had a bit of a Euro challenge, shall we say, and invited various competitors from all over Europe to compete. But we've never had an official Euro Cup series for the limited super stocks. So this year, the end of last year, the ETPC decided they were going to offer it and introduce it. So a few events have taken it on, and this is the first round. And we'll bring on the man from Germany, the Never Done. Here we go. And that's a full pull, but we will wait and see if the sledge is set.
distance pour savoir ce qu'on fait et ce qu'on tente un petit peu ou pas.
Et là, en effet, par rapport à ce que tu expliquais tout à l'heure, là, c'est pas du tout, je crois, qui a la chaise du bleu. C'est ça, c'est pas du tout qui a la chaise du bleu.
Tout à fait, c'est exactement ça. C'est exactement ça, pardon. C'est exactement ça, c'est notre référent pour cette catégorie.
We wait to find out if sledge is set from the Never Done team, managing to get a nice full pull. Sledge is set. But again, we've moved the full pull line. So the full pull line now is 110. But we're still working on the top 5, I believe. Let me check.
J'allais dire aussi, faut que je retourne à l'école, là, j'ai un problème de main.
Autant pour moi, pardon.
Alors là, ça va être The Sonic concurrent.
Yeah, so top 5 will come back in the limited super stocks. Full pull line is 110, so we'll measure them where they finish.
Il faut savoir que ce tracteur a une cylindrée de 7,6 litres et il a été construit en 2021 et depuis ça marche pas mal pour lui.
Merci. Alors très attention à vous. Les lance-flammes vont être utilisés pour les prochains tracteurs. Donc, faites très attention à ne pas se faire cramer.
So our only competitor from Switzerland now comes to the line. This will be the Sonic.
Merci de l'info en tout cas Gilles, c'est très gentil de ta part de nous la transmettre.
And a beautifully turned out machine is this. It's the Sonic tractor. Let's see what he can do here in and seems to just have a little pop and a bang towards the end of the run. Like I said, remember we're running to 110 full pull line now. As we watch the replay, see if we can just see this bang towards the end of the run. Was it him shutting off, or was there a little problem with the engine? Keep your ears peeled, here we go. Yeah, I don't know for sure whether it was him shutting off or it was a engine problem. 104 and 40. 104 and 40 for the Sonic.
Sur la jonque, merci beaucoup, merci aux équipes ETPC pour ces magnifiques plans en tout cas qui nous permettent de voir les détails en temps réel. 104 mètres 40, 104 mètres 40.
sur la première Eurocup ever, c'est-à-dire c'est la première fois qu'un championnat d'Europe dédié en Eurocup dans cette catégorie-là. Et nous avons un Français dans cette catégorie qui va reconnaître maintenant, c'est le...
So we take a look in the pit area.
Édouard Lebrun.
Le Français, le petit régional en plus de l'étape, parce que Édouard Lebrun, il est normand.
Oui, alors le régional de l'étape, en effet, comment il est normand, il nous vient du Calvados, Édouard, et puis c'est surtout un grand nom du tractorpulling français, parce que, et voilà, là vous avez Édouard, son tracteur, vous avez Gonzague, juste à côté, et en fait le team Lebrun, en fait, ça a été un des précurseurs, du tractorpulling dans la catégorie super stock. C'était celui qui a construit le premier tractorpulling super.
So we've seen one from Germany, one from Switzerland, and now we're going to see our first competitor in the Eurocup from France.
Rustica est d'ailleurs, si vous avez pu voir l'intérieur du tracteur lorsqu'il soulève le capot, tout simplement ils ont remis une plaque de l'ancienne plaque du tracteur de leur père, le tracteur de Christian. Donc voilà, c'est pas des... C'est pareil, c'est une fois de plus, c'est des bébés pouling.
No, new machine. I've not seen this one before. Numero special.
Et comme beaucoup de fabricants de tractorpulling, on ne tombe pas comme ça dedans par hasard. En général, il y a des générations et des générations. Et ce qui est beau, c'est que ça continue à se transmettre de génération en génération, justement, cet amour du tractorpulling.
Alors là, c'est Gonzague qui est en
I'm not entirely sure this is a brand new machine, but I don't think I've seen this one run down the track before.
Donc là, on est sur un Casia Shopper 300 chevaux de base. Le tracteur, il est estimé à peu près à 2000 chevaux. Il marche au méthanol. Un seul turbo comme tous les autres. Et puis, il faut savoir que il n'y a pas longtemps, ils ont fait énormément de travail cet hiver sur le tracteur. Et ils
So 108, 70 to beat. Like we say, it's 110 full pull line.
Et comme ça, ils ont pu tester leur virtuellement, on va dire, avec une remorque virtuelle, le tracteur pour faire ses réglages
Oh, that didn't sound too good.
Alors, on a fait combien de mètres? Attendez, on peut peut-être repartir. On peut peut-être léger. Tu crois qu'on a passé les 1 mètre?
Non, on n'a pas dépassé les 20 mètres et je pense qu'ils vont demander à repasser 6 tracteurs plus tard.
Ça, déjà, c'est pas mal.
So is he deciding to go back to the start line of a second attempt to leave the line? French team were just asking what they're allowed and not allowed to do. And as I said earlier, he didn't pass the 2 white flags. They're not white, they're blue, but past that 30-metre mark. So he is allowed a second attempt to leave the line. But no work can be done to the track by the graders and the rollers. So we see that little mound of muck. That's where he stopped. That has to stay. I mean, the team member's welcome to kick it out the way if he wants, but no work can be done to the track by the maintenance vehicles. Again, that's just part of the rules. If you've chosen to shut off before the 30-metre mark, that's the downside to it. But this will be his second to final attempt, second bite of the cherry. Can the new machine on his home ground do some good running? Here we go.
Malheureusement, j'ai eu le sentiment qu'il n'est pas monté suffisamment dans les tours. Normalement, le moteur monte dans les tours, il s'emballe. Et là, on n'a pas eu cet emballement, on n'a pas eu cette montée en puissance, cette montée progressive. Bon. Là, par contre, ça va être la soupe à la grimace. Et puis, je pense que derrière, il va falloir faire... je sais pas, il va falloir aller voir le docteur parce que là, à mon avis, il y a de gros
And disappointing 77 meters 61. 77.61. So disappointing 77.61 for the numero special. Didn't just sound 100% correct as he was going down the track. A little bit of rough engine noises, shall we say.
J'ai eu le sentiment qu'il n'est pas monté suffisamment dans les tours. Normalement, le moteur monte dans les détails et le diable se cache souvent dans les détails. Et donc là, ça va être maintenant à eux d'aller justement récupérer toutes ces datas et comprendre ce qui n'a pas fonctionné.
So we bring on the next one. Another one of our German guests. We've seen the yellow Dream earlier on today in the pits. Pull in the Superstock class. And get himself in the pull-off. And this will be the sister tractor, the Yellow Nightmare, which is a limited Superstock. And let's see what he can do. Now that's the Sonic machine we were just looking at there. Team doing a little work under the bonnet. We saw it not just running 100% correct towards the end of the run.
Merci beaucoup, merci. D'ailleurs, est-ce que tu peux me rejoindre s'il te plaît? Est-ce que tu peux venir nous voir?
And here comes the Yellow Nightmare.
Du coup, j'en ai même pas noté la distance.
77 mètres 61. 77 mètres 61 pour un numéro spécial.
So let's see what the man from Germany can do. Can he emulate his good runs from the big Superstock class?
Rapprocher quand même, je veux juste être sûr de la distance. Je vous rappelle que le full pool a été placé à 100 mètres. J'ai peur que ce soit un petit peu juste. Oh non! Oh là 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 là, 109 mètres 09, 109 mètres 09, aïe 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 aïe. Il manquait pas grand chose, on peut les applaudir quand même bien fort. Marvin Waters sur Yellow Nightmare.
So a distance of 109 and 09. Not quite a full pull, but good enough to put him in the lead. And remember, top 5 come back.
Aïe aïe aïe, que c'est dommage. Vraiment. 81 centimètres.
Ouais, on était 91 petits centimètres qui manquent. C'est dommage parce qu'en fait ça allait très vite, ça marchait très bien.
Effectivement, moi j'étais placé au niveau des 90 mètres. On croyait vraiment que ça y avait été. Il manquait vraiment pas grand chose à Yellow Nightmare. On peut l'applaudir quand même, c'est parti!
As we watch the replay. So the Yellow Nightmare. Really nice Nice run, look, locked into the track, picked the nose up all the way down. Exactly what we wanted to see. And shuts it down just before the 110 metre mark. Well done to the team.
Je vous rappelle que le full pool a été placé à 100.
Cet ordre-là. J'ai commencé l'année dernière avec le commentateur au niveau des courses championnat de France. Mais là, faire Bernay, là, c'était le step. Et là, je me sens ultra dans mon élément. Je suis ultra heureux. Une grosse évolution depuis l'année dernière. Merci beaucoup.
Et la team maman. Alors on applaudit notre nightmare qui repasse devant vous, bravo. Bravo, et puis je compte sur vous pour faire un triomphe, s'il vous plaît, pour Quentin qui arrive et qui avait, je peux vous garantir qu'il en est pas là. Et puis son boulot, c'est pas simple parce qu'en fait, on lui a dit on va faire un nouveau truc, on va essayer machin, et puis ça se passe super bien, ça nous fait vachement plaisir, c'est génial, ça nous apporte énormément. Pour Quentin, la team maman et people.
Allez, viens par ici, viens par ici.
So we give the team from Germany a round of applause. And we're going to bring on the next one. Looks like it should be the Blue Alcoholic. Oh, here he is. Our first competitor from Sweden today. Only one team from Sweden, I think, in the Euro Cup lineup today. That will be the Blue Alcoholic. Lovely old Ford looking machine. Let's see what the man from Sweden can do.
Et aussi, j'ai une petite idée aussi pour ce nouveau tracteur, Tractorpulling. C'est un tracteur, c'est la première fois qu'il est ici. Je veux que fasse un maximum de bruit quand il sera passé. Il vient de Suède, il vient de très très loin. Il a fait 4 jours de voyage pour venir juste pour 10 secondes de course.
Alors, petite précision quand même, Quentin. Je suis pas encore viré. Je suis encore là. Je suis toujours là. Mais t'as raison, ça est acquis.
Mais non, mais c'était important de le présenter, c'était important de... Je vais pas dire de la doubler, mais c'est jamais évident, on l'a tous vécu. Moi, la première fois que je l'ai fait ici à Bernay, c'était pas évident. Toi, la première fois que tu l'as fait ici, c'était pas évident. Lui, c'était sa première
So
aujourd'hui.
just getting hooked up. And like I said, all these limited Superstock guys are limited to one turbocharger, obviously running on methanol fuel. Oh, and something didn't just sound right under the bonnet. Again, around the 60 metre mark. Something seemed to start working correctly. On a distance of 71.26. 71.26. I think that's just the water they're using to put the fire out. I think there's a little methanol fire underneath the bonnet.
Ils nous arrivent quand même de Suède, donc ils ont fait quelques kilomètres pour être ici. Aïe, c'est jamais bon. On peut quand même les applaudir bien fort, messieurs, l'équipe de Blue Alcoholic, Daniel Niedersat. On peut l'applaudir. Concurrent malchanceux, c'est encore une fois, ça reste de la mécanique.
Hopefully, I don't think it's anything too terminal. But the team do just have to check. We don't want a methanol fire burning because it does make a mess of all the electrical cabling under the bonnet. So we watch the replay so we can work out what happened. Yeah, by the time we get the right angle, it's all happened. A little pop of flame there. And a lot of white smoke. Now we should see the bad idea from the UK next. No, it's Froggy next, sorry. And then we should see the Thunderstruck from the UK. But I do know the Thunderstruck from the UK isn't in Bernay, so it'll be Froggy next from France. The second of our French competitors in the Euro Cup.
Alors, il est où, monsieur le président de l'ETPC?
Il est là. Je le vois. Voilà, leur tour. Hey, tu veux qu'on joue à Où est Charlie? Attention, hop, je le vois.
Alors, parce que là, en fait, c'est Froggy. C'est Froggy qui va arriver. Allez, on applaudit. Bravo, bravo. Bon, ça a pas l'air de le gêner.
Non, je te dis, apparemment, ça n'avait pas l'air si grave que ça. Vraiment, c'est ce qu'il m'a dit. Plus de peur que de mal. Tant mieux.
Allez, maintenant, ça va être au tour de Froggy de venir atteler cette remorque. Alors, juste...
C'est jamais que le neveu du président de l'ETPC, quand même. Le président de la fédération européenne.
Shall we bring on the Froggy? I guess it'll be Nick de Hoof driving.
Donc, voilà, là on a des vrais fans. Et je trouve que tu viens de plus en plus ici quand même.
Nick often drives the Froggy. Now, what Froggy team were one of the first teams to build and start with the limited super stocks. I don't think that's Nick de Hoof by the looks of the face behind the helmet.
Alors là, effectivement, le neveu
Like I said, the Froggy team were one of the first teams in Europe to build a limited super stock. But remember, everyone's on a bit of a learning curve now with these machines. Now the ETPC Tech and Safety have introduced a limited air intake, so everyone's just still learning how to set their tractors up. But we get 2 green flags, and let's see what the man from France can do. And shuts it down around the 105 metres, 104. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Should be hopefully good enough to get him in the top 5 of the Euro Cup competitors to see him back in the pull-off as we watch the replay. Good enough for 4th place, look. Ooh, it's going to be close. 104 and 03. 104, 03.
C'était un très beau passage en même temps. Très beau passage sur Froggy. Quentin, tu veux nous rajouter une petite précision?
Oui, j'ai des infos sur numéro spécial. En fait, c'est pas un aspect. En fait, c'est déboîté.
Well, that's not Nick de Hoof driving, but whoever he is, he's very happy with how the tractor performed. So like I say, it should be Brutus Thunderstruck now from the UK. They haven't made it. Had some problems when they started it up, I believe, in the yard just before they went to load it into the truck. So I had to say we're not coming. So we move on to the new alcoholic from Sweden. My guess is it's from the same team from the blue alcoholic. We've got a new one and a blue one. So as the Froggy team take their applause, and here comes the Valtra with the Swedish flag flying high on the top. This will be the new alcoholic.
Allez, c'est au tour maintenant de Brutus Fasterstruck. Brutus Fasterstruck, tracteur anglais, un international 3688. À la base, pareil, il faisait 124 chevaux. Il est issu d'un tracteur qui a été construit dans les années 80 à 85. Alors, bon, par contre, c'est pas bien plus.
J'ai des nouvelles par rapport à ça. Nous avons 4 tracteurs qui n'est pas là aujourd'hui, excusez-moi. Nous avons Compton qui n'est pas là, CH Rail, Brutus et le anglais dire l'autre anglais qui est en jeune tard.
Donc là, du coup, c'est pas Brutus, c'est New Alcoholic.
And here it comes.
Alors, New Alcoholic, là, l'époque,
Just to make sure we can get backed up to the line straight.
c'est un tracteur qui nous vient de Suède. Les Suédois ne sont pas des alcooliques. Non. Ce sont des descendants, ce sont des vikings comme nous, les Normands. Mais pourquoi New Alcoholic? C'est parce que c'est un nouveau tracteur à l'alcool, tout simplement. Donc c'est pour ça qu'il l'a appelé comme ça. C'est en fait, il y a une caisse. Il y a une caisse de Valtra, mais en fait, son moteur, c'est un AGCO Power. AGCO Power. AGCO, c'est un fabricant de
So here we go. We get him backed up to the sledge. Chain is tight. The new alcoholic from Sweden. Can they do a little bit better than the blue alcoholic from Sweden? And get up near that 110 meter mark. We're about to find out. Here we go. They certainly can get up towards it. We'll wait for the measuring tower to see what their position they're in currently. Like I say, top 5 guaranteed in the pull-off with just a few left to run. Oh, 5th place. 5th place for the new alcoholic, 103.26. So it's quite close. With 102 at 109, 109, 108, and 2 at 104. And then the new alcoholic just comes in at 103. He seems very impressed with his run. Oh yes, come on, he says. Give us a cheer. So that looks like the turbo inlet from the Sonic team is my guess. The way that is beautifully painted and beautifully machined, I'm going to put my neck line and say that's from a Sonic tractor. Obviously the team are doing some spannering. Yeah, they are. They've got the bird cage off as well. They're doing a bit of work. So the new alcoholic currently stands in 5th place, so on the verge of in the pull-off currently, but some good tractors left to run. The next tractor should be another one of the UK competitors, the Bad Idea. And they set off, put on the social medias, we are on our way to their first Euro Cup event after doing an awful lot of spannering and welding and a lot of work on that machine at Scorton a few weekends ago. They had a dramatic failure with the rear end, and they've worked night and day to get it ready to come to Bernay. They set off in the truck, and then halfway down the UK they had a major problem with the truck and were forced to turn around and go home. So a real disappointment for the Bad Idea team. But we move on now to the next one, which is the Rough Stuff. Our only competitor from the Netherlands in this limited Superstock Euro Cup. Oh, only one that's here anyway, let's put it as that way. Oh, there only is one Dutch one registered in the Euro Cup. So let's see what the Rough Stuff from the Netherlands can do. Another one suffering problems. Throttle wide open, turbo coughed and spluttered, and that was the end of him. Let's watch the replay. Got the nose in the air, doing the business, and we listen for the cough in slow-mo. There you go. There's the cough in slow-mo. Get the throttle wide open, and that was the RPMs died, lost the turbo pressure, and it all come to a grinding halt at 70 metres and 88 centimetres. 70 metres and 88 centimetres for the Rough Stuff.
Alors évidemment à chaque fois que nous on le prononce ça me fait rire parce qu'on a du mal à dire son nom. Ça me fait beaucoup rire. Mais blague à part, c'est une base de Fenn 7,6 de cylindrée, une puissance d'origine de 350 chevaux. Et là on est sur du
So Kez Wire at the wheel of the Rough Stuff with a disappointing result. Back to the drawing board for the team from the Netherlands.
Regardez dans le prépa, regardez dans le fond. Le cycle irrésistible qui vient d'arriver avec ses 5 V8, ces monstres de puissance que l'on va voir une fois que l'on aura terminé dans cette catégorie des limiteurs Superstock. Allez, ça va toujours!
As we see him towed back down the pit lane, we've got one left to run in the Euro Cup, and then we've two French competitors tagging on the end, and then we'll be into the pull-off. And as you can see on the screen, the next one's a German competitor. We've seen the Yellow Nightmare make a storming run from Germany. Now it's his fellow countryman's turn. A Fendt-powered Gifworth, which means the naughty elf or the naughty dwarf or something like that. Hence the picture on the side. Naughty gremlin, I think maybe is perhaps what it's officially translated as. I don't know exactly. We can see the kill switch is attached there. That little steel wire, and the hook is hooked. And can the team from Germany get up near that 109-meter mark to get themselves in the pull-off? We are about to find out. Here we go. Can they ever? Absolutely beautiful run for the Gifworth. Oh, it's a full pull confirmed. Shall we watch the replay? And we can see not really having to touch the brake, just ever so slightly there. And a beautiful run. And had the ground speed and the power to power out the far end. And again, scoreboard is incorrect like it was in the light modified. So Gifworth will be first place because he's full pulled past 110 and all the others will slot underneath him. So that means the new alcoholic has dropped out of 5th place for the pull-off. So the team from Germany very happy with that result. Got themselves in the pull-off and gone the furthest distance of them all. Christian Kaiser's at the wheel there it was. Celebrating and thumping the tractor, giving it a pat on the back to say well done. And now we bring on the 2 French competitors that are tagging on the end of the class. The Extreme Defi, which I believe is an old Extreme Temptation hood slash complete tractor without the engine, and they fitted the limited Superstock engine underneath.
Et là maintenant c'est son fils Benoît sur ce quasi-H DT 436 de 2400 chevaux. Il faut savoir qu'il a fait 2e au championnat de France en 2024 et en 2025. Pareil, à la base c'est un tracteur qui fait dans les 200 chevaux, entièrement remodifié au méthanol et puis voilà, et puis c'est un régional de l'étape quoi.
So let's see what the French team can do. Like I say, not in competition for the Euro Cup, so it doesn't matter if they get in the top 5. They will not knock any of the Euro Cup competitors out of the pull-off. That's difficult to say, not knock. But the Extreme Defi from France, let's see what he can do, and mixing it up with the Euro Cup machines. Here we go. We could hear that turbo coughing all the way down the track. Only just kept enough boost pressure in the turbo to keep it spinning as it coughed away. As we listen to the replay, I don't think we'll hear it cough so well. Oh, we will listen. That sounds funny in slow-mo, the coughing of the turbo. So just to keep you in the loop, everybody, we're going to see the hopefully one more. I think there's one more limited Superstock from France. Then we'll see the pull-off of the limited Superstocks. And then we're going to finish the evening with the heavy modifieds, the Euro Cup heavy modifieds. So yeah, confirmation, just one more limited Superstock left to run. And that will be the Warrior machine. We've seen its stablemate, the Froggy. Now, normally the Warrior and the Froggy travel together. They're part of the same team. Now, the Warrior machine used to be a Deutsch, didn't it? Yeah, it used to be a Deutsch, did the Warrior. And they took the engine out and sold the engine as a complete unit, I believe. And has replaced it now. And with a John Deere engine, so they could have two machines that are the same. And we can see the Rough Stuff team doing some work under the bonnet there. I don't think the Rough Stuff was in the pull-off, was it? I don't think it got far enough to be in the top 5, so whether the team are just trying something for size, or whether I've got my leaderboard incorrect, and we will see them later back. That's another fuel nozzle. We've seen lots of people playing with fuel nozzles this weekend. So this is the new look Warrior with a class bonnet on it, but I'm fairly sure it's John Deere parts underneath, or some of them are, to help them keep them interchangeable. Well, here we go. Let's see what the Warrior can do.
Et alors ça, ils n'arrivent pas à l'expliquer. Ça, ils l'ont depuis le début. Ils ont tout essayé. Je peux vous garantir qu'ils ont tout cherché. Les datas. Ils ont branché ils ont branché l'ordinateur sur le tracteur. Ils ont essayé de faire des essais, des choses. Ils montent dans les tours et en fait, dès qu'ils montent dans les tours, à un moment donné, on ne sait pas pourquoi, ils n'arrivent pas à l'expliquer. Et je peux vous garantir que pourtant, ceux qui veulent dessus,
So they didn't pass the mythical 30-meter mark that we've talked about.
qui travaillent dessus, ils connaissent.
If any tractor on their first attempt stops before the 30-meter mark, they're entitled to a second attempt, a second bite of the cherry.
Par contre, en dehors de la piste, on est toujours prêt à donner un coup de main. Et ils ont posé la question à tout le monde. Ils n'arrivent pas à comprendre pourquoi ce moteur. Ils ont juste fait, dans les changements qu'ils ont fait cet hiver, ils ont rajouté une injection électronique. Pour vous dire à quel point ils en connaissent un petit peu en mécanique, c'est que certaines pièces du moteur ont été créées par Guy, c'est-à-dire qu'il s'est mis au dessin 3D et puis il a fabriqué ces pièces lui-même pour pouvoir mettre ses injecteurs électroniques et en théorie pour régler un certain nombre de problèmes. Sauf que là, ça en a apporté.
This is their second bite of the cherry. Let's see what they can do. Here we go. Oh, it's still not running right.
Il n'y a rien à faire. Ils n'arrivent pas à comprendre pourquoi, à un moment donné, ils montent dans les tours et ça lâche. Donc ça, c'est la grosse interrogation. Pourquoi le tracteur réagit comme ça? Ils n'expliquent pas, ils ne comprennent pas. Pourtant, quand ils regardent les datas, entre autres, où ils étudient l'intérieur des pièces du moteur, on n'a pas d'usure particulière, on n'a pas de problème particulier, mais chaque fois, là, le tracteur, il coupe, arrivé.
So disappointing for the Warrior machine. Only 14 meters. Puts him in second place in the French Championship. Oh no, it won't, because the Numero Special and the Froggy will be intertwined with the French Championship, which really makes the measuring distances complicated, doesn't it? As we move them out the way now. And we'll start the pull-off.
Florent, la distance.
Zone de 14 mètres. 14 mètres pour Warrior.
Pour extrême défi.
On est à 88 mètres 39. 88 mètres 39.
So like I say, disappointing 14 meters for the Warrior. So we move on now straight into the pull-off for the top 5 in the limited super stocks. He's happy to be here, happy to be in Bernay. Now we've heard word from the pit area that the Sonic team have not managed to fix their problem. We saw them taking the engine apart, the inlet for the turbo apart, so we're only going to see 4 again in this pull-off. That will be the 3 from Germany and 1 from France. The Giftworth, the Yellow Nightmare, the Never Done, no Sonic, and then into Froggy will be the final one in the pull-off. So sledge will be made a little bit more difficult to pull. And we can see the first one, the Never Done machine, lining up ready for action.
Florent du Fukutin Vertier qui posera le patin 6 mètres 50 plus tôt.
Ok, juste un réglage au niveau de du expose du patin.
So we've got news from the sledge team. They're going to drop the pan 6 meters sooner. So we should be stopping them, in theory, 6 meters earlier than what they did in the first round. But what tends to happen is in the pull-off, the teams all just wind them up a bit, try and get a few more horsepower out of their engines. So let's see what the Never Done Germany can do. He's going to set the distance that they'll all have to catch. Here we go.
Je ne sais pas si vous avez fait attention, mais on a bien senti que quand le patin s'est posé.
Watch the replay. Distance of 90 metres and 70 centimetres. Good strong run. Whether it's going to be far enough to take the win here, we'll yet to find out. Just kept his nose end down. Didn't really pick his nose end up and lock into the track like we like them to do. So we shall see. Is that going to be far enough?
Le podium des catégories Limited Super Stock et Super Stock. Et là,
Il reste 4 tracteurs, avant le podium. 4 tracteurs avant le podium.
Avec podium Live Modified et podium Limited Super Stock. Bravo André, qui vient nous placer la distance de référence, la distance à 90 mètres.
Well, we've seen driver of Never Done, Andre Marschisch from Germany. Who's also the promoter, or part of the team that's promoting one of the European Championships. With 2 European Championships this year, one in Germany and one in Belgium. We split the classes up. So there we see Andre, he's part of the team that's helping put on the German event.
En même temps, ce fut un très beau tir pour cette finale. Le gros avantage de la tombée de la nuit, ce sont ces flammes qu'on va sortir des pots d'échappement des Limited Super Stock.
Now it's the next one of our German competitors. The Yellow Nightmare. We saw them just miss out on a full pull in the first round of pulling.
Alors, je précisais tout à l'heure qu'on allait faire la remise des prix à l'issue de cette catégorie Limited Super Stock. Catégorie Live Modified et Limited Super Stock. Je suis allé vérifier qu'on avait bien l'hymne danois qui n'est pas un hymne que l'on joue souvent.
Allez, attention au départ. 90 mètres.
So let's see what he can do. Come on, the Yellow Nightmare. Here we go. Oh, an absolute beautiful run. Passes the distance by meters and meters. We'll wait for the measuring tower. Here we go with the replay. Got his nose into the air, look, locked into the track. And a distance of 105.61. 105.61 for the Yellow Nightmare. And the French DJ plays some more Dutch tunes. We're doing the links Rex, the left right. As the nighttime atmosphere grows. In Bernay in France. As it's just turned around 9:30 p.m. in France. So there's still a few good tractors left to run. Don't forget about that, folks. In this limited superstock class. And then, of course, we're going to finish the day with the heavy modifieds very shortly. So we just take a look. Like I say, we should see the Sonic next, but he's not able to come back. We saw him have a problem when he shut off towards the end of his first run. And we also saw a few shots of him spannering in the pit area. And whatever the fault was, doesn't look like he can fix it in time. So we'll bring on the next one, which will be the Froggy. Like I say, our only French competitor in the pull-off. We need to get him backed up to the sledge in a straight line. That always works well. This looks a bit better this time.
C'est tout bon, disons, la piste du Tractorpulling, mais le chemin est pour toi. Dans quelques instants, le drapeau vert, le voilà. Allez, c'est parti mon petit. 107 mètres 61.
So let's go with the Froggy. We've seen what the other German guys can do. Here we go.
Ah, j'y ai cru, mais alors cette remorque, elle pardonne pas. Hein.
Well, not just the run they were hoping for in the pull-off. Nicely balanced look. Got the nose of the tractor in the air, doing what the tractor's designed to do. Just got a bit of a bounce on there just when the box stopped, and that won't have helped him. Shuts him down at 98 meters 29. 98.29. The driver looks satisfied and waving to the home fans. So he splits up the two Germans, does the Froggy. Yellow Nightmare at 105 and 61. Froggy at 98.29. Never done at 90.70. We're not going to see the Sonic come back. So our last tractor will be the one that performed the best in the first round of pulling. That will be the Giftwirth. We see the Froggy make his way back. Like I say, the man from Germany should be the next one, the last one in this pull-off. We can see two lined up, look there. I've been informed that we're going to see a demo run from the French tractor at the end of the pull-off. So this will be the last one officially pulling in the pull-off. And we believe the numero special is going to tag on the end of the pull-off class before we move on to the heavy modifieds. So this will be the last official pull in the limited super stocks. And that's the Giftwirth.
Car tout à l'heure, il a manqué de chance malheureusement, et on vous a toujours dit, le seul moyen d'essayer les Tractorpulling, c'est sur la piste.
So here we go. Can he take the lead? Can he take the win? Here in doesn't look like it. I was about to say here in Germany, that's why I stopped myself. Here in France, where we are in Bernay in France. We'll wait for the measuring tower as we watch the replay. Didn't just lock in, look, didn't pick its nose up as well as it did in the first round of pulling. No, second place, 102.67. 102.67. For Christian Kaisers on the Giftwirth.
Encore un tracteur et après on fait la remise des prix.
So good enough for second place as I expected. So that concludes your limited Superstock class. Yellow Nightmare taking the win, the Giftworth taking second place, and Froggy, our only French competitor to stand on the podium so far today. So as I said, that concludes the pull-in. Now we may get to see, I think we're going to see a French tractor tag on the end of the pull-off setting. Yeah, here he comes, which is a numero special. Not for competition, remember, so it doesn't matter where he finishes today in this run. So here we go, like I say, a demo run, not for points. Let's see what he can do though. Oh, and it's still coughing and spluttering, look. So it's presentation time now, folks. We'll see the presentation for both the limited Superstocks that we've just seen and the light modifiers that we saw a little earlier on. We're doing a little bit of track preparation work at the same time. I think we'll see that big motor grader back on track before we see the reason we call it the world's most powerful motorsport, and that'll be the heavy modifiers to finish off the night. 8 competitors from all over Europe, France, Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, going to compete to see who can take home the win in France. So once again, I take this opportunity to remind you that we are the European Tractorpulling Committee, the ETPC. This stream is being brought to you by the Alliance Tyres brand, who are sponsoring the whole Eurocup event. We thank you, Alliance, for their continued support. And you are watching this on the ETPC free streaming site, YouTube page. If you've just stumbled across us and you like what you see, we are going to go live for every single Eurocup throughout Europe. So give the page a subscribe, ring the little bell so you get notifications every time we go live. And don't forget to follow us on the socials. We are the European Tractorpulling Committee, or the ETPC, on Facebook and Instagram. And if you go to tractorpulling.com, you'll be able to see all the results and the points championships, where we're up to with those. The website is already updated for the light modified, so it won't be long before the limited super stocks are. So if you've just got a minute while we have a look, we'll have a look and see how today's. We've seen the 4.5 ton and the 3.6 ton Super Sport in Berghausen, Germany. That stream was a little earlier today. So first currently Simply Green, Evil Deceiver from the UK second, Crone Hulk third. That's in the 4.5 ton Super Sports. In the 3.6 ton Super Sports, Red Evolution first, Duke of Deer second, and Proud Eagle in third place in the championship currently. The heavy mods we're going to see in a minute. The light modifieds with the new points added on from Bernay, currently with 105 is Gators, 102 with Aftermath Unleashed, 101 is the Euro Bandit, 101 is Green Monster, and 101 is Black Power. So joint third place there for Bandit, Green Monster and Black Power. The Pro Stocks we've not seen this weekend. The Super Stocks that we saw a little earlier, currently standing in first place. I told you it would mix the points up. Never Satisfied has jumped up 4 places. Their first place now is 78 points. The Newborn Deer has dropped down to second with 75 points. The GS Ned Interaction, 73 points in third place. And the limited Super Stocks, we've just seen them compete. This was their first round, so wherever they finish today will be their points championship, if that makes sense. We know that Yellow Nightmare finished first and Giftworth finished second, with Froggy in third. So that's how they'll stand in the points championships when the points gets updated. And you can head over to tractorpulling.com to see all of these results. And once you head to tractorpulling.com, you can check out all of the events that are coming up. Not only in the Eurocup, but we can go with that first, where we've done Fuchtorf, we've done Scotland, we've done the Ponding, we're doing Bernay now, and then there's lots more to pull. We've got Marder, we're going to Egderod in Sweden, Putten, then Egderved is one of the first ECs, then we're going to Brander, Canutville, Zila for the second ECs, Great Eccleston in the UK, and we're finishing with Sonsbeck. So there is nothing like seeing and hearing this sport live, folks. We'd love to bring you the live stream, but if you can find an event locally to you, as we present the prizes, look for the light modifieds. We saw a little earlier, third place with the Bandit. And second place, just getting on the podium there, is the Seaside Affair. And here he is, just taking the win by only 2 centimetres. Patrick on the Gators. So him taking the win, as we've just said. has put him into first place in the Euro Cup Championship standings as well. And the Bandit, who's in third place on the podium, is in third place in the championship as well. And as I was saying, folks, if you head to tractorpulling.com, not only can you see where all the Euro Cup championships are, as we hear the Danish national anthem.
On peut les applaudir bien fort, messieurs, dames, le podium de cette catégorie, Light Qualified.
Allez, on va leur demander on va passer maintenant à la catégorie Limited Super Stock. Donc, Florence, c'est à toi.
Oui, alors dans cette catégorie Limited de Super Stock, en troisième position avec 90 gilets de 29, c'est Nils de Ouf sur Froggy, on peut l'applaudir. Bravo.
And now we're going to present the prizes for the limited super stocks we've just seen. Third place is the Froggy, the man from France. Smiles from ear to ear, standing on the podium at his home event.
Bravo, on peut l'applaudir, Nils de Ouf, messieurs, dames. En seconde position de cette catégorie Limited Super Stock avec 102 mètres 67, c'est Christian Kaiser sur Gilsberg. On l'applaudit bien fort, messieurs, dames. Bravo.
And second place, the Giftworth, the team from Sonsbeck. You'll see them. They'll be the final round of Euro Cup. Christian and the team, and many of his helpers are part of the team that put on the Sonsbeck event. Finishing in second place here at Bernay tonight.
Et en première position, il est venu voler cette première place avec 105 mètres 61. C'est Marvin Walter sur la rue Natter. On peut l'applaudir, messieurs, dames. Bravo.
And your first place man, another German competitor, the Yellow Nightmare.
On l'applaudit bien fort. Et Charlie,
As we wait now for the German national anthem.
et on applaudit bien fort, messieurs, dames, le bonhomme de cette catégorie Limited Super Stock. Allez, on va les raccompagner.
So the limited super stock guys take their prize. I think they'll put everybody back on that podium now, and they'll have a ride down the track. Both the limited super stocks and the light modifieds.
Alors, on les raccompagne en musique.
And as I was saying, folks, if you head to tractorpulling.com, not only can you see all the Euro Cup classes and events, you can also log in there, and if you click down and find by country, you can then find the governing body of the association for your country and find local events near you. Because as much as we love watching it on a live stream, there is really nothing like watching it live. The smell, the noise, the power. Now we'll just see these guys now take their applause from the French crowd, and then we're going to move hopefully straight on to the heavy modifieds, and we'll talk to you about the standings of the heavy modifieds in a moment's time. Hopefully they've been doing some work to the track, I think, while we're doing that presentation. French commentators having a little dance. So we just see the French guy's put his ear defenders on. He's got a set of in-ears on as well. He's talking to the tech team at the same time. And as I said, we're going to see the heavy mods very shortly. They've had 2 rounds up to now. They've been in Fuktorf and they've been in Sweden in Lipongding. Lidköping, actually, Lidköping is how you pronounce it. I always say it wrong. And currently standing in first place with 56 points is the Green Fighter. In second place with 54 points, the Rising Star 2.0. Third place, the Bobcat Senior, 51 points. And also 51 points, so joint third place is the Intertechno Lambarda. 49 points, the Argos Oil Whispering Giant. 45 points, the Redoubtable 3.0. Now remember, we saw them compete in the French light modifiers with 2 turbines on. I think the team will have been working in the pits to fit 2 extra turbines on, ready for tonight's competition. And in bringing up the rear with 28 points, they didn't manage to get to Lidköping. Is the Simply Irresistible team. So heavy mods, they have had 2 rounds already. We're about to do the 3rd round here in Bernay, the final class of the night. Then they have 2 rounds in Marder, a round in Putten in the Netherlands. So we're in the Netherlands for 3 rounds after Bernay. Then we're up to Denmark in Brander, and then we've 2 rounds for them in Great Eccleston in England, my home event. So it's all to play for still in the heavy mods. There is a long way to go in this championship. But they want every point they can, because at the end of the year, when they're at August Bank Holiday weekend on that Sunday afternoon and they're fighting for points, at 1 point make all the difference. Hopefully we're just doing this last minute preparation work to the track, and then we should see the heavy mods. As I said earlier, the reason we call it the world's most powerful motorsport. We'll be live on track. So the French crowd are bouncing now. As the French commentators get them all bouncing around, we can see the phones in the air with the lights lit up, torches on the phones. As it just tips 10 p.m. in France. It's still quite light in France, to be fair. At 10 p.m. Still quite light in England at 9 p.m. also. So here we see the Rising Star. This is from the same team of the Redoubtable. They run 2 turbine machines. It's podging time. We can see Mr. Dingering there in the background, out just in the soft focus look. We've got the Green Fighter team, we've got the Lombarda team, and we've got the Bobcat Senior. And there's the Whispering Giant team in the middle. We'll send a single representative out for a bit of podging. We saw at the beginning of the light modifieds, they now shut the track, if you will. There's no graders and drive rollers allowed to run up and down, while the drivers are allowed to just walk up the track. They can do it however they want. Most of them do it in a zigzag pattern, walking up the track, but they can do what they want. Oh, we're hearing this Dutch bounce song again. Come on, DJ, you need to expand your repertoire. Repartee? That's the one. Hey, there's Seven Flames supposed to be in time with the music. As we now looks like the Rising Star is getting ready to come to the line. And here we go. So the Rising Star 2.0 will be the first one to the line. As the French guys still keep the music bouncing. Yeah, there we see from the screen Rising Star 2.0. Here he comes. Here comes said Rising Star 2.0. Four turbines on board. 4 Isotop turbines are these bad boys. Isotop turbines. TV. I think TV4s. I think. Definitely TV and then a number.
Parce qu'à côté, ils nous attendent pas là-bas au bout de piste. Hein.
Alors on rigole, mais là, attention. Là, Florent vous a prévenu tout à l'heure. J'en remets une couche. Attention, parce que là, on est vraiment dans des zones de bruit qui sont extrêmement élevées.
So we connect the elephant's trunk, as we call it, from the little mini compressor that sits by the side of the turbine. We can't just see it for Mario. Mario's in the way. There you go. Thank you, Mario. And that compressor now blows air into the turbines. A little mini compressor basically is a little mini turbine, and they take a bleed off that turbine and use the air from that turbine to blow the bigger one around. And she's happy, head mechanic. We move the little compressor out the way, and we see what Rising Star 2.0 from France, our first one in the Euro Cup, is going to be our first French competitor in the heavy modified. So here we go with the Rising Star. Looks like he's just past that 100-meter mark. We will wait for the measuring tower, and then we'll wait for the Euro Cup. We'll wait for the ETPC officials. We can see Mario just there in the background, the head track marshal, along with the sledge team. They'll have a conversation now and see what they're going to do. We'll just dip the volume on these replays. Nice straight-ish run till just about there where he starts drifting off. Don't know whether he had to touch his independent brakes, but just about past that 100-meter mark. Again, we'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm his exact distance.
Mais bon, hey, ça marche fort quand même, ça marche bien. Ben justement, on est tous en train d'attendre là, de savoir ce qu'ils vont dire.
So it suddenly looks a bit darker in Bernay now, doesn't it? 10 minutes ago we were saying how light it was, and all of a sudden the heavy mods come on and the nighttime air draws in.
Est-ce que tu veux une bonne nouvelle, Hugues?
Oui, c'est le premier football officiel de la catégorie.
And we don't need to wait for the screen, we can hear the French commentators shouting full ball. So I'm fairly sure we've had confirmation locally. We'll wait for it. There we go. I knew it would come. Full pull confirmed for the Rising Star 2.0.
Tu me fais peur à chaque fois. Allez, on l'applaudit. On le raccompagne sous vos applaudissements. Guillaume Cheval régional de l'État, bravo. Bravo Guillaume.
So we'll wait to see if the sledge is set. And indeed it is. 100-meter full pull line. We're back to the proper way of doing it. 100-meter full pull line and sledge is set. Graham will be happy. So will Stuart. Well done, boys.
Ah, ça promet une très très belle finale si ça commence comme ça ce soir.
Excuse-moi, il n'y a pas eu d'info, il y a eu un décalage avec la régie.
So as I said, sledge is set, tractors are in competition, and the full pull line is 100 metres. Top 5 will go through to the pull-off no matter what. We've already seen Rising Star 2.0 get to that 100 metre mark. So as I explained, if you've just joined in, thank you for joining us. Name of the game is to pull that sledge as far as you can down the track, and the one that pulls it the furthest is the winner. So it's time for the Green Fighter, and as we saw a little earlier before the Euro Cup started, we brought this tractor onto the track to do a little ceremony in remembrance of Enrico, who sadly passed away. Enrico, a key member of the team, driver of this tractor for numerous years, sadly passed away and lost his battle with cancer a few weeks ago. So as a touching moment, the organisation from Bernay presented the Green Fighter team, Green Monster team, with some flowers, and we all did a minute's round of applause. We don't do silence in tractor pulling because all we do is make noise. So there's nothing more the team wants to do now is to honour their comrade. And let's see if we can see these V12 Allisons. 3 V12 Allisons powered to the far end of the track, get past that 100 metres and guarantee themselves in the pull-off. Here we go, the team from Germany. Oh, got it out the end in fine style. Well done, the Green Fighter team.
Et ça passe avec la manière, parce que je sais pas si tu t'es rendu compte avec quelle facilité il a lâché les gaz pour
Turn the volume down. In slow mo, the volume just go loud for some reason. Lovely run. Wasn't really under any pressure. Sailed out the far end and shut off just as they got past the checkered flag. So we can now see. Next one will be the Intertechno Lambada. Hey, we've seen that young girl before, young female. I'm sure she was in bandit outfit not so long ago. That, of course, is Anne Koopman, who we've just taken the mick out of slightly. There she is. Daughter of Hank Koopman that was driving the Bandit a little earlier, but also the stepdaughter of Wim Dingering, who is just about to drive Lambada, so she's got two important jobs here this weekend in Bernay. She's in charge of starting and looking after the Bandit machine, and now she's also helping out a stepdad in the heavy mods. Busy girl is young Anne. Just look, she's got a Bandit hoodie on underneath the Lambada top. Shh, don't tell anybody. And here comes Mr. Dingering at the wheel of the Intertechno Lambada. As we can see on the screen, distance to beat is a full pull. He needs to get a full pull if he wants to get in the pull-off. With the previous two machines, we've seen the Turbine and the V12s. The V8s need to get past that checker flag also. 4 V8 Hemis now on board providing the power. Each one of those Hemis is definitely more than 3,000 horsepower. 3.2, 3.5 maybe, depends how hard Wim's pushing them tonight. So 12,000 plus horsepower on board there. We get the chain tight. We're ready for action here in Bernay in the heavy modifieds. What can the Lambada team do? Oh no! What was that? Something happened towards the end of the run. One of the engines stopped. What's the heat of it? Couldn't really down to ET8, so it'll blow your minds. Just watch the buzzer catches. I don't think any of the front two shut. Let's see now. Wim certainly won't let out the throttle. Wim does not let out the throttle. There, just something. Was it a spark problem? Was it a mag? They all seemed to stop. Did they all stop? Very strange. 88 metres and 35. Now, the Lambada team were hoping for bigger and better things here at Bernay. It's their 25th anniversary this year. 25 years ago to this day, the Lambada team launched the heavy modified machine. They were 4.5 and 3.5 machines then. First ever outing for it was here in Bernay at the first Euro Cup. I remember it well. So they've got some special merchandise out for the 25th year. So they really have hoped to do well here in Bernay. I wonder what the problem was. Maybe if we could see the replay in full speed, we might get a better idea. The way all of the front two engines seem to horse fuel out towards the end, it's difficult to say. There's no bits on the floor. There's no blower belt on the floor. Really difficult to say. I think it's an electrical problem, is my gut feeling. So you can see in Wim's face just how annoyed he is. Now remember, top 5 go through. So he's currently in 3rd place, but we have got a lot of good tractors left to run. So it would be a bit of a miracle if Wim saw himself in the pull-off, and he knows it. Currently in 3rd place, but we've got Bobcat Cena, the Whispering Giant, Redoubtable, Simply Irresistible, all to run yet, and all, if they do half decent runs, should be able to get past Wim's distance. But you never know. This is Tractorpulling. We might see him back yet. definitely intrigued what the problem was, though. Whether one of the engines died and that just forced all the other ones to the RPMs to drop. Yeah, thank you. So I was right. 2 of the engines lost spark. So those front 2 engines, by the looks of it, that we just saw in the replay, just kicked out a little bit of raw fuel just towards the end. So the front 2 engines lost spark. They went out. Now that'll be an electrical problem. That'll be a spark problem, definitely. So we move on to the next Hemi-powered machine. And that'll be the Bobcat Senior. Barry Bohr at the wheel. Now we were watching the event High Stakes last night. Late last night I was watching it. My good friend Darren from America was commentating on that live stream. Darren Hartwell. And we saw the Bobcat Junior from this team performing in America with a guest driver on board. Jeff Hood was at the wheel. And now we come back to the other side of the pond, our side of the pond as we call it, and it's time for the Bobcat Senior here in Bernay in France. Got it all to do. Can he get a nice run in? Here we go. Oh, and sails out the far end. Shut out of it did Berry and coasted to the finish line. A little bit of raw fuel, I think, coming out the front right-hand engine as we looked at it. Maybe it could be the left-hand engine. Definitely between the 2 engines at the front. As we watch the replay, definitely need to turn it down. A little quicker. There we go. It's a nice run. Just a bit of we can't quite see what we want to see. There we go, that's better. A little bit of raw fuel forcing out between the 2 engines. But hopefully nothing too serious and team can go away and fix it. A little bit like the Aftermath team. They had some fuel pipe problems between the first run and the pull-off run. So hopefully it's something similar, or nothing too terminal, and the Bobcat team can do the same. So 3 full pulls so far. Like I say, top 5 go through to the pull-off, so Valenta Techno Lombard is still officially in the pull-off, but as we know, 3 really good strong tractors left to run yet. Barry Bohr from the Netherlands takes the applause and applauses himself there as well. Well done, Barry. Yeah, you've done well. Straight out the far end, he says. No messing about. Come on, he says. Come on, let me hear you, Bernay. We'll definitely see Barry back a little later on in the pull-off. with 3 left to run in the Euro Cup, plus the invited guest, Fenrir at the end. And now it's time for the second turbine, with 3 turbines in the heavy mod class this year, 2 French and 1 Dutch. Here comes the Argus Oil Whispering Giant. We've seen the French Rising Star 2.0 just get past that 100 metre mark, and we left the sledge set as it was. Now we bring the Whispering Giant on, the Dutch machine. Same principle applies. Look, we can see there, look, the little elephant's trunk, the hose, whatever you want to call it, being made ready. As soon as he backs to the sledge, they'll connect it up. So elephant's hose, the pipe's connected up, and you can see that little compressor in the white box on the back of the Gator machine. The hose has gone all pressurised, and there we go, unpressurised now as they quickly disconnect it. All turbines are running, ready for action. Let's get the little Gator out of the way. And we're ready to go. 2 green flags. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close to that checker flag for the Whispering Giant. I think they've done enough to knock Lambada out of the pull-off. But we'll wait for the measuring tower. As we watch the replay. Oh no, not quite far enough. 99.24. 99.24, so not guaranteed in the pull-off. Got to be past that 100 metre mark to be guaranteed. Have to be in the top 5 to be in the pull-off. But if there's 5 past 100 metres, then whoever's 99.24 doesn't matter. So not the greatest place for the Argus Oil Whispering Giant to be, with the Redoubtable and the Simply Irresistible left to run.
Alors, Mademoiselle Delamotte Emma, je suis sûr que je vous surprends en vous appelant, mais on a retrouvé votre téléphone portable dans les toilettes, ok, j'ai précisé, voilà. Et ce sera vous pouvez le récupérer à l'accueil. Donc c'est votre jour de chance.
Now he's dug 2 big massive holes. Look at the mud behind him. Goodness me, no wonder he struggled to get past that 100 metre mark. All that muck and all that mud in front of the sledge, he's just dragging. It's just creating extra weight, extra pain, extra friction. Whether the track's just gone a bit loose, whether they just had their tyre setup not optimal for this track, but we haven't seen piles of muck like that with the previous guys. I don't remember seeing anyway. So that will have been one of the main reasons why the Whispering Giant struggled to get past the 100 metre mark. I mean, the graded drivers have tried to knock it down, but it's still a big mound. So all you do is chucking muck in front of the sledge pan, and that's just creating more and more weight, more and more friction, and more pain for you have to pull.
Alors l'absolu Verfort, mais c'est la monture bien qui repasse devant vos souris spectaculaires, qui va déjà gagner plusieurs fois cette manche ici à Bernay. Aujourd'hui c'est un concurrent malchanceux. Malheureusement il ne passera pas le tour de qualification. Il reste encore 300 chemins environ à arriver. Notamment, on a vu tout à l'heure le redoutable en catégorie Light Modified. On l'a vu avec deux turbines. Souvenez-vous, il y avait deux turbines sur le bas. Et je vous promets que c'est le même engin que vous allez voir arriver, mais avec quatre turbines qui se sont insérées dans les paddocks entre les deux catégories. Et là, voilà de retour avec ces quatre turbines.
En fait, il faut savoir que Guillaume Chauvin, c'est un grand enfant et qu'il a
So we get Whispering Giant dragged out the way, and we bring on the next one.
turbine. Là, il en a 4 turbines. Donc, comme on vous l'expliquait,
And that's the Redoubtable 3.0.
catégorie limited super stock, il a pu tout à fait monter ces deux turbines. Allez, on démarre la génératrice.
So again, we saw this machine run with two turbines in the French light modified circuit. I think it was more of a little trial for the team just to see how it would perform with two turbines on in the class. There is a couple of dual turbines in the light modified. There's one in the Netherlands that performs really well, to be fair. Doesn't run Euro Cup. And there we see. There, like I keep telling you about the elephant's hose. There it is plugged in, blowing air out of that little compressor that says Bernay Pulling Day. I'm pushing and forcing air into the turbines to spin them round to get them to start. So there we go, we take the elephant's trunk off. The Redoubtable is ready for action. The home crowd sit in anticipation. Ready for their home favourite. Let's see what he can do. Can he get past the checkered flag? Get himself in the pull-off? Here we go. Oh, it's not going to be far enough. Oh my goodness, shuts it down around the high 80s, 85, 89 metre mark, somewhere like that. Not the result the Redoubtable team were hoping for.
C'est-à-dire que, comme je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, une turbine isotop TV3, ça tourne. la remorque. Et là, c'est à vous de l'emmener le plus loin. 94 mètres, 94 pour le redoutable.
Alors on peut l'applaudir quand même bien fort à Guillaume Chauvin avec un des 4 sur lui, mais effectivement, l'engin s'est un peu trop cadré. Il s'est trop levé sur cette piste, c'est pour ça qu'il n'a pas réussi à aller jusqu'à son full pool. Est-ce que tu peux me redonner la distance s'il te plaît?
84 mètres, 94.
So 84 meters for the Louis Doubtable. Not far enough to get them in the pull-off or trouble the top guys in the pull-off today. Two left to run, one in the Euro Cup and one not. As our French commentator points out the kill switches, they are the 5 kill switches for the 5 engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the one in the middle. And it all comes to a single eye in the middle, and that's what the kill switch gets connected onto from the back of Simply Irresistible, with 5 V8 Chevys we're about to see run down the track.
Allez, on applaudit le régional d'étape Guillaume Chauvin avec le redoutable. Bravo, bravo Guillaume. Allez, en effet, le Comico Simply Irrésistible qui va venir avec 5 Chevrolet, 5 V8 Chevrolet 540 New Century. Donc, alors, il faut savoir qu'il y a eu, alors, vous allez dire, il répète toujours la même chose, mais je vous dis, cette année, cet hiver, ça a été exceptionnel, c'est un truc exceptionnel en termes de modification. Tenez-vous bien, ils ont refait, notamment, entre autres, ils ont refait un certain nombre de choses. Ils ont fait une petite cure dynamique distance. Ils ont réussi à lui retirer 15 kilos. Il était dans la catégorie déjà.
And here is the 5 engine machine, the most engines we've seen hung on a tractor today. 5 V8 Chevys now on board. Going to provide the power for Bastion on the Simply Irresistible. Absolutely beautiful machine, and can be on the top step of the podium on his day. Can the 5 Chevys get themselves in the pull-off? Chains tight, we're ready for rocking and rolling. Here we go with the Simply Irresistible. Oh, it doesn't look far enough. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Again, another one that's got a massive pile of dirt in front of the sledge. I think this track is going away big time. Yeah, you can see the mechanic there telling him, look how much muck you've got behind you. 98 and 80. Just good enough to get him in the pull-off. He'll be 5th place, the last one in the pull-off. 98 and 80. So you watch the replay. Catch up, here we go. not locked in, doing the business, but just look at the amount of dirt already in front of the bar. Track is getting loose on top, I think. So top 5 in the pull-off. We'll see the Rising Star 2.0. Green Fighter, Bobcat Senior, Argosy Whispering Giant, and the Simply Irresistible. And as I suspected, Lombardo's distance of 88 metres not far enough to get him to hold him in the pull-off. It's all going to be to play for here in Bernay tonight. The one that can read the track the best is going to be the winner.
Allez, il nous reste encore un engin dans cette catégorie.
So we've one left to run, not in the points, not for Euro Cup. The team at Bernay have invited an extra heavy mod to add to the excitement here on the Saturday evening. That will be the Fenrir from Denmark. Hasn't signed up to the Euro Cup this year, so won't be pulling for points. And here he comes. As we can see, it says on the screen demo run, so no matter what happens he will not upset the party for any of the top 5. So if he passes the distance of Simply Irresistible, he will not knock him out of the top 5, if that makes sense. So they spray the front of the buzzer catchers there. You just saw that mechanic there spraying the front of the buzzer catchers. They spray it with de-icer to stop them freezing up. They're sucking that much air in that fast, the ice up. Here we go, 2 green flags for Fenrir. Let's see what he can do. He gets himself in the pull-off. My goodness. Those Hemis working hard. Doesn't just look to have as much muck, as much earth in front of the sledge as the others. Maybe that was the key. And we'll watch the replay. Nice solid run. Gets him out the far end, so we will see him at the end of the pull-off. So instead of having 5 in the pull-off, we'll now have 6. But remember, Fenrir will not be for Eurocup points. So that concludes the Eurocup class and the demo run from Fenrir. So we're now going to make it more difficult for these super modified machines, they're heavy modifieds, to pull. We've seen them be stopping just past the 100 metre mark. So hopefully they'll just drop the pan a little sooner, top the box a little sooner, and we'll see them stopping around the 99-95 metre mark. I'm really sorry we have to turn this down, because if they catch us doing this, then the YouTube platform will chuck us off. They'll chuck us off. Currently they're doing a lovely rendition of Queen live on trackside. Thank you very much for the French Vision mixer that's given us this picture of a... what is it? It's not a guinea pig. What is it? Is it a little mouse? Singing Freddie Mercury. They nicked it from YouTube themselves anyway, would you believe? So yeah, we can't have that on. We'll get chucked off. Sorry everyone. If you want to have fun and listen to the bouncing music, that's why you've got to go to these events.
Vous êtes prêts? Le public de Bernay. Je vois toutes les mains gauches se lever. toutes les mains gauches. Et maintenant, on lève aussi la main droite. Je veux voir toutes les mains droites. Je veux qu'on fasse un clap. Je veux qu'on fasse un clap. Mais ce clap, il est adressé à tous les bénévoles de cette association. Tous les bénévoles qui, pendant toute cette journée, ont pris sur leur temps, n'ont pas vu tout le spectacle que vous avez eu pour que vous, public, vous puissiez les voir. Et on va les remercier.
So we hear the French commentators now, after we've done the little French mouse singing Queen, getting the crowd revved up as we make the alterations to the sledge.
Je compte sur vous. Attention, public de Bernay, vous êtes prêts? Ouais.
Now we're doing the Swedish or the Icelandic claps, aren't we?
Ça y est, vous êtes chaud. Tranquillement. On va prendre le temps de célébrer tous les bénévoles, la centaine de bénévoles qui a œuvré pendant toute la journée pour les remercier. Attention, vous êtes prêts? Ouais.
Join in at home now, everybody. Come on. Oh, they're going too fast, too quick. Too fast, too quick. Oh, it's all going to go off. I totally agree with everything you've just said. So hopefully, when the guys have finished revving up the crowd here in Bernay, looks like it's a little bit chilly there in Bernay. Everyone's got the coats on, zipped up to the top. We just finished revving the crowd up while the sledge team are making alterations to the sledge. I guess we'll be doing a little bit of prep work to the track, hopefully to try and make it not just as loose on top. There we go. You can see the flames. You can see the sledge making its way back to the start line now, which means we should be not so far off, ready for action for the pull-off. And remember, we see them in the order they qualified in. So we should see first to the line will be the Rising Star 2.0 from France. We'll get to see one of the home tractors first. And here he comes.
Alors là, on est dans la finale des LB Modified. Juste une chose, ne partez pas courir comme tous les ans. Normalement, pas comme tous les ans, mais cette année, on a prévu un petit peu d'artifice. Il n'est pas tard, il fait bon. Donc prenez votre temps, profitez. Un petit message quand même, comme tous les ans, vous le savez, vous en avez l'habitude. Nos amis les gendarmes se trouvent un peu partout autour du terrain. Donc roulez prudemment, roulez sereinement. Et puis si jamais vous avez bien fait la fête dans la journée, réfléchissez, c'est peut-être mieux de passer la soirée ici et puis de repartir tranquillement demain et éviter d'avoir un accident. Donc sachez qu'il va y avoir.
So here comes the Rising Star 2.0.
surtout à du terrain, comme tous les ans ils sont présents. Voilà, c'est un titre indicatif, donc faites
They were the first one to get into the pull-off. So they'll be the first one to set the distance that the others will have to catch. And we can see the elephant's trunk, the hose connected on, as we blow around the turbines to get them spinning round. Now we can see the two mechanics there just checking all the guides. There's the thumbs up to say we're happy. Get the little quad out of the way. And we're ready for action for the Rising Star. What can the man from France do? He's going to set the distance that they'll all have to catch. Here we go. Heavy modified final round in Bernay. What a really nice run. Now, just to give you the notes, the pan's going to drop 10 meters sooner. So yeah, the pan dropped 10 meters earlier and he still managed 97.34. So a great run for the Rising Star 2.0. So like I say, pan dropped 10 meters sooner, still managed to get to 97. Really good run for the Rising Star 2.0.
Ça, tu peux t'arrêter là, mon Gilles. Alors, là, je sais que je t'ai coincé. Je sais que tu vas pas pouvoir t'en aller. Je vous présente Gilles, Gilles, il fait partie des bénévoles, des hommes de l'ombre, comme on les appelle. Vous le voyez pas, pourtant, il fait énormément de choses. C'est lui, c'est grâce à lui, si on a un troisième speaker qui va nous expliquer. C'est lui qui nous a appris plein de choses. Et puis aujourd'hui, j'ai appris que c'était un jour particulier, le 6 juin, que c'était ton anniversaire. Donc on n'a pas encore passé minuit, donc c'est encore le jour de ton anniversaire. Sauf que, est-ce que t'as déjà eu...
The Frenchman takes his applause from the French audience, French crowd.
Et puis ça me fait plaisir parce que t'as fait un boulot de dingue. On le sait tous les deux. T'as bossé comme un fou.
Like we say, he set the distance that the others will have to catch.
Donc, je compte sur vous pour faire un joyeux anniversaire à mon Gilles. Attention, je compte sur vous. 3, 2, 1. Joyeux anniversaire.
Sounds like it's someone's birthday in France. The tune's the same, it's just the words are different, look.
Vous imaginez, même pour, il y en a plein, et c'est normal de les remercier. C'est normal qu'à un moment donné, on parle d'eux, parce que si comme...
So it looks like it should be Green Fighter stage 5, 4, next. But instead we've skipped to Bobcat Senior. I think the Green Fighter team have been authorised to run last down the track tonight. So I think they will run the last tractor down. I think that's what's going to happen. Normally they have to run in the order that they qualified in. So I have a sneaky feeling that something has been authorised to let them run later on. I've heard that's what's happening. I've heard there's no problem with Green Fighter, so don't worry, German fans. There's nothing wrong with the Green Fighter team, but I think they've made a special request to be the last tractor of the night tonight, which is a bit unusual. But it's been authorised. So we move on now, and it's Bobcat Senior. We're going to see the Hemi Power. We saw the Lambada machine, the Intertechno Lambada, struggle with two engines cutting off around the 80-ish metre mark. So this is the only Hemi tractor in the pull-off. The Bobcat Senior. So I've got a distance of 97-ish metres to beat, 97.34 exactly, for the Rising Star 2.0. Remember, we're running a floating full pull, so you can pull to 110 metres. You see the breathing out the bottom of the engine. That's totally normal at the bottom of a V8 machine. So what can Mr. Berry Boar do? Here we go. And a lovely run. Still a lot of white smoke coming out the middle of the stacks, but don't seem to be worried by the team. Good enough to put him in the lead, good enough to take the lead away from the Rising Star machine. 100 metres and 95 centimetres. Steady on, Berry. It's alright, adrenaline's pumping. 100 metres and 95 centimetres for the Bobcat Senior. Looked like a nice run. Let's wait for the replay so we can just dissect it a bit. Team seem happy. Is it going to be far enough to take the win here this evening in Bernay in France? Bobcat team certainly need the points. Here we go, let's watch the replay. Got it lit up, that angle's no good for us. Well, there we go, now we can see what we're looking at. Throttle's wide open, doing business, taking the nose off the front of the, just ever so slightly, then the white smoke in the middle starts again, but the team don't seem too worried. And manages to put 3 or 4 metres on the Rising Star machine. The Hemi Power. So we shall see. Is it far enough?
N'hésitez
And Berry plays to the crowd as he makes his way back down to the pits. Well done, Berry. Good run, buddy. So we should next see the Argos Oil Whispering Giant, then the Simply Irresistible, then are we going to see Fenrir and then Green Fighter? We're not entirely sure. We'll just see who comes next at the moment. I've got a feeling it'll be the Whispering Giant next.
Est-ce que ce serait pas les coachs de Wiesbaden qu'on commence à entendre? C'est lui qui devrait se présenter devant la remorque, effectivement. Repêché de la qualification, mais il avait fait 99 mètres 24.
And here we go, as I suspected, the Argos Oil Whispering Giant, the next one to the line for the Alliance Euro Cup pull-off here in Bernay. Hey, that's a good idea. I think so you can drive it straight off, look the other way. What a clever idea that is. And the elephant trunk, the hose gets connected up. Everybody laughs at me that I call it the elephant's trunk. And you can see it to get pressurised. There you go. There's some air in that now. Blowing round. So what they do, ladies and gents, is they start one turbine, I believe, in the pits. They come to the line under the power of one of the turbines. And then they start the other three once they get to the line. We just need to get the man on the gator out of the way, and we get two green flags for the Whispering Giant. Here we go. Oh, it's not far enough to trouble the leaders. Again, he's dug quite a big hole at the finish line as the Whispering Giant. $96 and 3 for the Argos Oil Whispering Giant. Good enough to put him in third place at the moment. So we watch the replay. Gets locked in. There you go. Powers the nose into the air. Got a bit of a shake on, having to keep his right hand wide open while the throttle's shaking. Was a nice run. Maybe just not the turbine tracks here tonight in Bernay. Certain tracks suit the turbines better than others. I don't think this one was the one for them.
Tractorpulling le vendredi soir et puis le samedi toute la journée. Donc rendez-vous les 4 et 5 juin 2027. On applaudit dans ce jour d'art talent devant nous.
Et c'est vrai qu'on a vu ça, hein, toute la journée sur les matchs qui sont le long du tribut. On a vu cette petite grève du vendredi.
So as the Argos Oil Whispering Giant takes his way back to the pits, we're going to bring on the next one, which will be the Kamenko Simply Irresistible with the 5 V8 Chevys on board.
Allez, maintenant ça va être au tour de Comeco Simply Irresistible de passer.
Alors je sais pas, j'ai Quentin qui est dans le pré-parc, si on peut retrouver Quentin.
Oui, c'est bien Simply Irresistible qui repasse et j'ai une nouvelle pour Green Fighter, une bonne nouvelle, il repasse en dernière position.
Ils compteront pour l'Europe Cup ou pas du tout?
Il comptera pour le Cup.
Ah super, très bonne nouvelle. Très bonne nouvelle.
Alors c'est une très bonne nouvelle parce que c'est toujours embêtant de voir un tracteur repartir avec de la casse, même si on le répète depuis le début de la journée, ça fait partie du sport mécanique, mais c'est toujours embêtant. Allez, procédure de démarrage pour le Simply, le Comeco Simply Irresistible avec ses 5 moteurs de Century.
D'après ce que j'ai compris, c'est que
Here he comes. I call him one of the fastest backer-uppers. Bastian. On the Simply Irresistible, he never messes about. He just draws up and backs up as quick as you like, and bang, there you go. Get the hook on, we're ready. Love it. Love watching Simply Irresistible come to the sledge. So got it all to do. Had an awful lot of muck in front of the sledge in his first run. Can't did any changes to help with that. Here we go. It's not going to be far enough, I don't think, to take away the win. Let's see, will it get him on the podium? We'll wait for the measuring tower. No, fourth place, 95 and 18. 95 and 18 for the Simply Irresistible. Not the Chevy's day here in Bernay today.
Quatrième position pour le moment. Aux portes du podium. D'ailleurs, on va pouvoir préparer le podium et du reste.
Allez, on se prépare pour le podium, pour la remise des prix, on se prépare pour la...
As we watch the replay, hit the loud pedal, got the throttle open. Throttle was in the kitchen and we were cooking. But just didn't have the ground speed to keep the momentum going when the box stopped. So yeah, had confirmation next will be Bernay, although not running in the Euro Cup. He's going to run before the Green Fighter. Normally we wouldn't do that, but a special request, the Green Fighter has requested to be the last tractor of the night here in Bernay.
arrive sur la devant, on avait vu un magnifique full tout à l'heure.
Allez Quentin, viens nous rejoindre. Viens nous rejoindre pour ces deux derniers passages de cette grande journée de Tractorpulling. Bernay, vous allez bien? Ça vous a plu? Vous reviendrez? On compte sur vous, bien évidemment, l'année prochaine, le vendredi 4 et le samedi 5 juin. Le vendredi 4.
And there he is, the Fenrir machine. Another 4 Hemi machine going to take to the stage here in Bernay.
On a déjà hâte d'y être l'année prochaine, effectivement. Ça réserve encore plus de surprises pour vous. 2 jours de Tractorpulling, magnifique. Allez, ça va être procédure de démarrage de Fenrir. Ça va partir.
So as I explained earlier, not now running for Euro Cup points. Doesn't matter where he finishes. Will not upset the points championship for any of the Euro Cup guys. Normally he would be the last one on. We always run the demo tracks at the end of the Euro Cup. But as I just said a little earlier, we've had a special request that's been authorised by the ETPC to allow the Green Fighter team to be the last one of the night. So your current leader in the Euro Cup is the the Bobcat Senior, not the Screaming, the Bobcat Senior. Screaming's a different one. So can the Fenrir get anywhere near the other Hemi machine, the Bobcat Senior with 4 Hemis? This is an old Mr. Twister machine for those guys watching in the States. There's the Fenrir. Scott Tedder built this originally, and the Fenrir boys shipped it in from the States many years ago. So let's see what they can do. Here we go. And it's not far enough to trouble the distance of the Bobcat Senior. We'll wait to see his distance and where he would have sat in the championship if he'd have been pulling for points. (93.10). So remember that distance when we go back to the leaderboard for the Euro Cup. 93.10 is where Fenrir would have stopped. Well, has stopped, not would have done. That's where he did stop. We won't show him on the Euro Cup leaderboard just to avoid confusion. But remember that distance, and then when we get back to the Euro Cup leaderboard, you could see where he would have fitted in the championship points if he'd have been pulling in the Euro Cup. The fuel stops he's just pulling just to make sure all 4 engine fuel stops have pulled tight. Each one of those black handles is connected to the fuel stop. So 93 metres he would have been in 5th place, 4th place at the 5th place at the minute, behind the top guys. So we do have a do not start. I'm fairly sure they're coming back to the end. Oh, and I've just heard from the pits. The do not start's correct for the Green Fighter. Sorry, German fans. They have a problem, does the Green Fighter team. They were scheduled to be last on. So that does conclude pulling. Green Fighter's going to try, but they've lost a blower belt. So they've lost a drive belt as a Green Fighter team by the sounds of it. And unfortunately, even though they've been authorised to come last, they still couldn't fix the problem. And we've just heard Green Fighter's now not coming back, so it's prize ceremony giving. And then that's us done for the day. And what a day it's been. Just tipped over 9 hours we've been live on the YouTube page here in Bernay. If you've been here for the whole 9 hours, thank you very much.
On va procéder à la remise des prix parce qu'a priori tout le monde a l'air de rentrer, donc je me dis que le Green Fighter il doit pas être là. Partez pas trop vite, vous n'êtes pas pressés. On vous a réservé un petit feu d'artifice pour finir cette journée en beauté. Et puis de toute façon, vous allez tous vous retrouver dans le parking.
Don't forget, we'll be live again for the next Euro Cup, which will be Marder, 20th and the 21st, or 19th and 20th of June.
On est bien. Alors le classement de cette catégorie Heavy Modified en 3e position, on retrouve Hans Zurbier sur Argos Duel Whispering Giant. Seconde position, Guillaume Chauvin sur Rising Star.
20th and 21st of June, we'll be live again in Marder in the Netherlands with a full Euro Cup. So on the 20th we're going to see the minis, the heavy mods and the 4.5 Super Sports. Then we're going to see on the Sunday, the 21st, we're going to see the light mods, the heavy mods again, so that's a double header for the heavy mods, the Pro Stocks, the Super Stocks, the 3.6 Super Sports, and the Limited Super Stocks. Full Euro Cup round in Marder. Eric, Johan and the team, we are looking forward to coming to you next as we thank the team in Bernay for all their hard work and yet again putting on an amazing event here into the wee small hours in Bernay. And once again, thank you for watching this free stream here from the ETPC, the Euro Cup European Tractorpulling Committee, brought to you by Alliance Tyres. As the music starts bumping, and we're going to do the YMCA. Look, hey up, steady on, it's ready for the YMCA. Doesn't look like too many people are doing the YMCA, to be fair. Needs Peach there. Where's Peach? He needs to be doing it. So we're going to bring the 1, 2, 3 box on, but watch the presentation for the class, the heavy mods we've just seen, before we kill the live stream for you folks. If you want to see your winners on the podium tonight, don't forget to check us out. We are the ETPC. Check us out on Facebook, on Instagram. Go to our website, tractorpulling.com, to learn all about the sport. See where your winners of today are now in the Points Championship. Find out where your local event is in the Euro Cup, and also you can check out the governing bodies of each individual country. If you're in Belgium, or if you're in the Netherlands, or if you're in Denmark watching this, you'll be able to work out where the next local event is near you. Because as much as we love presenting the live stream to you, there is nothing like seeing this sport live in action. So a confirmation of the results there on the screen. First with 100 metres and 95 centimetres, the Bobcat Senior. Second with 97.34, a Rising Star 2.0. And the Argos Oil Whispering Giant with 98 and 3 centimetres. Brings up the third place. So we'll hopefully get to see the presentation now as our top three take the Corone Chopper big step on the podium. Here we go. Are we ready? And here we have the guys from the Whispering Giant, Hans Zimmerman.
Alors là, bien évidemment, je vais vous demander une ovation. Le régional de l'étape. Il court sur Rising Star. Il a fait 97 mètres 34 dans cette finale. Attention, Bernay, le chaudron Bernay, je compte sur vous. À la deuxième place de ce podium, j'ai nommé Guillaume Cheval.
The local man, Guillaume Cheval, takes the applause from the crowd as he finishes in second place.
Il a fait 100 mètres 35. Il a fait son full pool dans cette finale. J'ai nommé Barry Boer.
And there you go. It's time for Barry Boer from the Netherlands to take the top step. Well done, Barry. Gives us a thumbs up. So Barry shooting way up the points. The points have already been updated on Tractorpulling.com. Absolutely fabulous job, Pascal and Bernay. Well done. Rising Star 2.0, who's currently standing on the podium, is in first place with 82 points, but just one place behind the Bobcat Senior. And as the top three take their applause from the crowd in Bernay, well done to those three. I'll carry on with you. So 82 points, the Rising Star 2.0 currently stands in first place in the championship. Bobcat Senior has shot up the championship now with 81 points. And your third place is the Green Fighters with 80 points. Those all to play for with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds still left with the heavy modifieds. Join us next time at Marder in the Netherlands, where we will see it all again with every single class in the championship represented at Marder. Thank you for joining us here in Bernay. Great evening's pulling. And we'll see you again in Marder. Oh my gosh, who filled that health and safety document in? Fireworks on the top of the podium. Oh my goodness. I'm sure somebody decided that was a good idea. So we're going to sign off very shortly. Once again, don't forget to follow us on the socials. The ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee on Facebook and Instagram. Tractorpulling.com is where it's at. Barry's taking a film. Look, hello, wave at Barry, everyone. He's taking a film. Want to see those pictures and socials, Barry? And as the fireworks go off now in Bernay, and the French crowd enjoy the final 10 minutes of festivities as the fireworks show explodes into the nighttime air. The camera crew are packing up. So once again, folks, this will be the final time now. Thank you for watching this Alliance Euro Cup Championship round here in Bernay. What a fabulous evening's pulling we've had. So as the fireworks continue, we will leave you now here in Bernay. We say thank you for joining us. We'll see you same time, same place. Not same time, same place. Join us here on the YouTube channel. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. Don't forget to ring the little bell. And we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.